And
Yeah.
she reports that many of her friends in the same
Mm.
business, same profession, have been either uh, not allowed to practice anymore or outright murdered.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think, for example, Dr. Fauci of himself that he's a bad, evil person, doctor? No. He thinks of himself as
Savior.
an angel savior on this earth, Messiah himself
Yeah.
for
Well,
mankind. And
perhaps, but
yeah,
there's no way in my mind that he is acting in any way that he himself feels is beneficial to mankind. I think that there's a profit motive behind everything he does.
yeah, yeah, of course.
And so the enrichment of his own clan, his own
Yeah,
family, comes before humanity.
yeah,
And I think that they feel quite, when people become very rich, they're isolated from the rest of humanity. They isolate themselves out of fear of everyone else because of the way that they've achieved their gains. And so
yeah.
they work for themselves and only themselves.
Mm,
And they don't have any, uh, they've lost their humanity.
yeah. They are not human beings just because they look alike inside and outside. Being
Metaphorically, I
human,
love reptilian,
yeah,
that conspiracy that they're reptiles.
yeah,
Uh, but they,
yeah.
they they do exhibit sort of reptilian brain thinking.
Well, for me, I don't even need to go that far. For me, it's very simple. A
I
man
don't believe that either. I mean,
can mimic and uh, imperson any living being. So we can act like any other animal that we know. Uh, but once we act being something, then we are not what we truly supposed to be. You know, when a man is acting being human like a Hollywood actor, then those people, they look the same like human beings inside and outside, but they are not human beings, not humane. Being humane doesn't mean to act in that way.
yes, you are
Yeah,
a product of your actions, thoughts, and
yeah,
actions,
yeah, yeah.
and
Correct.
that's what you are. And
Yeah,
I don't give
acting.
hope on
Yeah,
on them all, but it's
yeah,
just particularly ironic in my mind that we live in the age of the internet where we literally have a, a library, the most immense library of information at our fingertips. And yet, most people are completely uninformed about the most vital things in life.
yeah.
They don't care to look. They don't care to investigate.
Well, vast majority of them, they don't have the time and luxury to afford to look, because
I'm not sure about that. You know how much time young people spend gaming on the
oh
internet.
yeah, yeah, that's a multi-billion-dollar industry.
Yes,
So yeah, of course,
time is spent doing that.
that's the new religion of this world.
Yeah. It's the same thing. Circus and
Um,
bread. Give them circus and bread. That's it.
they are being totally immersed into this augmented reality, which
Yes.
is about to come. Yeah,
Yeah.
they,
Have you ever
these
tried one of
children.
those virtual glasses, the virtual visors that put you literally into another, uh, you know, virtual universe?
This whole world, the jobs and stuff, it will all be made something like a virtual game.
Yeah, a metaverse.
Yeah, and
Starting already, there are metaverses coming. I had a friend who told me that
it's
they
a
tried.
fake utopia. In this process, we will be losing quality of life because when we physically work to manufacture products, handmade stuff is more qualitative and beautiful and long lasting and valuable. But the products which are made by robots,
Mhm.
yeah, even in food, if you look, like processed food is made by machines.
Machines.
But processed food, you despite the fact that you put the best ingredients, when you make processed food from the best ingredients, the result will not be good food. It will be uh, a poor food that contains nothing nutritious, and it will do no good to you eating it.
Oh,
It's a funny thing because this processed food, the recipes, the quantities of the ingredients are precisely measured. And I know I've seen in the Bible, it tells you not to do that. When you make bread, yeah, put 2 or 3 spoons of olive oil, flour, water, and sprinkle some salt. It doesn't tell you like exactly how much. So that means
I
you
can tell you.
have to put by your own taste.
yeah, by taste.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
my mother
I,
used to cook that way.
I can tell you
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, Sasha, I know your pizza shop
I'm not
have
pizza
their
shop.
own
I'm real
recipe.
baker. A
Yeah,
real baker.
yeah.
1 kilo of flour, 22 grams of salt, 25 grams of yeast.
Okay, and if
Science, man.
a diabetic will require less salt, and someone who likes salt,
Yeah,
um,
if you want Toscano bread, it's totally without salt.
yeah, see.
You can choose. Yeah.
Hmm?
But if you don't put salt, that means you don't need a lot of yeast because it will grow faster.
Yeah, and it doesn't have taste.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because of that, Tuscanian people eating very salty other things, for
yeah,
example.
yeah, yeah,
And
true.
Toscano bread, it's without salt.
Yeah.
Mhm. But in Romania and Serbia, Yugoslavia, which doesn't exist anymore, yeah, people, this is how they do the bread at home, in their stoves.
Yeah,
Um,
you taste. I'm doing like that. Even if I'm baker, I'm not making measuring, not
yeah,
tasting
yeah.
and putting it. Yeah.
You take with the spoon, and hey, I put
I
one
take
or
with a
two or three
hands, yeah.
times. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah,
Or a
all people are
glass.
using spoon like a measure. Yeah, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And when you make the dough, then you know if it requires a little bit more flour or a little bit more oil. You know it when you're making it, and
Yep.
you add extra. Yeah.
Yeah, but not on the end of mixing, during the
Mm.
mixing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because on the end you will have problem if you have ready dough and you are put and you said, it's not
Yes,
enough.
of
I don't know.
course. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Thank you for the conversation. I've got to go to work, so we'll see you. It's freezing
Yeah.
over here, though. It's 40 degrees.
I heard that in USA it's cold, that it came really, very cold.
I'm in
East and
Florida.
north.
It's freezing.
Oh, in Florida, oh my God,
Oh,
even there.
Yeah, 40 degrees this morning.
That you
I
need to
don't
say in
know how much
Celsius.
is that in Celsius. Yeah.
40 Fahrenheit. They're still in the old
Yeah.
system.
Is that under? Is that minus?
No, God, no. No, are you kidding? No, that's never happened in Florida. No, plus. But it should be about 68 degrees
Oh,
today.
that's 5 Celsius. That's
Yeah.
not cold.
Oh, what? I spoke yesterday.
Oh,
In Pennsylvania, it's minus
Mm,
25, not Fahrenheit, Celsius.
yeah.
yeah.
See, I've been in the tropics for, let me see now, it would be uh, almost 50 years. I've lived in the
Yeah.
tropics for 50 years.
Wow.
So
Nice.
I'm I'm not used to any kind of cold.
You lived
Oh, yeah.
life.
Yeah, I prefer Hawaii to Florida, but it's very expensive.
True.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you for the conversation. I'll
Well,
see
be
you tomorrow.
great, Ildiko. Don't
Yeah.
work too hard.
No one will come in this cold. No one
Yeah.
will come.
Good. Good. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Right.
How are you,
+7, man.
Sasha?
+7, son. Great. I'm not working. My daughter is not going to school. I'm not going to work.
Oh, nice.
She says she don't feel good, but I know that she is lying, but I also lying, and I'm not going to.
Yeah.
I don't know
So
if
you
why.
didn't have to come up with an excuse not to go to work.
Yeah, that was a good excuse because
Yeah.
I said my wife is not at home. I need to stay with my child at home.
Yeah, nice.
It's the end of January, I need to finish like that. Take a rest.
Yeah. I know your daughter is quite young. What age is she?
7, 7.5 now.
Oh, yeah, she is child.
Yeah.
You told her about Flat Earth yet?
Not seriously, but like
Not seriously. Yeah,
no, I
jokes.
think
Yeah.
not even like a jokes. Yeah, well, let's say I registered her on TikTok with
Mhm.
speaking about that and something,
Yeah.
but I never push. I don't want because
Mhm.
I know that she will not understand now because
She will take it. Yeah, she will take it to school, and then she will be having problems at school.
but
Like,
she asked
yeah.
mommy yesterday or day before
Mhm.
yesterday about black holes.
Wow. Yeah, you see, they push this to children like from very early
Yeah.
age. Yeah.
Yeah,
What
but
are
I'm
black
saying
holes?
I'm not pushing. I'm only saying
Mm.
some sentence
Yeah,
very something
yeah.
like a gravity that doesn't exist, and then I don't speak about that. I only say that sentence and go.
Well, you can tell her, for example, like
I don't
what
want to
the
because
fact,
of
the facts
she has.
that we know about black holes.
Oh yeah, I told her that. That doesn't exist because nobody proved that
There
they're
are
saying.
no facts about them.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So
And mommy is scientist. Mommy even knows better that cannot be proved.
yeah, yeah. Well, at this age, she still has to, she has to enjoy the stories, with
Not
tooth
only
fairy
that, I know.
tales and stuff. But
Yeah, yeah.
um,
I know her. She has a.
in these tales, when you read them, um, you will see that there are stories where they say about princes or princesses fighting dragons, which are coming from the end of the world. You know, and
Yeah,
that's
yeah, yeah.
the concept of a flat world. And it's quite fascinating because these stories are actually delivering the truth to the children from very early age, you know, and
But she knows, for example,
later,
that Santa doesn't exist.
yeah,
She will prepare everything and she will play like a
yeah,
for the Christmas. But yeah,
yeah.
and
She knows
because
that mommy and daddy buys gifts.
yeah. She will do
Yeah,
everything like other kids, Prepare the carrot
yeah,
and milk in the evening,
mm,
Like, but
yeah.
in the end, every time before Christmas, I asked, does Santa exist? She said no. But when she need to get present, maybe that moment, but she knows that we bought the present.
Yeah, nice. You're a good
I don't want
parent,
to push her
Sasha.
because I know her problem. She has a problem
Yeah,
in communication
yeah,
and with English a little
exactly.
bit, and I don't want to confuse her. And plus, I don't
Yeah,
want that she like a seven child that she go in the school and say at this flat, for example.
yeah.
That will
No,
be
she doesn't
too
have
much for
a
one kid. For one kid, you know.
judgmental mind yet. Yeah, of
Yeah, but yeah, you know how are the kids? Kids will say, yeah, if they
course.
realize even, yeah,
Mm.
and I don't want that kind of pressure that she has from childhood
Yeah.
immediately. Because
I think this is
maybe I cannot
this
I cannot
subject.
speak with my friends openly about flat earth.
Yeah,
They will stop and say
uh,
that don't do enough.
yeah.
I'm
Later, when she grows and she develops a critical thinking mind, when she starts making it,
Yeah, she
yeah,
have
you
me. You
can
know
have
everything.
conversations, and that's how I see it. Normal, like a parent-child conversation and education. The child is good to know what their parents think, and yeah, you transmit this information, knowledge, and
Like with
nothing
video,
wrong.
like with
Yeah.
video games.
Mhm.
All if you say you will say, do not give the kids tablet, don't give them to play anything when they are blah
Yeah.
blah blah. This is not good. Yeah, that's true. But
Mm.
we are
Yeah.
not living in 1980s. We are living in
Yeah.
2022. If I'm a child now, I think that
Exactly.
I will do the same thing like what they are doing.
Yeah.
And you cannot like we are using all this technology and everything, like
Yeah.
adults, and we are enjoying that, and we are even making for them that all that games, Roblox, blah blah
Yeah.
blah. If we are, why are adults making, video games for kids? Then don't make it, and we will not have that for kids.
Yeah. Well, I tell you honestly, with technology, I never been like taken away from it. My dad bought me the first computer in 1985, 86, and
Yeah,
I was the first child in my whole neighborhood that had a computer,
yeah, yeah. But I'm telling you,
All,
in a time, or
yeah,
even in 80s, okay, you had, but I
yeah,
remember in 90, 70 something, first phone
yeah,
came, and we had
yeah,
only
yeah,
phones, without.
Yeah,
without doing. The guys who had the video games at that time, you put that
yeah,
cassette or in computer or Basics
yeah,
or
yeah.
Commodore or blah blah blah. We were so happy.
Atari, yeah, yeah,
We were playing outside and playing because it was that outside video games. You need to
yeah, yeah,
put coins inside and to play.
yeah.
Nobody had at
Exactly.
home.
Yeah,
I could imagine if I in that time had that at home. I will not go
yeah.
outside. I will play every day. It
uh,
was like that. But we had other things. Let's go play outside with other people because, well, what to do? I cannot stay with my phone and want to speak. It was more interesting to
in the
be with other.
gaming world, I saw that how much potential there is, and what kind of games can be made to play, but they were not yet available at the time when I started. And I saw that, yeah, we can create so much better games, but nobody does. And this evolution is happening, is so slowly going. It's not in step with the evolution of the hardware technology. And then I was in the 90s. I started notice that actually the gaming industry started like pushing the limits of the the hardware technology of computers. And yeah, I saw that this progress of hardware, they keep it very, very slow pace. You had to wait 1 year every time for a better CPU, for a better memory, for a better
Yeah,
motherboard. Yeah. And they don't make like, hey, next year we'll make something 10 times better. No, they were adding only a very little bit. Yeah. And
I even worked against how to say violent works. I was making
yeah,
workshops in 2000
mhm,
against violent video games, and then I
yeah,
stopped to do that because it was like, yeah, that's morally that's good to make good games, but I saw my
yeah,
brother. He was like a
yeah,
13 years old and he was playing Manhunt. And that was
yeah,
like illegal in that time, forbidden. I said, what are you
yeah.
doing? He said, I installed this, I found it that he was 30. I didn't even know how to play that game. He knew it.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
and I'm looking him now. He's now 30 old man.
mm,
He has the job. He never was
yeah,
violent in his life. He never fight. He never was drinking.
yeah.
And
It was
it's
just a
like,
game for him. Yeah.
yeah.
Mm,
And Jane, and that game was so fucking violent that he was
yeah,
taking the some metal things and hitting the head in the guy in the game. And I was saying,
yeah, I know.
brother, stop it! It's enough. It's dead. but
Yeah,
uh, yeah, that was a game. And people will not
mm,
became because of that game. I'm saying it's not good still, but
yeah.
will be better
It,
that you're
it
playing
does.
something interesting, that you're passing some levels, that you are,
Mm.
that.
It has a very deep psychological impact, but if the home education is good quality, then yeah, this gaming industry will not be capable to shape your mind and character.
I don't know who said,
Yeah.
is it Chi making something in Roblox or blah blah blah.
Mm.
I thought if he can make some
Yeah,
platform,
he said
yeah.
he was making games. He worked in
I
video
don't know how that
games.
working. My daughter, I never was with Roblox. My daughter is playing. She knows
Mm,
how to But I thought if you make platform, where is like information about flat Earth, you go
yeah,
there and then you speak with people, and there is where you can find curvature nowhere, where all some kind of information in Roblox, and you find out there
yeah.
flat Earth platform for Roblox. It would be not. I don't know anything about it. Yeah, I can make some video maybe. Yeah. I'm starting to make on TikTok. Put it slowly, it's like an amateur, like joking in the beginning, but I will put more information shortly,
Mm.
people about whoever get it. Maybe will. Or do you know idea when I 1 or 2 years ago I was sending this 1 years ago this and this link flat 24/7. Do you know where? I was going to Facebook,
Well,
all famous Nobel Prize persons,
yeah.
and there in comments I was leaving, this link. Maybe somebody will come.
Yeah. No, those people actually, when they see your link and what the information is about, they will say, "Oh, these are nuts, crazy
Yeah,
people." Yeah,
that's true. But somehow you need to. I always hoping to reach somebody. I don't know, somebody who people knows who he is, whatever who he is.
yeah.
The guy, it could be journalist, it could
Someone
be
could
yeah,
be triggered. Yeah.
yeah, like that NBL player in the beginning, but that was
Mm.
something like that. That somebody says something more and more. Not only people from the street. Somebody who will not be afraid even to be attacked.
Well,
Even
you should spread it to the Croatians, because I had a Croatian friend in 2020 here in Germany, a work colleague, and when I told him the Earth is flat, he was like, "Oh, this guy is crazy," you know.
so many of them. I worked in hotel here in UK, and I tried with the persons around, to
Yeah.
ask them about that. And first thing what was it? Come on, Sasha, science, and that's it. Finished.
Science.
Yeah, why you bothering yourself? Somebody else realized that so
Yeah.
many years before, and you are now here to what? Only one person
Yeah.
from I can say 6 or 7 of them
Did you
was
try?
listening.
Did you did you
Was
try?
listening. He was young. He's 25, 26,
Yeah.
and but he was let's say the best friend from all of them there.
Yeah.
And he was listening. He was not going into that. I told him, if you want to watch, you will not find anything really about this and
Mhm.
this and that and blah blah blah. And he only put his logic and said, "Oh, really, yeah,
Yeah.
that there's no sense or blah blah blah, something like that.
Did you
But
try to ask him, "Hey, do you know the scientific method?"
no, not that things even. Not even,
Yeah.
not even so deep. Really, so simple things like
Yeah.
what he also know about, moon
Uh,
landing, blah blah blah. Also, other things about, you know, yeah, about
yeah.
one important thing about curvature. Holy, holy, and first
I,
and always important. Let's start from there, and then we can go everywhere.
yeah. For me, it's very weird, for example, when I speak to an English person and to find out that they have no clue about flat Earth, I feel like this must be the dumbest person in the world, ungifted, because I met Romanian people who don't speak one iota of English, and they still found out about the subject, the flat earth, about information, and they didn't so much evidence or videos or, but they just heard about it. And when I told them, they were curiously asking me, and I was telling them, this and that. And when they heard me, yeah, I did felt that thing that, yeah, they do believe me on my word. I'm telling them,
Yeah.
and it was nice, but to see an English person, I talked to him and he doesn't know anything about it. I'm like, come on, man. Where the hell are you living? Like the whole internet is 90% of internet is in English language, and you don't know shit about what the subjects are circulating on the internet,
I
like the most famous. Yeah.
I think that is because also in the time when
Mhm.
I don't remember now, it was 5 or 6 years ago when I was,
Yeah.
because I was watching the old ancient documentaries, I was
Yeah. Yeah.
passionate about that, about history and past,
Uh,
and and I was seeing that title, Flat Earth, and I can tell you that I didn't look into that for sure
yeah. You thought.
3 to 6
Yeah.
months, because like
Yeah.
I'm not interesting,
Yeah.
what's that? What's that?
That's a
I,
craziness.
yeah, I thought in the
Yeah.
first moment it
Yeah.
somehow, yeah, of course, I
Yeah.
know that kind of beliefs. It was,
Uh,
it's not, it is familiar through the movies, through the everything. Also, some beliefs before, yeah, God, blah blah blah.
yeah.
Everything was in my mind like foggy, but nothing, No,
Yeah.
I don't want to go into that one. That's stupid.
Yeah. Also, when I first saw on internet things about flat Earth, I didn't went and read or study directly or watch the videos.
Yeah,
I just saw the titles and I was thinking, oh, this is something like these guys, David Icke with
yeah,
UFO
something like
alien
that. Yeah,
churches.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, then later I
Atlantis, everything.
saw.
Yeah, I was
Mm.
into that all of this, and I thought, oh my God,
Yeah.
no, not who now is claiming this.
Yeah. Mm. And,
And then when I was bored a little bit
mm,
with the documentaries, let's go to see really what's that, because I was like,
yeah.
now I want to really know, because it's like
Yeah, it
it's only
showed
title, but
up
then
in your face so many
yeah,
times. Yeah,
yeah,
you have to see.
and then it immediately started. I didn't.
Uh,
It was immediately with the coverage. It was Chicago
yeah,
immediately. It was okay. First was Dubai.
yeah,
I'm lying. First was Dubai, and the guy I saw
yeah,
that is a paint of the
yeah. The bay.
Power
Yeah,
and Power Line. That was in the beginning for sure. But I was watching around other, because it was so many materials in a
yeah,
years. You click and you watch. It's not like now the bank shit. Uh,
yeah.
and it
I
was,
took I
for
took
me,
a
it was like
direction.
for me the sentence Chicago is a mirage. I was watching it like what what? No, really, I was like
The
I
city is a
cannot believe
mirage.
it. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I could not believe what he's saying, and then debates and everything, and then I
mm,
watched Jaron a lot, and then other people. I don't know how many people,
yeah,
all of them, almost
yeah,
Blue Marble, all that people around. I watched them all that videos, and plus NASA bullshit.
yeah. When you heard that images from space, satellites, and globe, when you found information that they are CGI, did you went to search on Google like the images,
Yes, yes,
satellites? Yeah, and you
yes.
saw that they
I
are fake.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
all the pictures after that. Yeah, and that was like
yeah,
beautiful, all in color,
yeah.
and all this. Yeah, and then on
Mm.
course. And then when gas pressure came without container, it was too much.
Yeah, I was kind of baffled too, because I search satellites
Oh,
in space, and I
oh,
saw that literally all of them they are CGI.
oh.
Not one single photograph.
One thing
Yeah.
I forgot to tell you. Yeah, before Flat Earth, I knew that we was not on. I was looking into moon landing, and
Mm.
it was so one good documentary about 2 parts, three
Yeah.
hours. And I think it
Yeah.
was some English photographer
Mm.
explain. He was explaining that you could not make photographs this way. There's shadows. Then you have that C letter
Yeah.
on,
Yeah.
like on the, then you don't have footprint. You have boot print. You don't have
Yeah.
vehicle
They
print.
disappear. Yeah.
You have so many things like 9/11 that you that
Yeah.
that on the end you can say, okay, 2 3 things you can say, okay, I have doubt, but this is like everything. Then material, where that vehicle was inside, who recorded the landing, who recorded the, my God, and so many things.
Mm.
No stars, blah blah blah. Then window, you see the guy it's closing then the
Yeah.
size of the earth cannot be so small. Blah blah blah.
Well, the stars are very hard to fake
Yeah, but then you have
because
astronauts who see the stars. Then you could have the astronauts who don't see the stars.
yeah,
and
yeah.
then you have the astronauts
Actually,
who actually not see only the stars. They see the planets.
yeah. Actually, only the new astronauts, like today's astronauts, see the stars.
Yeah,
Those
yeah,
back in the days, none of them said that they see the stars.
yeah. That.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you find out other stories who measured, and then you have people. Oh, do you remember Eratosthenes? What Eratosthenes, man? Come on, tell, tell me one guy in 80s or 90s. Something.
They ask you, do you remember Eratosthenes like it's some childhood's friend
Yeah.
that you had? Yeah.
Then that Al-Biruni, they
Mm.
didn't they didn't claim him. Huey started to claim him, and after that, people started to look. Oh, Al-Biruni, that. Then Glober started to claim Al-Biruni, but
Yeah.
before that, they didn't know who is Al-Biruni. They didn't know
Yeah.
who is Lemaitre.
We
They
had to
didn't.
point them. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't know who is Lemaitre, Big Bang
Yeah.
Theory.
George Lemaitre. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't
Jesuit
know what is
priest.
the radius. You need to tell them,
Yeah.
tell them everything. Because why? Because I was Glober for 45 years.
Mhm.
That enough, to know that I know more about globe than flat. Yeah,
Mhm.
I know, but there is no there. That's the problem. Oh, don't tell me
So
refraction. If you say refraction, that it's like you're telling me the most rude thing in the world. Like
yeah, refraction makes you see far, very, very far away.
yeah, yeah. Like look,
It's like
today we
refraction
will
is like a binoculars.
today we will have 40 degrees temperature with the fog.
Yeah,
It will rain a
yeah,
little bit. Because of all this shit, we will see 20 miles more.
yeah. It's like a telescope, or binoculars. Yeah.
And if that is not happening, that fog or whatever temperature, blah blah blah, then some strange magical optical illusions happen.
Yeah, it's the force of bending.
Yeah. When the guy who explaining the cold and hot, and then it could change, the optical vision, cold and hot, and when you make observation, how do you know how cold it's 1 mile and 2 miles and 5 miles and 10 miles? Is the same cold or is you know how it's
Yeah,
making it
if
how
I know
why
you are
bending?
asking if the temperature is uniform, and
Yeah,
it's true, it's not. There is always a hot to cold exchange, always in
and that
nature.
means
In
how
some
light will.
places is more, and some other places is less. Because yeah, you
And then
know,
how light can perfectly bend then with any kind of refraction if we don't have
yeah,
constant, how to say, changing in
yeah,
the
we don't have the
temperature and energy.
constant. Yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, it's a force of bending which I lately try to theorize to come up with a theory for the globers, and this force can actually bend the axis of spin. You know,
Yeah, also because Earth is spinning. Yeah,
yeah, that has to be bent also because
it must be included
why?
with spinning.
Yeah, why would only the light be bending? I mean, gravity bends everything. So,
Don't say even that word.
yeah,
I say
I
something what
told
doesn't
you.
exist.
Then was it? I think day before yesterday, we had Matthew Not Learns here, and I'm not sure who Bong Sao or someone else asked him, or Hank asked him about the sextant. And Matthew said, well, you can have a tangent line to the horizon. And I asked him, okay, is the horizon curved or is it a straight line? And he said, it's a straight line. Okay, then that means it's not curved. And how can you have a tangent to a straight line? you know? And he had a glitch in his mind. He had a little moment of silence, but then he started going on it again. And then I asked him, okay, can you have a tangent line to a cube? And he said, yeah, of course you cannot have.
Yeah, but better to not speak about man.
Yeah.
We have information. And for me, it would be nice if I don't know how much. Okay, that is only in community, but if we reach some kind of alternative, uh, non mainstream, but media, how to explain it.
Yeah.
Some smaller journalists, some smaller radio stations, some smaller who is interesting in the truth, something like that, and start from there.
Yeah. Well, you see, for their model to work, line of sight has to be curved in reality. But because we perceive it in our eye, we see it like straight, flat. And these things don't add up together. They don't. They simply don't. Because line of sight is either straight, either curved. When it's curved, we have huge problems.
Well, everyone who is even more suspicious should to do who has a equipment to do like a Tolan, when he's in your plane,
Yeah.
put your red infrared if you have that technology and try it and see it, and you will be. I I don't need anymore anything.
I know, I
Don't
know.
need even to convince nobody.
Mm.
Enough. Now it's
But
this and
you
this.
understand this thing, Sasha. If line of sight is curved, yeah, then when you watch at your table in your kitchen, that's not flat, it's a curved surface. But you see it curved because the line of sight is curved and it will makes you perceive it like flat. But if it's curved, it should behave like a curved surface. So when you put a ball on it, it should fall down from it.
I can explain your logic, and you will lose yourself also. Take the globe, in your hand,
Yeah,
the model
yeah,
globe, take in your hand, and now imagine.
yeah.
Now you need to imagine yourself that you are in reality.
Hmm.
Okay, but you have that globe in your hand.
Yeah,
Let's say that you are uh, uh, in. Let's say that you are in UK and you're traveling to New York.
yeah, yeah,
Okay, and you're traveling, but in the same time you have the globe, and imagine that you are now traveling, and look, you're going down, you're curving. Is that true?
yeah, yeah,
But now imagine yourself also in reality. You're coming on the sea. You're traveling on the sea, straight, 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 straight. But that it's
yeah.
curving. You don't feel it, doesn't matter. That it's curving. But you are now coming to the
No,
beach of the New York. Now you don't have
yeah,
any more water. It's finishing water
yeah,
there. And now on your globe, that land start to curve immediately after that beach.
yeah.
You understand me?
Yes. It's always
That means that
curving
that curve
down,
now.
falling.
No, no,
Yeah.
but now we have topography. We don't have any more sea. Now
Mm.
that curve, it started to go through the ground.
Yeah,
Is that true? Yeah, that means
yeah,
in the middle of it's because it's going under the ground. Let's say on the beginning. Let's go in the middle of the USA. You're not now anymore New York. You're somewhere, I don't know what is the middle.
yeah,
How much you are
yeah.
underground in the middle of the USA?
Good question.
Or
Yeah,
where are you measuring the
you
mountain
should
now
be,
in the middle of the.
you should, listen, you should be much deeper than the Kola borehole.
Well, let's say that it's 2,000-3,000 miles. How much drop we need to have through the ground? That is my logic. I don't know.
A lot,
Maybe some
a
people
lot.
have
Yeah,
some another logic.
you have a quarter of the ball, yeah, curvature. It's a lot. It's
Look how
30,
you cannot
30 degrees, 40, 40
look how you cannot
degrees,
find the
something like that.
curvature on the topographic land. When they're asking you, you are saying that Earth is flat. What about mountains? And I am also asking the question, what about mountains and hills and everything? Where is curvature there? It's going under the ground on some point, and then and then we measure the height of the mountain through that radius. Hmm? Or
Well, it's
to
funny. Yeah, that's why they say that the down vector is divergent from the center of the ball. So it always changes. It keeps
And center is it's a 9 miles away.
its its vector is adjusting with your position on the globe, you know. And this means that you do not have two down vectors parallel, you know, on the globe. So it means that when you have a flat table on this surface of this globe, yeah, and everything that's on it uh, is attracted divergently to the center of that ball. So when you put anything on this table, everything will start conglomerating right in the center of that table, you know. And we don't experience this thing. And I went even deeper into this, like calculating how much would be, you know, this curvature for a 100-meter long table, you know. And in 100 meters, we have almost 8 millimeters of curvature. And I want to tell you that if we make a linear bearing that long, um, and you slide, you give this curvature to this linear bearing, yeah, which is 100-meter long, but from the top from the beginning to the end, you have this slight curvature of 8 millimeters. So now, from the beginning to the middle of it, you are going uphill,
Yep.
and then you are going downhill. So you need to push this bearing, you know, all the way to uphill, and once you reach there, it will fall. It will go alone by itself. It will slide all the way down to the end, you know.
No, you will do like this. You will go
This
to
is
Bolivia.
what will happen. This is what will happen in reality, and the problem is uh,
Listen, this
it does happen.
experiment.
It does happen if we make this linear bearing curved. You know, it's a curved bearing. But if we make it straight, then the bearing will not move from one end to the other. You know, it will just stay where you put it, where you position it.
But listen, this on Bolivian South
Yeah,
Sea, you make one tower, big tower, let's say 100-meter
yeah,
tower or 200-meter tower.
yeah.
Point E. Then you go to the end of Bolivian South Sea, and
Mm.
then you calculate how much drop should to be, you know, and
Yeah,
then you if it should to be, I don't know, that what should to be, you build that tower more than you
yeah,
know. You build now 400 meters tower because there
yeah,
is a drop, and then you will have the straight, how to say, straight line
yeah,
between that two towers because this tower have 400 meters and the other tower have 100 meters. Let's say I put the only
yeah.
numbers. I don't know. You can calculate between
Hmm.
between two distance. Let's say like this 10 miles. You know,
Yeah.
I make a 67 foot, 67. I make a cover 67 foot. You know,
Hmm. Yeah,
from and on other side it's zero. You know, now
yeah.
and then I will put there another 67. That means then I need to build there 140 double, you know.
Mm.
And then when we go on the top of that tower and top of this tower, it will have to match.
Yeah,
Understand?
it should.
We will take
Like
a
when you
laser
go on the when you
and
go on the top of the tower, you should see only the top of the other tower,
yeah,
like coming slightly above from the edge of the earth.
Yeah.
At the horizon. In the horizon, you will see the little tip from the
or if you
tower.
want, we can watch
Yeah.
1 foot observation, but on 10 miles we need to make a tower of 67 foot
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and make one big shiny star, and then only you will see that
Mhm.
big shiny star on let's say on the top.
Yeah, you don't see the tower, but you see that laser shining to your eye.
Yeah.
Straight from the horizon line.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get you.
You know, you first
But
build you
that
first build
doesn't
the tower
happen.
you first build the tower without observation. Then you, when you build the tower, then
Yeah.
you make observation, and then you will be surprised when you see the old tower. You know.
Yeah. Well, these Globers, they tried it uh, many centuries ago, and they built the Tower of Pisa.
Mhm.
Yeah, they built it to see and prove the Earth is a ball, you know,
And that's the result.
yeah, that's the result. The Tower of Pisa, it's tilted. You know? They built it according to the curvature, you know. So yeah, they wanted to be like straight, you know. But yeah, it was a glitch in their calculations.
You're not working.
And yeah, no matter how far away you look at that tower, you know, because when you move away from it, according to that curvature, yeah, you're changing your perspective, angle, position. And the tower should be looking like it's straightening, you know, but it doesn't. No matter how far away you look at it, it will still look tilted because it is built tilted. You know.
Do you know what will be the best video of the best videos? The Black Swan video, but new one. That somebody take a boat on the beach, the same video, the same beach. If somebody can take a boat and
Yeah.
somebody recording that boat going in the direction of oil rigs and there and passing and see what will happen, will disappear or not,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
And that's it. And then after that, refraction, bye bye, bye bye. This is boat travel. Nothing to
Yeah.
speak about anything, you know.
Yeah.
If he's not disappeared from 1.2, it must disappear on 2.5, you know. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Small one, not ship, small boat, you know. Let's
Well,
go.
even to
Let's
go with
go
a
around.
boat like 15 miles behind the oil rigs and shine a laser to the shore. We don't need to see the boat, but if we see a green light or blue light in the horizon, that will be mind blowing.
Listen, this when you're recording that travel of that boat, you know.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
now you're approaching you in 1.2 or 2.5, you know. Now it's a moment that real boat became the hologram, you know. And now you need to point
Yes.
uh, the guy
And
who's watching the video. Where is that moment? Show me, you know.
yeah.
That's the only point. Because you will see the boat is going, and now it's a moment when it's not anymore real. Now it's refraction. Pop, now hologram. And now
Yeah,
you
it's
need
a
to say this is the
mirage.
moment,
Yeah,
and that's it.
when it becomes a mirage.
Yeah, because you have two observation horizons still there, but you have now
Yeah,
moving one object to that point.
yeah, yeah.
And that point should disappear in 1.2 miles. It will
Yeah.
not disappear. That means in that moment, after I don't know, maybe 1.2 to till
Mhm.
2 miles, it must happen. That phenomena that is changing from real to hologram,
Yeah.
and that's it. And you repeat that, and you show that every time, and after that, I will believe that it's low.
I told you they will still invoke the bendy
Satellite.
force, the force of bending. Yeah.
No, many of them will invoke other story in that moment. They will not speak about that. But yeah, most.
Dilithium crystals from Star Trek.
Wow, you can find everything in movies. Maybe there's some new technology.
Yeah. Yeah, the Earth's curvature is Star Trek stuff, sci-fi, science fiction. There's
But
nothing real about it.
and
And
how you
all
can be
these
so.
things,
The question is how you can be so ridiculous things that you are living on the flat water. Because all your
oh,
sensing is telling you that it's curving.
like Kevin Costner, The Water World.
Yeah. Like how
Yeah,
you can be so without sense to think that water is flat when all your senses is telling you that must curve.
yeah.
That
Oh,
depends a
by
lot.
the way, have you seen that movie, The Water World, with Kevin Costner?
I think yes, there's some fights with some old
Yeah,
girl. Yeah, years.
rewatch it because in that movie it shows a lot the horizon on the ocean.
Oh, I think that I saw. Yeah. Not
Yeah,
not only in that movie. Yeah, maybe also
uh,
Bounty to watch again.
yeah, yeah. And they do things like they fly a drone from his boat, like raising high in the sky. And you see the little boat on the ocean, and then the horizon line in the distance, like so much flatness. It's
Man, I
mind
have.
blowing.
It's
Yeah.
a UK movie. It's not so famous movie. It's about
Mm.
two teenagers playing music or something. But it's a scene.
Uh,
He's coming on the beach in UK and telling her, look at there. When I was fishing with my grandpa, we could see the I don't
yeah.
know France from here.
Yeah.
Like, oh, great. How?
Mhm.
With my eye. Oh, great.
Yeah.
I have that. Even I cannot find now. I have that scene. I saved it. Even my wife told me uh, last year. In 90s, I was studying in England in Margate. This is like the out
Mm.
east of England, and we could see Belgium. And I asked her, with what?
with telescope, with
No, but yeah, because
binoculars.
it was like
Yeah.
with what you make observation. They said no, nothing with eyes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Well, you should ask your wife, hey, you know the position where you were in on the British shore, and you know how far Belgium is, And as a scientist, yeah, you should note how to calculate the arc curvature between those two locations on
Get,
the ball. Yeah,
get
and
in this moment,
yeah,
she's with some big guys having meeting. She's working for
yeah,
the digital director for the one part of the
mhm,
London. All her
yeah,
time is that. And
yeah.
I'm the part. She will not even look. She doesn't care. She care about us.
yeah,
Even if she knows everything, and she knows
mm,
many things, even after that she didn't look into more because she
mm,
is like I cannot tell you. She's 24/7. Everything, mom, business woman, and everything.
mm.
And I cannot even pressure her because of this. Because it will
Yeah,
be
you have
too
to help
much.
her out and make life easier, of course.
Yeah,
You have
she
to do
she
that.
helped.
Yeah.
She's making my life easier. That's how I
Yeah,
have
yeah,
much time to be.
yeah. But yeah, for all that, you also have to do everything you can to be a good husband and parent.
We did also other fights
Yeah.
that we get during the
Mhm.
life. It's not fights, but it was like it was fights because it was fight for freedom and human rights in the time.
Yeah.
And it was very, yeah, very rough. And when you're doing good stuff, and then you can be disappointed with so many
Yeah.
people because in doing good,
Um,
yeah, you disappoint with the
think
people
of this,
because
Sasha. Nowadays, the world society system is based like on the woman to provide. Women are much better paid than men, and they also get much easier jobs.
you think so,
Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's
or
obvious.
maybe, but not still not like that.
I see in my corporation where I work now that the useless jobs are actually given to women, and actually these jobs they are part of like a mm, network administrator, but they made from this a job for a woman, and they barely have a clue about computer networking and stuff like this. They do have these engineers in IT in the company. So when there are some serious technical network issues, yeah, these guys come and fix. But I don't see the point of placing this woman, like giving this woman the job to make, for example, swipe key cards. Yeah. When this job is actually for a network system administrator. The access uh, is a network admin job. So why would you take this from this guy and make it actually a job place to give it to a woman? It makes no sense to me. But anyway, yeah.
That I didn't
They
get
have
it, but
to, yeah. You see, I'm the guy coming and I install your Windows system on your computer. Yeah. I make your computer run, and I also install all the programs on it which you want to use, yeah, to work with. And
Yep.
now I will make a user account in that Windows, yeah, a user account for you, a user account for your wife, and a user account for your daughter. And each one of you have a different kind of access, you know.
Yep.
But you and your wife most likely will have something similar to the administrator, yeah, because you're the adults in that house.
Yeah.
Now, um, these guys are actually taken away this task from me, yeah, and they give it to a lady, yeah. They showed her how to make a user account, yeah, and they made a job. They created a job for this lady, you know. But if there is a problem with the user account or whatever, she has no idea what to do, you know.
I don't know. Maybe that's happening in this moment in your company because that example. But
Yeah, it's a lot
there's
everywhere
nothing
in the world.
with women. I think even women can do that job.
Yeah. Well, they can do it, and sometimes this is this is why it happens so many times that companies and big corporations, they got hacked, you know, and it's a problem then, you know, because if I mess with the data of your orders or I steal your customer clients database, you know, it's a big problem that has huge financial implications. And this woman, she's not qualified as a network system administrator. Is the person that gives access, you know, and yeah, you have to know stuff about cryptography, passwords, not just how they function, but also the law about them. You know, if I crack your Google password, then I'm eligible for 25 years of prison, Sasha.
No, I'm saying if if they are putting the person like only to be woman because they're because I
Yeah,
don't know, maybe the company they're saying it must be this percent of women working here, blah blah blah.
yeah,
That's not all right if you put only women because of women, but you need to put the person who knows the job. Of course,
exactly. Yeah.
doesn't matter if it's woman or. But yeah, I
Mm.
know the politics about like you have it everywhere. You know,
Yeah.
that you need to have in. I don't know if
Mm.
that depends. In some companies, like in mine, company where they're producing something, they don't care if you're a woman or man. And even women,
Yeah.
we had one woman, and they now
Mm.
she's not working anymore because it's not so much for it's not for women. I can say the job. Women can work there, but it's a physical job, and maybe some women cannot,
Yeah.
to do so much lifting and
Yeah, but you see, for example, the job of a network system administrator in uh, corporations and stuff like this, big companies. This job pay is between 6,000-7,000 euro up to 25,000.
Yeah.
And I don't get this job, because they prefer to do this, and I have to work as a machinist, instead of actually what my degree is. But at the moment, in my life, actually, I worked from the 2000s up to 2003 as a network system administrator. And it was small companies in my country. And yeah, indeed, it is a very easy job for me because I know all this stuff, but for ordinary people, it's not quite an easy job, I
Yeah.
mean, someone has you have a computer with a lot of databases, information, projects, in all sort of programs, a lot of files, which are valuable goods, digital goods. And a virus can mess up all that, and hey, there are ways when something like this happens. I can, even if that information was deleted by a virus or messed up, I can. There are methods to undo that, to go in reverse back. You have to look at that virus, what it did, what it is, so you know what it can do and how it does, and then you reverse its steps, and you can actually retrieve that lost information, and yeah, for a hacker, this is like play, like game playing. Yeah.
I know. In the time I was reinstalling a million times my computer.
Yeah.
Because in the time was viruses. Now it's not so.
Mhm.
Like in the time.
There still are, yeah, but now actually the media, television media, and news channels, they adopted a lot of uh, viruses techniques and uh, code, and they use it in their advertising industry.
That's all bullshit. They also they put it that also I think that we can buy all that antivirus program in the time, and like it's
Well, yeah,
protected.
but now some of this code actually got removed from Norton's database or Bitdefender. They've been taken out from the virus list. And they are not
But,
viruses anymore. They are
but
actually
now I think
techniques of
Windows itself.
advertising, invasive advertising, ads and pop-ups which come in
Yeah,
your screen, and videos which start playing without you clicking
yeah.
the play button. And I'm telling you, you will not be comfortable when you are actually on prepaid 3G bandwidth or 4G, yeah, when you pay like, let's say, £5 a day for your internet connection, and you search something, yeah, you know that Google gives you that result, but Google will also push you a lot of this invasive advertising you are not asking for, and that is data which is coming to you on your money.
Yeah.
So every megabit that you download, you are paying for it, you know. And it actually, the cost for this invasive advertising is 1 cent or much less than 1 cent. Yeah, it's infinitely decimal, in small, you know, uh, a millionth of a cent. But when it's coming through your broadband, like wireless home Wi-Fi network, but when it's coming through your prepaid phone, yeah, then that ad you are paying like 50, 50 pence for one ad, you know, or £1. Just that, just because that ad was pushed into your phone by Google, you know, and whoa, yeah, like the price is from, it's a million times overpriced, even more than that, you know, and this is actually a scam, you know.
Let's throw the phones in the river.
Yeah. Well, you can't operate. You can't get a job without a phone number. Are you kidding me? Or email address.
No, man, you can. For the job, sometimes you need to go to door.
Yeah, black market job. Yeah.
No, not even. Yeah,
Yeah.
of course you need to. Yeah, cool.
Well, show me a company, yeah, which go by the commercial law, yeah, because when you get hired, you are given a work contract to sign.
Show me the company which will work without having lunch. Do you understand me?
Yeah, I know.
Which internet company will work if that guy didn't eat?
Yeah, they won't.
Oh, somebody need to produce also something to eat. You know that's the main point. I think that people will never forget that point. First food, then
Well,
all other
it
things.
depends. It depends what you are getting hired for. You are getting hired to be a bot, you know, or as a human being, productive human being, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, because these work contracts actually, yeah, those internet jobs, you know, work from home. Vast
But how
majority of them, they
how
are.
how how I will make flour from home?
Well,
How I will
you need
make
to
any
buy
food
some
from
trays. You need to
oh
buy some trays. Yeah, these vegetable growing trays.
yeah, but where I will buy that guy is also working from home. What he is needed to produce that vegetables he
Yeah,
is at home.
from Baumarkt, Home Depot. Yeah, hardware
But
store.
everybody is at home. How we will put the seed in the ground?
Well, they deliver it to you, and once you get them, yeah, you have to do it. You either build a robot which makes it automatically, yeah,
Oh, you mean
or
robots
you
will make
do it.
all for us?
Yes, of course, they do a lot of stuff for us.
Like making food.
Yeah,
Not so much.
processed food is made by automated machines, yeah,
Ooh,
which are
really?
robots. Yeah.
But come on, get we get. Food is still in the man of the human. If we
Come
fucked
on,
up
man.
that,
Don't,
if we fucked up that, that's
Sasha.
it.
Have you look at Uncle Ben's factory?
No, I'm not saying that we are not uh,
Yeah,
robotized. How to, that our technology is
yeah.
not. But I'm saying that still we are depending of people. Maybe you have.
On human, yeah, we do have still keep this fashion, like the need for human input. But actually, we are past, way past beyond this. There are world, there are factories in the world which are like fully automated, and they don't require human presence, but they do have hired like a couple of guys, one, two, or three, to watch the system, that it's operating in human
Parameters.
presence, but they do have hired.
Bad food. Uh, can can it make any example? Corn. You're telling me that corn we are getting from robots.
Are you kidding me? Have you watched these new tractors like John Deere? They plow the land and seed by themselves.
Yeah, and then
Hmm?
and then
And they also harvest by themselves. But yeah, you still see a guy sitting inside that tractor, you know. It's
and you have also magazines, and now you need the transportation for that go to somewhere.
yeah.
That people move. And they not sit at home. You need now drivers, truck drivers. That
Well,
I'm saying that for the you can make also that kind of technology, but not for all. You can make for all humanity, but that must be how to say everyone include like let's make technology for the air. But this is not working today like that. It's more working that people are selling what they have and they are producing what they have, and that's it. The baker has no
Sasha,
robots. The baker company has bakers, 6, 7, 8 bakers inside. He has no 6, 7, 8
Sasha,
robots.
yeah, Sasha. Any bakery, factory, or shop can be fully automated, but if you open yourself a shop like that, you buy all the robots, machines, everything,
Yeah,
you will not be able to run it because you don't have the AI. This is what Facebook, Tesla, Google, all these big tech corporations, they went into this field of artificial intelligence development. And they did create these AIs which are capable to fully operate factories. They will not grant you access to their AI um, to run your shop unless they don't have anything to win from you, to profit. So our access to this is very small, like user level. It depends on what plan you have with Facebook, with eBay, with Google. So of course you will need to develop your own AI if you want. to make that fully automated factory, bakery, or whatever.
Even artists.
Yeah, and
Art,
you see
art is even
what
better.
they
We don't
did.
need people to make art. Now we can make some
What they
kind of.
did, yeah, Google and Facebook, for example, they have a lot of human input from the whole world, you know, and they gather all this information and they build up these decision algorithms, which is based on the human input. And this AI has very first-hand valuable information. That's how these AI make their decisions. But if you make your own AI in your small computer at home, which is capable of manipulating only information that you give him, you know, which is very little, then that robot will encounter problems when you give him the task to operate your little shop. It will encounter problems. He will not know how to deal with one specific person, you know. So, yeah.
How about this? You have Facebook, you know, and
Uh,
you're government. You're part of the government, and you, like the government, go to Facebook comments, see what is going
yeah,
on there, and you read,
yeah,
but like a government guy, not like a normal guy. You go to like
yeah.
a government guy and read the comments on the Facebook. Do you know what you can realize?
Mm,
You can realize what is going on, and then you make the conclusion from there. What you will do in your next step. Because
yeah,
this time, 2000, blah blah blah. It's not 1970, 1980. You don't know what people thinking. You don't know what you know. What is why people are
yeah,
going to
yeah,
demonstration? They are on that demonstration because and they are together. They are making letters or they're calling. They make
mm,
organizations. Blah blah blah. But here you have immediately in 10 seconds opinion of one person immediately, not only one, almost all of us. And there we are
well,
exposed. You know,
the
and
people
that's it.
now, the people now have the media, the news channels to speak out uh, the mind of the people, even if it's not theirs, you know. So when people look at the news channels, they will say, "Oh, yeah, this is what people think." Like all of us as a group, you know. It's not my own individual thinking.
Yeah, but look at this. That social media. It's very, it's very
Yeah,
great because it's very, in a sense, it doesn't matter what it is, but it there we are there. All of us. We can find out
yeah,
information so fast. Blah blah blah. On the other way, there is so much confusion there that nobody knows what is going on. No,
yeah, yeah,
because because of that, people are saying, "Oh, this social media, there is all fake on this social media. Do not believe
yeah.
social media." What? Do you understand me? Yeah, this is the way that you can find out the truth, but there is no truth. You know.
Yeah, it's the place where people share stuff individually, and they are now looking at this information of this. They are comparing this individual with a news channel, you know, which is actually not one and the same thing, you know. I can tell you, hey, if you drink Kool-Aid, you're gonna be super healthy, you know, or you'll get Superman's powers.
Or you can
Uh,
say this is
an
science.
individual can
This is
say
science
this, but
proving.
the problem is that when a news channel says something like this, then there is a problem. You know, someone has to pay for those claims because people will take that as first-hand information. You know, scientific fact and stuff like that.
Yeah, what you will present on that social media, like, look, this is not
Mm.
scientific fact, but on the other hand, you will be attacked and said, what are you saying? And then,
Well, they don't even have the news media channels. Um, they don't
look
even
at
have
this situation getting at
comment
today.
sections.
Look at this present situation. I will not say what, this, this beer thing, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, look at what is going on social media. It's total confusion. And it should to be like at least after 2 years, it should be something's clear. Nothing is clear. No,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
everybody, it's like, even who it's something to believe in, it's not, he doesn't
They
know
still
why
want
he's
to
believing
believe.
that.
They
Yeah.
still want to believe. And you see, in Romania now, they found the best excuse to end all this and make it in such a way that even if it was a bullshit story, nobody's gonna be accountable for that. So what they are saying is that this immunity is contagious. Someone who got shot will be infecting the one who didn't get the shot, and now he will be also immunized. It's magic, you know. It's miracle.
But let's hope that somebody
Yeah,
will, what to say, be in charge for
yeah.
miracles.
No,
In future,
nobody will be held
somebody will pay
accountable.
for the miracle. I don't know.
Yeah,
See,
yeah.
future will bring us somewhere.
They
Where
will
is
they will
curvature?
always say that this thing is a
We
good
need to speak about
holistic thing. Yeah,
flat earth. Yeah.
curvature. Yeah,
Even rotation. Nothing is moving, and I'm watching this, only some clouds. And I see trees are moving because it's midnight.
mm.
And I move the car. I move the pen. I will not talk now. I will leave it in the place. Where was it? Equilibrium. Game. I'm going home. Get after 3 years.
Okay. When?
In 3 weeks.
Oh, nice holiday.
Yeah, the daughter has a holiday, and then we go 1 week to see how it's there.
Yeah, Croatia. It's a nice place, country.
I think it will be cold in my place because I'm I'm on the
Yeah.
border with Serbia. There is my town.
Mm.
I'm not on the coast. But this summer, I hope also there. If I go there this summer, I will make some pictures.
Yeah, do
Maybe,
some.
maybe I will get Italy. I will see. I need to have good photo camera.
Yeah, yeah.
But I was there. I was making photos, and I have some photos, real good photos. But I was not. In that time, I didn't know anything about that.
Mm. Well, now you know what to
Yeah,
photograph, like
I know the spot, and
horizon.
yeah, sun, because I know really good spot.
Mm.
Like people, tourists is coming there to make like a
Yeah,
sunset, and I'm every
sunset,
time going.
sunrise.
Yeah, maybe Italy will be seen. I don't know.
Mm.
Be nice, just for me to finally make measurement.
You should be on a mountain, something, if you want to see Italy.
I saw some. I don't know if they are true. I saw two pictures. Some guys, one guy from Italy, one guy from Croatia, and they took the mountain from the mountain.
Yeah.
From yeah, that mean because it's written on internet. It's very hard to find, but I think that
Mm.
somebody made that. But it's about, I will tell you a lie, 200 kilometers. And you see the top of the mountain, but you don't need
Mm.
to see it. But in Croatia, you have like 1,000 islands. That means so
Mm.
many spots to get, and they are so small. Not so big. And you can maybe get two of them in between or something, and one. I need to look on the map, and I will find one spot, and I will go there, and I make
Yeah.
and I will convince myself for
All right, who's in here? Say something.
something.
It's got to be Sasha.
Yeah.
See, they made Joe Rogan apologize for having, anti-COVID stuff or misinformation. They call it. He's such a pussy. Why is he gonna apologize? Oh my gosh.
I'm not watching that guy for three years, I think.
What'd you say,
And
Sash?
I'm not watching that guy for 3 years, even more.
Well, the thing is, he's doing a good work. He really is. He's not, because if he were to take on the flat Earth dude, they would just censor him and shut him down, and he would have nothing. He wouldn't have a platform at all.
No, they will not. That's the
No, of
point.
course they would. Of course they would. They
No,
would
they
have
will
easily.
not. But he will succeed to do something else again.
It's possible.
Man, come on, man. If he was so famous, he could do after that even more because he will be pointed. He would be like the guy, pointed, and he could be that guy. Okay, I'm this guy. I said this. What the fuck, and go on with that. And okay, we will shut you down. Great. Okay, I will open another thing now because people like me.
Yeah, but there's still a chance for him to always, go back to, I'm saying, to bring that up. Because, like, you know, there's still the opportunity for that. I mean, if had he done it in the beginning, they would have shut him down, considered him a kook and a quack, and then that would have been it, right? Then he wouldn't have any voice at all. He wouldn't have any followers at all because everybody would think he's crazy.
Yeah, but also if Joe Rogan take a 1 hour show about flat Earth and show everything, but every great video about that, it will be great thing, and everybody will be quiet after that.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way they wouldn't let him do it, dude. There's no way.
Yeah, but
He
imagine
wouldn't be on Spotify.
Imagine this. He could say, listen, I will present you now something. I will not say anything about this. You can judge on your own. And present the Joe Rogan show. Now it's watching 1 million people about flat earth evidence. And after that, Joe Rogan, bye-bye. Okay, great. At least you show it, you know.
And
Say, I don't want to have opinion. You people can take opinions. Look at this video and what other people think about this. I'm not saying anything. How about that? And he had his friend Bravo. He could do that. Come on, do that. And
Well, yeah, Bravo still does that though. I mean, he's not afraid, you know.
yeah, of course, I know. Yeah, but yeah, show the that things what people ridiculously think, you know. But find the information where it is. Find it here, you know. We can show you. We will make you material for you and present in your Joe Rogan show and tell other people, look, I'm not saying anything. I want only to present this because other people wanted that you show, and then after that you make a, you know, whatever. Do that, people, for other people, you know, make your show interesting, you know. But he stepped on the other side immediately. Even he started to ridiculous, in the same way.
Well, like I said though, Sasha, he could come back. He could always come back.
Of course. I'm expecting that Djokovic says fuck it, but he will not say also.
All right, Sasha, I'm at work. I'll be back.
Okay. I know that for sure that Djokovic knows that Earth is flat, but he will not say that. Because he has that map, that photography in his hand, and that means that he knows. But how will say now even that? I'm flat earther. Come on. But it would be great, they start to say. Because what will happen? The media, they will attack. Ooh.
shining from the belly of the beast. Straight through the door, carrying a seed, praying for and working for peace. Living in the age of World War III, weaponized food and disease. Lord only knows what kind of monsters they've released with the help of the CDC. Killing off the people while they're blowing up the screens, scaring you to take the vaccines. Meanwhile, radiation spreading through the seas, it's looking like a really bad dream. But people everywhere waking from their sleep, rising up and taking to the streets. We have our differences but all one piece, yet the ruthless in power won't cease. Puppeteers with many tricks up their sleeves, no end to the depth of their deceit. Poisoning our water while they're poisoning our seas, it's war on our humanity. So going crazy when you finally see through the bullshit with clarity. The lens they go through to keep us on a leash, to keep us on our hands and knees. Maybe they thought that they could rule us forever, but clearly that's a fallacy. We're rising up and we're rising together, witnessing the people break free. When you decide to finally take back your power, you take back your destiny. It's past time we all take back what's ours, stop giving them our energy. If we take back our energy and consciously direct it, we could change the world right now. Visualize a better way and manifest it. We could shut Babylon down. Remember what your purpose is and resurrect it. Really learn to stand your ground. We are all kings and queens, don't forget this. Time to reclaim our crowns. It's time we realize where the power lies. The power lies in us. Look deep within you and imagine what it looks like when 7 billion people rise up. And now I see what my elders were saying. If I really wanna take a stand, must reconnect with my roots as a human and really go back to the land. And now I see what my elders were saying. If I really wanna take a stand, must reconnect with my roots as a human and really go back to the land.
We have the most unhealthy generation of children ever, and everybody knows it. I mean, parents know it, teachers know it. Ask teachers when they say, you know, if you've been a teacher for 35 years, what is the difference? And they say, well, the kids now, everybody's sick, they can't pay attention, they're on multiple medications at 7 years of age, which never happened a generation or two ago.
Come on, sweetie, it's time to see the doctor.
No, I don't want to go. Last time I got hurt.
Oh, don't be silly. To be stronger and prosper, everybody knows you have to get your shots first.
Yeah, but except
nothing. Do you want to go to school and catch something?
No.
Now, sit down, wait your turn, and get comfy.
Okay. Hi, the doctor will see you next. Come, please.
Hello, doctor.
Oh, well, hello there. Please leave him with me.
Absolutely.
No fair, Mommy.
I'm so sorry, doctor, but you're scaring him.
Oh, don't you worry. I'll take good care of him. Say goodbye. You'll see her in a bit later. Now, sit down over there on the paper. Nurse, clean and prep is on. Make sure it's ready.
Okay.
Now take a deep breath in and hold steady.
No.
Come here, quit squirming.
But you're hurting me.
I'm just inserting some thimerosal mercury.
No, I don't want to.
Oh, stop. This isn't surgery.
Please let go.
Calm down. You're just nervous. Breathe. Before it gets ugly. You don't want to have an accident and get bloody. See, I give you shots and your parents give me money. They don't even know what's in these things, but they still trust me.
And then all of a sudden you wake up and they're gone. I'm crying my eyes out to the doctor saying, I know these things started this with my child. The vaccines caused this in my child. I could look at the videos and see the change in my child. don't want her vaccinated. He said I had to.
Oh, thank you for your patience. He wasn't bad, was he?
Not at all now that we've contaminated his bloodstream.
What was that? Did you say something behind your breath?
Oh, that was nothing, but you should beware the side effects. Some dizziness, nausea, coughing, and soreness.
Oh, my.
His breathing and vision may be possibly abnormal. His brain may malfunction with cognitions distorted, and many other forms of neurological disorders.
So glad you informed us.
Yes, I only want to help.
Now come to think of it, his sister needs her shots as well.
Oh, really? How old is she?
Oh, my daughter's 12.
How perfect. Bring her in. I have some Gardasil.
Really? Because I heard that many girls died from it.
Oh, that's nothing. They just had some bad scientists. It's standard protocol. You have to take a chance. It's only right to put your child's life in the government's hands.
And to tell people that their lives won't be healthy or normal if they don't take these drugs. This is a crime. And the cost to our society, the cost to humanity is enormous. We are losing a generation of children to these psychotropic drugs.
Hello, the doctor's office. Yes, hello. Is the doctor in? I have some problems. He is available today from 11 to 12. I'm walking in right now. This concerns my mental health. Please, doctor, I'm desperate. Anything will help.
It's so easy. These pills sell themselves. I'll prescribe you as many as you want. Help yourself, but don't take too many or else everything will melt. You see, these little pills seem a bit dangerous, but please don't kill me. You'll be back with an empty bottle screaming, fill me. And if you're not suicidal now, well, soon you will be. You see, it's all part of the crime, using human lives and psychotic science. Profits are climbing. No one's darker than I am. Big Pharma the giant. We've lost all of our minds. Welcome to Arkham Asylum.
But it's another thing. It's the result of. It's not questioning how some people got autism. How the vaccines are dangerous, if not given, dangerous to certain people who are more susceptible. And nobody seems to want to address that. Or they say they've addressed it, and it's a closed issue, but it doesn't seem to be, because there are many people who will come out and say, no, I saw my kid change like overnight. I saw what happened, and I should have done something, and I didn't.
Why are doctors treating diabetes, heart disease, cancer without restoring the normal physiology? Why? Because of ignorance. Okay, just flat out ignorance. Now, what happens to the average child that, say, the mother has been given Pitocin during the birth process, she had a C-section, she's stressed, she can't produce milk. Then they go to the pediatrician who says, well, here's a good soy formula from Gerber. Mix this genetically modified soy formula with fluoridated water, heat it and put it in the plastic container, and then microwave it. This is real advice.
What we have here is a situation where in direct violation of that, in direct violation of what the government would otherwise seek to endorse, is that the family structure, the family fabric of America is sustained, is preserved, is protected. We are seeing a violation of that where the pharmaceutical industry and the state are saying, no, don't trust your parents, trust us, we know better.
Time to see the doctor.
Hello.
You have got to be kidding me. Are you actually serious? Bill Gates is the one in charge of all the vaccines they're giving us. He promotes population.
I heard you speaking.
I was just saying hello. How's everybody doing?
Doing pretty good. It's just a slow morning currently.
Yep. The usual.
I'm just playing some music I found. I guess I'll just continue playing.
You have got to be kidding me. Are you actually serious? Bill Gates is the one in charge of all the vaccines they're giving us. He promotes population control and he lacks the experience. But now humans are reduced into stupid mask-wearing idiots. I'm not having a hissy fit, it's just sad and ridiculous. The world is burning to ashes like a package of cigarettes. And that ain't even the half of all the madness we're dealing with. We're barely scratching the surface of how bad that it really is. We're kept at a disadvantage. I know thousands of instances, like the way they hijack our freedom and snag it in increments, or how TV distracts us and keeps the masses oblivious. Keep us broke with student loans, credit cards, taxes, and interest. The establishment's full of assholes, rap bastards, and miscreants. Rabid psychopath power addicts and ass-kissing sycophants. How could you trust a government that attacks its own citizens? I'm just trying to be polite, bet you're glad that you have the right to remain ignorant. Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off until you're back home. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant.
3, 2, 1.
You have the right to remain.
It's a big game they play to have your minds captured, and the media keeps doing its thing to pass the lies faster. 6 million burnt, charred bodies, the ash lies scattered. That's the only time whenever you gon' see the Black Lives Matter. You either get it or you don't, Georgie, or you float. The red helium-filled balloon versus the heliocentric cartoon, it's a joke. I provoke motherfuckers to think, but they won't, cause they believe in a cult that believes in a goat. They don't see the result. It's ideological subversion, misleading adults, but it's too late. They got your news feed turning everyone two-faced. You see, they clever, they got the KKK running the blue gang, and they want the black community drinking the Kool-Aid from the blue lane. If you still asking who's they, then by now your brain is probably toothpaste. So just tiptoe through those crypto Jews and all the Talmud Zionists, and when it comes to exposing them, shh, the Q is silent. Man, look at this shit. That germ theory got you scared of invisible figurements, but I guess it's legitimate. Don't you consider you have the right to remain ignorant? Every day when you watch the news, you believe that what they are telling you is true. You have the right to be ignorant. You leave for work with a mask on, scared to take it off until you're back home. You have the right to remain ignorant. Good little girls, good little boys, stay inside the house and play with your toys. You have the right to be so ignorant. We keep you misinformed and despondent, just a product that was born into bondage. You have the right to remain ignorant. Ignorant.
Motherfucking TV off. Nigga, it's called television program. They telling you visually the program. You being programmed, nigga. It was on CNN, it's true. I seen it on Fox, it's real. It was on CNN, it's true. I seen it on Fox,
you have the
it's
right
real.
to remain ignorant. You have the right to be ignorant. You have the right to remain ignorant.
I enter with a heavenly glow, ready to go. Eyes on anybody that be stepping too close to my job bubble. Trouble is always a stone's throw. Learn the hard way, even those close will turn cold. Now the child's grown, I can see the world around me's vicious. This is a world where fathers rape their own children, where men smuggle trillions and somehow get away with theft, treason, murder, trafficking of slaves, where little kids are violated inside cages, while crooked politicians getting paid. I said, hell no, we gotta rise up and take control. Gotta wise up and speak up and take the flow. Can't let them get away with this. There's too many atrocities to list. It's been 10 years since they got away with 9/11. Still begging the question, what about building 7? Facing henchmen with my brethren and my sisterin. Hear our footsteps glowing in the distance. You hear that? That's the sound of the resistance. Modern revolutionary steady on a mission. Listen to the wisdom of the children of the purest channel. I said listen to the wisdom of the children of the purest channel. They call for world peace, but the fire won't cease. Presidents on television lying through his teeth. A wolf in sheep's clothing, killer in disguise. Since when a warmongers awarded peace prizes, I realize that most people here are hypnotized. Mass media making mass murder seem justified. Terror. Gotta kill the terrorists. Oh, you wanna protest? Now you want a terrorist. Oh, you wanna live here, slave? Get on your knees. Get your vaccine and RFID. See, your freedom here has its limitations. We don't wanna see no protests or demonstrations. The cops will lock you up with no hesitation. And we make money off you rotting in a cage. Here we make the laws and you're in clear violation. Now be a good little slave and drink your Kool-Aid. I said, hell no, we gotta rise up and take control. Gotta wise up and speak up and take the flow. Can't let them get away with this. There's too many atrocities to list. I said, hell no, we gotta rise up and take control. Gotta wise up and speak up and take the flow. Can't let them get away with this. There's too many atrocities to list.
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Do you have any questions or?
Hello there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, great. I'm with someone who doesn't know about flat Earth. What would you say in a quick sentence? Like, I don't know, what what would you say to somebody that you know was questioning it?
I would say go and test the claims they've told you about the curvature rate and see if it does curve in reality. And once you've done that, you'll probably be one of us.
Yeah, he's open-minded. You know, one of the guys in this server sent me loads of links, and I'm going to send him some links. It's hard to find things now, isn't it? It gets deleted straight away.
Yeah.
And am I right in saying globe busters are kind of not to be trusted? Yeah.
Well, we have a bunch of people from the Globebusters show on this Discord. I wouldn't say not trusted, but we don't advocate trusting anyone.
All right, mate.
Specifically, take all the information with a grain of salt and look into it for yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's just I was told to be careful of globebusters. All right, he's walked away now anyway. But yeah, I just thought I'd let him listen in on this channel. But I'm going to send him all those links. Hopefully, he can see the truth. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm just at work. Thank you for that anyway. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, no problem.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, yes.
Oh, I can barely hear you. Was that Drace?
Yeah, it's Trace.
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. You also sounded like you're far from the mic or something. You're like inside a can or something.
Yeah, I'm driving. That's why I was asking, because I could put my my one earphone in instead. It's probably better than having it, like now it's on the radio, you know what I mean?
I can still hear you though.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to say, because, facts, I still remember, put down there in the Ranked Roll chat, there was this person that wanted to debate us. I can't remember the name right now, but you guys can go down there and look if you want. Anyway, I unbanned that person. The fact is trying to set it up, but if this is going out on YouTube, which I assume it is, if there's often this misconception that, like, if you're banned here, you can never come back, or sometimes just an excuse for the Globe believers not to debate. Oh, I got banned, I'm sorry. So anyway, just an open invitation. I can't do it right now, but if you send me a message when I get to where I'm going, if you're a Globe believer and you've been banned on the 24/7 server, if you're not on the permaban list, then I'll unban you. Come in here and defend your beliefs. We've got an entirely new crowd of people here who are want to hear from you. A lot of the old timers, have not talked to these guys. So it'd be interesting to hear a fresh debate with the newer flat earthers to our server. They aren't necessarily new flat earthers. They might just be new here. But anyway, it's open season on unbanning. I'm declaring it, at least for myself. Probably other people will fight me on it, but, as long as you're not on the permaban, we need to hear about your Globe beliefs. We've had some better conversations around here since we've had more Globe believers coming in. That's what we need, is for you to spout your dogma so we can air it out and discuss it. We want to hear it.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So let me know if anybody bites.
Yeah, I'll let you know if I see anyone.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I was just playing music and typing up a storm.
What are you typing about?
Me and Adam were just talking about Eddie Bravo.
What's your take on him?
I kind of like him, but at the same time, it's like his arguments are very old and outdated, and he just repeats the same arguments. And it's like he doesn't actually watch any of our content or any of that like that. But he claims to have watched Flat Earth debates and David Weiss, but I don't see that in his arguments.
Okay, yeah. See, I'm trying to think if I don't think I've ever actually heard him make any arguments. I feel like I've seen some kind of clip about him talking about. I haven't actually haven't heard Joe Rogan or Eddie Bravo since, like, I used to listen to Alex Jones in like 2012, around that time. And I think Joe Rogan was around at that time. I'm pretty sure that's how I even heard about it, was from Alex Jones, and Eddie Bravo was there. Yeah, but I don't remember him ever talking about flat Earth. Of course, flat Earth wasn't the thing at that time, right?
I don't know. I don't know when that was.
Yeah. But anyway, I haven't heard him talk about flat Earth, so that's interesting to hear. I mean, I know that he, talks about it.
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of clips from him talking about it, and each time he explains very little, and he's just like, look into it, man, and he gives a few examples and kind of appeals to them just to like try to get them to look at it, which is why I don't mind like what he does, because it does bring people to the topic, even if some people might be turned off because it's not super logical, it's not a full argument, but it still brings people to the topic, kind of like Mark Sargent does. Mark Sargent brings a bunch of people to the topic, but at the same time other people look at him and say, that's a guy who lives at his mom's house, he looks weird, he looks funny, I'm not going to listen to him. So they both turn people off in some ways, but in the other ways they draw people in. So I don't know what I don't have a final verdict on either one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think...
Sargent?
What?
I said, did you guys know my last name was Sargent?
Nope.
No, who's that talking?
Rookie.
Oh, I thought it
My
was
last
your
name is Sargent. It's spelled the same way as Mark's, but I'm not related. What'd you say?
Yeah, I don't know.
Sorry, I missed it.
I was just going to say, I think I don't really want to pretend to have the final word on all that, I don't know what you want to call it, the pop culture of flat Earth, let's call it, like the people who do what you just said, who are just kind of, it's like a social, movement on like YouTube and Instagram, I guess. I don't really look at that stuff that much, so I just hear about it when it trickles into here. But like, I think it's good that we present, we have our own little niche here, which I think is good, which is, we're going to focus on the arguments. We might talk about different like social issues, stuff like that once in a while, but that's not like why we're here. Like, we aren't about, I don't consider us to be a movement, you know what I mean? I consider us to be just like a collection of people who like to talk about objective reality, and so these other people that are out there, like, more in the public eye, I guess I would say, when they come in here, it's like, it's very apparent, and I find it, I'm going to go into a dead area soon, so I'll try to wrap this up, but it's like a fine line between, is this person like here to disrupt, or are they like so-called, quote, fake flat earther, unquote, or are they just caught up in that flat earth is cool because it's hip and edgy and, goes against the man, and they just haven't been taught, So I think sometimes it's one, sometimes it's the other.
You broke up at the end, but I think I get what you were talking about.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of that this week, hasn't there? A lot of like roboting from everybody.
Yeah, I think since the Discord was starting to have API issues, I was looking back at Discord's history of lag during that API crash, and for the last month or so, it was steadily getting more and more laggy until it became a real problem for them. So I don't know if it's the user base is increasing overall for Discord or something, and they're just having problem keeping up with that or something.
What exactly does it mean, an API? What does that stand for? Just out of curiosity.
It's when you send and receive messages on Discord, for instance, when the API started breaking, I would send a message, nothing would pop, and then a few seconds later the message would come in. So that delay is what the API is in charge of sending and receiving all the messages.
Interesting. I'll have to look it up and read about it a little bit so that way I can get a little more detail on it. But yeah, that's good. Thanks for the explanation.
It's basically
you guys been in here all night or all day, whatever it is.
it stands for application interface. So when you interact with the interface, that interface like has to send messages and then send them to you, so you receive them. So all of that is within the API.
I thought it stood for something like packet, like something about packets and the way they, encode or whatever. I don't remember how it works, but that's what popped into my head when you said that.
I finished a new song yesterday, if you guys want to hear it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Do it. For sure.
We just entered the new year, 2022. Happy New Year, everyone, and welcome to the Age of the Sextant. It's time for the globe to recant. And thank you, Toby Dog, for this awesome beat. Let's go. Earth. No matter what you do, it messes flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. Lost in a fallacy, it's just a fantasy. Truth threatened from be a global conspiracy affecting you and me. It's not meant to be. It's driving to gravity, you don't have no gravity. It's your head just a cavity, that's just a simile. Science cannot see, it's pseudo actually. The loss of humanity, groupthink insanity, hell bent on vanity. You gave your sanity, freedom lost rapidly. You gave up happily. Truth has validity, lies fear scrutiny, objective reality, a global fatality, public pageantry, lacking veracity. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. A loss of ability, degrading utility, a race of futility. You think this is funny, me? Public cannot see. Just stuck like a tree. They call it university, a death slave undoubtedly. Future stolen from the heartbreak travesty. They lie to you and me. It doesn't make you free. Where is your equity, culture, antiquity? The soul in your history, unravel the mystery. Don't be lost at sea. We're all one family. Raise the children to be free, don't die or work a bee. You cannot lie to me, no knowledge sets you free. Living in reality is the only way to be. Take accountability, find your rationality. Learn the logic and you see, it's just a 43. What's in bigger, take a knee, stop the we and top the plea. Open eyes, see the points, three, undeniably, but not all can see. Especially the pre-programmed NBC with the proud personality and the victim mentality. Living in a normal normality, this genial generality, a hollow superficiality. Earth. No matter what you do, it measures flat. They don't know how to cope with that. In denial, thinking Earth is fat. It's flat. It's time to rise up, come together, teach each other. It's time to rise up, break the bonds from one another. It's time to rise up, I believe in you. They lie to you about everything else. Why would they tell you the truth about where you reside? Brain fried, you don't think you're more easily controlled when the government debunks all the religious views of the world with a lie. The rights of the people come from the creator, something the government could not take away until this. Now most people think the government bestows those rights upon the people who can therefore take those rights away. Those are your freedoms you're giving up and the freedoms of your children. Don't bow before the tyranny, don't believe in this mockery. Getting hooked into a socialist democracy, a communist tyranny, a bold-faced hypocrisy. Obvious for all to see. NASA, Nazi repository, Nazi founded NASA, it's history. Behind the UN as well, it's no mystery. Do the research, stop the faith, it's your choice, your voice. Use it. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Come join us. Peace.
I like it.
Thank you for playing that. Yeah. What is it called?
It's called Earth.
Cool. I love it. We'll have to try to play it on Ladies' Night this week. We got something new to show people. I love it. Nice. Thank you for sharing it.
Yeah, I'm really hoping Creation Bear finishes his song, because I helped Karma record
What's up,
certain
Mikey?
parts for it, so it's gonna be a real good one.
Are you hearing that double thing, or is it done? It's making.
Yeah, it was echoing through someone, I don't know who.
Was that one? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
No, probably not.
I hear you.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, you're
Okay, good. So was that like based on another song, or was that just like a background that you did your own thing to, or is that based on something else?
Oh, I made all that. Toby Dog made the beat, and I just made the song to it.
Cool. All right. Nice.
So that song was 100% from this Discord.
Yeah, that part. I can't. What are the words in there that you said something about fighting for the children or something? What's the part you had in there about the children?
I had a bunch of things about the children. I said, raise the children to be free, don't die a worker bee, essentially. And then in the end, I was basically talking about those are your freedoms you're giving up and the freedoms of your children. Don't bow before the tyranny, don't believe in this mockery.
Yeah, I thought that was good. Yeah, because I think a lot of us do who have children. You know, you don't have to have children to stand up for freedom, but I think it does inspire you when you have them to kind of like not, at least for me anyway, I don't care so much what people think if I'm fighting for my children. You know what I mean? And I do feel like this battle in terms of the globe lie that we are all fighting for our children, and you know, and I think people sometimes just let me know if I'm breaking up. People sometimes because the system gets us to think that like it's kind of like it's an attitude people have that the state is in charge of the children and deciding whether you're doing a good job or not raising them, right? They set up the state as an authority over them as a parent, which is absurd. You know, you're given those children as a blessing from God. Like they were given to you. They weren't given to Joe Biden. You know, they weren't given to the local school board or the teacher. They're given to you to raise. So it's your job to oversee these other people who interact with your children or who make laws that affect their lives or their future. Like, that's on you. Don't be giving up that responsibility to other people and acting like, master, am I raising my children right? It's like, no, it's not up to them. They have agendas, obviously, to serve themselves. They don't care about your children except as they. I mean, I think a lot of people here understand that, but I see people in the world just like afraid to stand up for their own children, you know, and just going along with stuff even if they think it's wrong. And, you know, it's just, I find it very sad.
Yeah, you see this too much. Especially with the latest thing the thing that cannot be mentioned.
I know. My greatest example has to do with that and my son's baseball team, but I'm not going to go into it. But yes, absolutely. Because I had people on the phone telling me, I totally agree with you. But we're just going to go ahead and do what the government said anyway. You know, That's what they say. I mean, that not just that subject, many subjects that happens to me all the time. Because I find myself the only one speaking up. They all agree, but we're just going to go ahead and do what the government says anyway. It's absurd.
Yeah, it reminds me of the meme of the people who are burning, and then all of a sudden they turn into clowns just dancing around. Or the dog in the burning house, and it's like, everything is fine here. Everything is fine.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like that. Yeah, for sure.
I think the problem is they started by getting us all hooked on indoctrination with the TVs and stuff and got everybody on the same propaganda. And then they now fractured all of that. So now everybody's in their little echo chamber and they're trying to breed this kind of distrust and division between everybody so everybody can't like unite against them.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that lately. How we no longer really have a common culture, which in some ways you could say maybe is a good thing in some areas, but it's not good for the children or young people who don't have anything else except for the corporate media culture.
Yeah, you need you need public spaces for the kids and the people to interact where they can interact like normal people. They created these false public spaces with Facebook and Twitter and stuff like that where they control the content and just give you the narrative propaganda spoon-fed to the public while they think they're in public just and that's all there is, and they think they have all the information. They don't.
Yeah, because I mean, it's been quite, cunning to see how the government has made these children think. They basically turned a lot of these children, young people, into weapons, against humanity, is the best I can say it. And yet they still believe that they are somehow bucking the system because they've made them believe like, oh yeah, the system is, whatever your parents told you is good for you. And what we tell you, I mean, I think it's been like that for a while, but it used to be, that when the children were maybe bucking the system and maybe in good ways, like sometimes young people might have new ideas and ways that things should be kind of shaken up, but they've taken that energy to where they're serving the state, right? They're parroting the state's agenda, everything they want because they see it on social media. And still thinking that they're revolutionaries. You know what I mean? Like they think it's revolutionary to go out and, fight for global warming. Like they actually think that's, something that's like, a great cause, that they're like really original thinkers, if they go out and start whining about global warming or whatever the latest thing is. Well, I gotta go, but it was nice talking to you guys. I'll try to check in later, but let me know. I'll just repeat it here that any Globe believer who's been banned in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, if you're not on the permaban list, you can ask to be unbanned. It's like when the library has amnesty program where you can bring in your books. Let's say the month of February, Dandelion, and we'll start today. It's January 31st. Starting today, Dandelion will unban you. Come in here and try out our new batch of excellent flat earth debaters. And, even if you're one of the usual suspects, unless you're on the permaban list, I'm not allowed to unban you. But other people, you no longer have the excuse from in the YouTube chat or wherever you're whining, that, oh, they banned me there. They're an echo chamber. They don't want to hear it. We want to hear it. Could I be more clear?
No, that was pretty clear. And good night, or good evening, or good morning.
Thank you. Yeah, good morning. Yeah, there you go. All right, I'll see you guys later.
All right, see you, Dandelion. I'll be back in a minute too. I'm gonna go get my kid out of bed and take her to school. Hey, Trace, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
There's a song by Tom McDonald called "This House." I've been thinking about doing a flat Earth cover of it. You want to go watch it and check it out, and then tell me what you think. Get back to me and tell me if you think it would be like a decent song to re-sing or redo. I know you're not nuts about Tom McDonald. I'm just curious. I'm just wondering if you want to look at it and tell me what you think.
I like his music. Okay, I was listening. It's could probably be a good parody where you convert the lyrics into something flat Earth related. There's a bunch of things where you could make some words match, but the other things you change. It would just be.
Yeah, I agree. There's going to be some that's going to be tough, yeah. But I figured if I sit and work on it for a couple weeks, sit down and mess with it and look through that.
Yeah, definitely possible. I like the idea. It's just whoever's gonna rap that's gonna have a hard time doing that good.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say that it would be difficult, but imagine if we could get something down. It'd sound pretty good.
Definitely.
Because it is I like the way the song progresses and how he speeds up and slows down, and I dig that song a lot.
It's a good song.
Plus, of course, there's curse words, so that makes it even cooler. Just kidding.
Not to me.
I know, I was teasing.
Yeah, I just don't like cursing. It's funny because I start doing it automatically, especially when I'm drunk. I just start cursing, and I think that's why I don't like it, because I'm trying to stop. Since it's so quiet, I'm just gonna play another song.
It's amazing. Look at the transformation. Look what we came from. We've been so patient, placed in these mazes, trapped in these cages, but we've escaped it. Now we've invaded. Yeah, just look at our faces. I said, look at our faces. Take off your mask. Look at your faces. Look at the passion. Look at the bravery. No one's afraid. Look what we've created. Look what they did to us. See what they made us. Look at the way we embrace the pain of each other. Brothers and sisters, we've made it. And look what it's taken. We've been so courageous, nothing can break us. Look at our strength, our minds, our souls, they just can't contain us. Yeah. Look at the lines that we crossed. of a thought. Look how far that we've come. This goes beyond all the guns, from the scars and the blood to the stars and the sun. When our hearts are strung, we all are one. You must believe how strong that you are. And when it gets too hard, never forget who you are. Never forget who you are. Never forget who you are. And just remember how far we've come to get where we are. Never forget who you are. Never forget who you are. And just remember how far we've come to get where we are. We are the ones we've come. There's no turning back. You won't see us run. We're open to trust. Hope you put hope in us, because we're here only to love. Don't ever say we never fought for you. Some think it's impossible, but we do what we gotta do. V for Vendetta, I'm flicking the dominoes here. It's about to go down. We've come from out from the ground, round after round. No one around us as loud as our sound. We're bound to surround. And no, not everyone's chosen. Yes, some are still broken, some are still coping, but the ones that are still able to carry on, this is our moment. You must believe how strong that you are. And when it gets too hard, never forget who you are. Never forget who you are. Never forget who you are. And just remember how far we've come to get where we are. Never forget who you are. Never forget who you are. And just remember how far we've come to get where we are. We march through the darkness of night. All colors collide. We harness the light. We don't march to a fight. We march for what's right. With no loss of sight, we all must unite. As the planet evolves, we must answer the call. That's why we're here standing so tall as a family. And we'll be damned if we fall. Now is it the power in numbers? Or is it the power of loved ones? Or maybe the power of justice, to remind us of how it all once was. So now's time to stand up. Soon we'll find all the answers. I won't die for this mast, but I'll die for what it stands for. You must believe how strong that you are. And when it gets too hard, never forget who you are. Never forget who you are. Never forget who you are. And just remember how far we've come to get where we are. Never forget who you are. Never forget who you are. And just remember how far we've come to get where we are. Never forget who you are. Never forget who you are. And just remember how far we've come to get where we are. Never forget who you are. Never forget who you are. And just remember how far we've come to get where we are.
It's pretty catchy. I like the hook.
I like the message of the song.
Well, I only heard it the one time, so I couldn't really understand it all. But yeah, I heard some good stuff in it.
I have another one by him that's pretty hard hitting, but yeah.
You gonna play it, or are you just talking? Just telling
I'll play it.
Cool. I'm ready.
Apparently the bot doesn't want to play it. Why?
Talk on it. You had me interested. Now you're teasing me.
Well, the video itself is really graphic. Yeah, it doesn't want to play it.
Oh, I see. I got you.
I couldn't watch the video. But even just the song itself was, yeah. You can check it out if you want.
Did you DM it or did you post it?
I put it in Livestream voice text chat.
I actually have heard this before. Once I've seen the video. Yeah, I looked into that particular subject, and I was horrified at some of those videos. Yeah, that's pretty graphic. It's pretty disturbing. The people are that low and that, you know what I mean? Like, I'm definitely embarrassed to be human when people act like that, you know? Especially when there's no it's not even necessary.
Yeah, it's taken way too far in our name.
Mm-hmm. Yep, you're right. Don't get me wrong, I think, you know, technically I think that, you know, animals are food too, but although
Yeah,
I
me
believe
too.
there's a way to do that, you know, you don't punch the damn thing out, you know, you wait until its lifespan is to the end and then you use it as meat because, you know, why not? You know what I'm saying? That's the way I always knew it. Yeah, people do raise pigs and whatever to slaughter, but generally it's one at a time and, you know, it's hopefully a quick, you know,
In my
not
opinion, the animals
terrifying
should have
type of way to die.
the animal should have a good life before you take its life. You should not torture it endlessly before you kill it.
I agree. And you know what people have talked about? They think that killing animals in that way is actually taints the meat. I believe that. I think there might be something to that. Even though, you know, I don't know if it's scientifically been studied, but you know, like just the thought of it, you know, like if water can be marked by, you know, feelings, and if, you know, if you can literally freeze water and it changes based on, you know, your attitude and the tone of your voice, then why wouldn't it be the same on meat and everything else, you know?
Exactly.
But yeah, I can see why you don't want to watch the the video part yet. It's pretty graphic. Fair warning, if it bothers you about seeing animals treated badly, don't watch that video.
I just can't help it. I just start crying.
Yeah, you know what? That's why I stopped it, because it was turning. I was like, oh man, I can't do. You know, I watched this this video called, I forget what it's called now, but it's about how animals are treated and all these, you know, videos that people took of them and how they gas pigs, and it's really, really horrible. It made me stop eating meat for a while, you know. But because I have Crohn's, it's difficult to keep my protein levels up with just beans because I don't digest it as easily. So I'm kind of stuck with meat, but, you know, in a way I get it, you know, like, if only we could test the meat before we ate it, right? Or bless it and fix it or something.
That's pretty interesting. I wonder if you could do the experiment he did with the water using, for instance, the blood of animals and stuff like that, and you could see some qualitative change. That would be interesting.
Yeah, you could probably test meat that was, you know, an animal that was, put down in a horrible way, and then one that wasn't, and then test the effects, and there'd be all kinds of cool, interesting, experiments that you could probably come up with after you start sitting down with that.
Yeah, and I would think it would be interesting to see also if there was some kind of positive thinking or blessings that could potentially reverse any negative effects if there are any. So there's a lot of interesting things to look at concerning that.
I'll tell you the subject I'd like to study the most, if I was intelligent enough, would be, no, I forgot what it was going to say. I was going to say prayer, like when people get together and they like-mindedly ask for something, or they focus their energy. I'd like to do some testing on things, I can think of 1,000 different ways you could test that kind of thing to try to get answers about what's causing it and if it works and all that. I know a lot of people don't trust it, but I mean, if there is something to it, then there's got to be a way to test it and show scientifically that it's being caused by something, you know what I mean?
Yeah. What I'm also thinking is to make that more interesting is what I would like to do is get a hypnotist to get them all super invested in this, essentially, to make sure they're all focusing on it, essentially. Just like with the hypnotist, you can make someone believe they have the ability to diagnose problems and give people the solutions to those problems. And then even though they have no medical experience or anything, many of them can actually diagnose what's actually wrong with the person and then give them some weird prescription, which is really generally just plants or something.
Yeah, psychosomatic, basically.
And if they do that, it generally starts to alleviate or help with the symptoms. So it's really interesting how people can tap into these kinds of things that we might not consciously be aware of or be able to use it normally in everyday life with our level of consciousness. But if you have someone hypnotizing them all to think they can do this, and there's some master who can actually influence something on some level, it might be even more effective.
I think if you look into the patents on monitors and TV screens, you'll probably figure out how they're doing that and that they already have that technology. I think that it takes a simple mind, someone that's willing, that likes the TV and wants to spend time watching it. But I believe that it's addictive. I believe that it does subliminally put things in your mind, and I believe that even the stories themselves fill your mind with crap and destroy you. I do believe it. I think Stained has a song where they talk about the TV's defecating. You know what I'm saying? It's so true. It's like it's nothing but lies and conjecture, just to confuse and control you. It has nothing to do with reality.
Yeah. And the Reckoner mentioned something here, Art Bell. I used to listen to him a little bit. I really liked a bunch of stuff because he covers a lot of stuff, goes into a lot of different rabbit holes and just looks at them. But my family have often been called weather wizards by other people we know, just because we can clear the weather or make the clouds go away so there's sun and no rain, if we just really all focus together on picturing blue clear skies and the clouds going away, and that just busts the clouds, and before you know it, it opens up and there's sunlight again.
Yeah, I'd like to see something like that. That'd be interesting. I do believe in the power of prayer, but only because I have experience. I mean, I've been in a group of people that were praying for someone, to heal them, or, help them through what they're getting through. And I've actually seen people, their demeanor change and their actual, pain level and all that would change, and they actually seem better. Now, I understand that could be just psychosomatic. It could just be, you're convinced of something and it happens. But either way, if you can actually change something physical with your own thoughts, that is very powerful. And that's probably what they've taken away from us in order to confuse us and keep us in this, spiraling staircase of falling off and coming, trying to climb a ladder and getting knocked off all the time, One of these days I'm going to say something in here and I'm going to get in trouble for it because, honestly, I'm speaking the truth. I honestly really do believe every bit of what I just said. Is anybody else in here? Or am I on my own?
Yeah, I was just posting some images because Lalo Think was asking about Carillion photography.
Carillion? What's that? Maybe I probably heard of it, but it doesn't
It's
sound
the
familiar.
type of thing they use to take pictures or create images of people's so-called auras. It's actually though not actually a picture of someone's aura, but rather it's you put your finger on a thing and then it superimposes the field it picks up onto the image.
You looked into this quite extensively then already, or?
A little bit. My mom has a bunch of these pictures of her with all these auras on them, and I was really interested in learning how it all worked. Because I wanted to take pictures of these auroric fields that are all over the place supposedly, but then it's just not that. It's not like the camera can see these fields outside around you, but it's rather that it's combining things, kind of like they do with the Hubble. Like they combine a bunch of different data sets and then color it and make it look like stars.
Wow, just the few top things that popped up here are pretty weird. Phantom leaf experiment, Korean photography. That's weird. I've seen auras before. Now I don't know whether what I'm seeing is the same as everyone else, but when I was a kid, at least, and it's been a while. When I was a kid, we used to sit in our porch had been turned into a room, so we had like this family room in the back of the house. And oh crap! What the hell? Brain fart. Where am I going? Oh, and my stepmom and my brothers would always sit on the couch that was against the wall, so it was like a white background. The wall was painted, fairly white or whatever, eggshell. And I would always, I was taught to look someone in the eye, or at least be looking at their face or their right eye. So when you're paying attention, especially an adult or your father or mother, it's out of respect. So, I'd always I'd keep staring at the person whoever was talking. And I started to notice that there was like this glow of like light around the tops of their head and around their body. And I thought, is that like a trick? Is that like just my eyes tricking me? And because of the contrast between the dark in their hair and the white background? But the weird part is that I've never seen that in a photograph. I've never, you know what I'm saying? I've never seen any kind of like weird aura, besides until now this Carillion thing, but I've never actually seen anyone take a picture of it. So if you can't see it in a photograph, then maybe I am seeing something there and it's not just my imagination. So, that pushed me further down the road and I started talking about it and my stepmom said, wow, you really see an aura? And I said, yeah. I said, some people's auras are like bluish and reddish and there's different colors, but yeah, I do. It's interesting.
Yeah. You can also train normal people to see auras and stuff like that. I have looked into that as well, and I've trained that a little bit. So I can see like it looks like a displacement, kind of like when you see air over a fire. To me, I don't see the colors.
Yeah,
but I have
what I see is not like heat change. You're talking about like the heat when you see the heat affecting light.
I'm talking about when you focus on it. when you're not used to seeing auras. When you start seeing them, it starts looking like it's not just like the fire. It's similar, but it's not exactly the same.
It is similar. It's more like this weird glow that I don't know. I think it might be like when you stare. You know how these little tricks that you see on YouTube where you watch a certain pattern and then when you look away from it, you like see everything moving and weird. I think it could be something like that. Like I can understand why people would, dismiss it because of that, but I really don't think so based on my experience with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like normally, I don't see any colors. I just see the shiftingness around things, especially living things. But on the corner of my eye, occasionally, when I'm in a really zen state, I have seen colors. So I get where you're coming from, and I have heard a lot of people talk about it and read a lot of books about it. So it could be visual seeing. It could be generated in my mind. I don't know.
Right, or it could just be a trick of a light trick or an optical illusion too. But I mean, I don't see auras on everybody. Some people don't have one, and that's what blew me away. Is because there was a day where someone came over and I was like, "You don't have an aura," and they're like, "What? What are you talking about?" I'm like, "I don't see an aura around your head. That's really strange." Like everybody else did. It was weird.
I think it's because I don't think we see this with our eyes. I think we see this with our third eye, kind of like when you meditate with your eyes closed, and suddenly the previously darkened room, which was pitch black and you couldn't see anything, you can certainly see the ceiling through your closed eyelids. And I've looked around in my room and like seen everything through my closed eyelids, but then I open my eyes and it's pitch black because it's like winter and all the lights are turned off. So no, I think that's seeing with you're not seeing the physical, you're seeing the astral in that sense. Kind of like when you see you can imagine things and put it into reality, or when you go into a dream, you're experiencing things not in the physical. Or at least that's how I see it. Whether it's all real or not, I don't know. I think we need more experimentation on that, with especially like if you look into Robert Monroe and the Hemisync. He is the guy who trained CIA for remote viewing and out-of-body experience stuff. And they made a movie about him, The Men Who Stare at Goats, with George Clooney. It's a mockery of what really happened, but it at least covers it a tiny bit. I have all of his trading programs as well. Downloaded them a long time ago.
Interesting.
I thought it was interesting as well because I also bought Aleister Crowley's magic books, so I know his system and how he trains other people to be able to be a magician, and that's similar. It's all about controlling your mind and controlling the images in your head, and being able to have full power or control over that. So if you visualize a white cross, you can hold that white cross forever. That's what the training essentially gets you. And so that's where they do all the magic. They do it all in their mind. Primarily. They have like positions and shit they use in real life, but it means nothing without the mind or the visualizations. It might show, but I really like studying the occult and all things mystical, just because I like making fantasy stories and novels, essentially. So that's what I like, planning on working towards, making a gigantic novel that's going to reveal everything. So for me, understanding how the world works and understanding how other people consider the unseen to work, I find interesting, especially when there's correlations or similes between all these things. I find that very interesting, but I wouldn't do any of these things. Kind of like I learned a lot about Kabbalah, but I'm not gonna do that. I learned a lot about Aleister Crowley, but I'm not gonna sit down and do all his shit. There's a limit to how far I will go. I won't take the claims as truth. I don't trust you to not be fooled by something and then therefore fooling me by proxy. But I certainly think there's something out there. Otherwise, there wouldn't be all of these different systems, all of these different things, all working on these similar principles, and so many people who think that it's giving them results. So there's something behind it, but what? I don't know. Yeah, Lalo, there's all sorts of different types of so-called magic. There's so many I don't even know where to begin. I don't even think I want to go into all that. Because it's not really important. It's just there's a lot of things that people believe. Flat Earth is not weird when it comes to all that. Like, Flat Earth is very reasonable and logical compared to the occult side of things. Yep. It's actually the common ground for all the religions as well, and it's the literal ground we're standing on. We're all in common standing on this ground. So, yeah, couldn't be more in common. And since I'm back to talking to myself, I'm just gonna play some songs.
Mainstream media, legit as Wikipedia. All these transformers walk around deceiving you. Did I hurt your feelings? Too bad you won't be needing them. I'm a space station using hate speech again.
Live your life with no regrets. Detox the metal so you don't forget. I wipe my ass with a Baphomet, like on the real disrespect. They wanna vaccinate you, then dumb you down. Lights on, no one's around. Zombie nation with ghost towns. Depopulation, how does that sound? Better wake up for it's too late. Got Man, Linda, and Billy Gates. Few plans for the world's fate. A lot is at stake while you sit at home with your dinner plate. And the food on it is a printed steak. Your digital currency's a minute late. Bring truth to you and you like, can it wait? No. No, it can't.
All I wanna do is live fast, die young. If this new normal's what the world's become, so alone yet overrun. And the best part is it's just begun. All I wanna do is live fast, die young. If this new normal's what the world's become, the worst part is it's just for fun. Mainstream media, legit as Wikipedia. All these transformers walk around deceiving you. Did I hurt your feelings? Too bad you won't be needing them. I'm a space station using hate speech.
So I'm calling out Satanists, y'all pedophiles. Aleister Crowley said it loud. How is it y'all still deny when the whole religion is to kill a child? Do what thou wilt, law of the land. Follow desire, take what you can. Give nothing back, bury your friends. Left-hand path, when will it end?
All I wanna do is live fast, die young. If this new normal's what the world's become, so alone yet overrun. And the best part is it's just begun. All I wanna do is live fast, die young. If this new normal's what the world's become, the worst part is it's just for fun.
I'm still here, by the way. I just was helping my daughter. I just spilled a glass of chocolate milk all over her backpack right before we got to school. So I was trying to fix that. Sorry if I didn't mean, like, stop talking.
It's all good. Here's the opportunity to play a new song.
I was actually thinking about maybe reading some of that evolution facts thing. There's a section about I forgot what it is now. Strata and something else. I thought it would be relevant to flat Earth.
I got another one. Ah, it didn't load.
I don't really wanna be just another kid from the P, giving up his dreams. People telling me I need to face reality. Could it be the way that everybody is treating me? When you're so fake to my face, thinking for days, you afraid so you ain't blatant with negative ways. You enabling anger with games that you play. I don't have any hate, but I've got a dangerous brain. About ridicule, you try to affect me with that. Aren't you thinking I'm gonna fight back, didn't you? I'm optimistic, I don't mind that ridicule. I'll make you regret it, cause I'm a nice ass chin of you. Dude, really it's cool. I never do anything to try to offend you. You stereotype me when I'm in the venue. You think I'm bothered because the music I'm into. But I'm a goof. I smile and high five to you. I'm a nerdy white, nice type of dude. So you act surprised when I find the booth. And I get up in it, I only talk about it if I live it. Authentic, I've never been given into a gimmick. My image is only a reflection of my feelings. So if you wanna measure it, I'm ready and I'm willing. I'm not afraid to be acting like a yoo-hoo. Maybe it's because I am a little cuckoo with a blue screw. But I'm rapping like a guru, looking at you like nanny nanny boo boo. I don't think you really get how much I've invested and been in debt. Every minute spent on my skillet. Yeah, I remain in the shadow like a silhouette. I'm stereotype, type. Yeah, I'm stereotype, type. By society, I'm stereotype, type. Yeah, I'm stereotype, type. By society, say what you wanna. I wasn't brought up to be the same as you. I always try to be humble. The irony is that I'm stereotyped by society. Just cause I'm a rap dude, arms full of tattoos, automatic assumptions, I'm gon' clap you. Bitch smack you only if I have to. Bustin' the nuts and we stacking the cashews. Rational pass through, sick as I'm fast food. Believing in the moment that we giving cause we have to. You never get high if you never take flight. I'll bury my knife in your stereotype. Now scrutiny's not new to me. Giving life to the rhythm, then I kill the beat. Some of the realest peeps, ugly as fuck. Tell me who is you to judge. You can see me in my beanie, yo so cholo mexicana. Same day chilling with the hippies as I'm beating on some bongos. Everybody's hungry, making the bacon. If all the bitches want me, why you be hating? Trying my patience, I'm tired of waiting. Morals and values of taking vacation. Me, C-dubbing optimistic. Best of both worlds like chicken and a biscuit. We all from different walks of life. On the same path, trying to do what's right. You cannot see what I'm trying to be. That's why I say, fuck your society. I'm stereotype, type. Yeah, I'm stereotype, type. By society, I'm stereotype, type. Yeah, I'm stereotype, type. By society, say what you wanna. I wasn't brought up to be the same as you. I always try to be humble. The irony is that I'm stereotyped by society. Said I couldn't do it, I was wasting time. Everybody get back, I'm next in line. I put the best of mine on display this way. Motherfuckers never had one chance to say this shit again. Now it's 20 years past you, ho. I'ma rip mics up fast and slow. I got a savage flow to be a leader in this shit. I'ma hit 'em with a motherfucking massive blow. Get the cash and go, no work for free. Stereotype by society. Quietly shipped away. What I meant to say is fuck you, paid me lately. Yo, I've been Boston now. Probably because all the years of doubt. I never gotta fall out of my pockets, I'ma give it away. Okay, here's some clout. Close your mouth with your weak assumptions. I don't look the part, but the beats are slumping. Pumping out a heater, but optimistic, I'm dumping. Locking it out, we still drop, yeah, it's coming. When I say I'm the boss, run my business, paid the cost. Skin like leather, built to last. Made more cash than I took a loss. They don't see what I've been through, they think they know what I'm into. Homie, it's the tip of the ice, yeah, I'm nice on the mic, that's not what I'm trying to get to. That's my point from the soul. Even though I spit it with variety, the fact remains, it stays the same. I'm stereotyped by society. I'm stereotype, type. Yeah, I'm stereotype, type. By society, I'm stereotype, type. Yeah, I'm stereotype, type. By society, say what you wanna. I wasn't brought up to be the same as you. I always try to be humble. The irony is that I'm stereotyped by society.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, wake the flip up. I know there's somebody out there that wants to come in here and talk about flat Earth. Somebody out there, maybe on YouTube or something, wants to come in here and have a discussion or make fun of us or something.
Yeah, otherwise we're just going to drown you with good music.
Yep, we'll just drown you with the killer music. That's all we can do. Or maybe I'll start reading some dumb book and then it'll really drive you nuts.
Yeah.
But the chapter I was thinking about reading is about fossils and strata. I think that's something that.
Yeah, I'm definitely interested in listening to that. I'll play this one song I have queued up, and then you can drive into that if you want.
Sure, or whatever, you know.
Yeah, this is Steve Grant. PTP. Let's get it.
Burn your history books, go kill your TVs. If you haven't yet, you're an NPC. We get plenty rest, don't get any sleep. The cost to stay awake's pretty great, a heavy fee. You already know your diet woke, give them Pepsi please. Mix in aspartame, make it extra sweet. We are Disaster Aid, here to set you free. What's my flask contain? Maybe DMT. Our past is extra scarred, so we masquerade. You follow celeb-tards and all they have is fame. Humans, motivated by a dollar sign. Sell out is too plain, because they never had a spine. When you're born into evil, the door in is see-through. So your whole existence is harvested people. We see you, motherfuckers that take children. We're coming for your heads, won't have no time to film it.
We don't got no time for this show. We said kill your TV a long time ago. So you shouldn't be surprised to be told that the media and presidents are Zionists on. It's you they try to control. It's you they try to control. It's you they try to control. So you better make sure you have a mind of your own.
History's literally being rewritten, provided it's aligning with a certain people's entire list. Agendas and scientists look at each other like survivalists. Not sure if Herschel was a colonist. The issue underlying is when time persists, they build a higher fence. Can try resist, root for the little guy insist to rise up fist. What are you supposed to do when your homeland is someone else's fire pit? Use the ashes to raise pH. We need an ion shift. I'm pretty sure Jesus didn't want a priest just to touch a little boy's peanuts. But for some reason, it's hell on earth now. You're controlled since birth now. Injections control the birth now. It's a critical race to critically think. Humans believe in ideas but follow what misery brings. Racism's a base system of a face difference. Color shades lifted, they don't want us on the same rhythm. Your brain is full of fluids, electrical charge with blueprints. Come back to the druids, reverse what's been ruined. Teamwork for the movement, DreamWorks if you use it. Don't leave Earth, we might lose it. 88 to hook you wired, no time to view it.
We don't got no time for this show. We said kill your TV a long time ago. So you shouldn't be surprised to be told that the media and presidents are Zionists on. It's you they try to control. It's you they try to control. It's you they try to control. So you better make sure you have a mind of your own.
Look them in the eyes, flick them in the forehead. If they react, they're asleep, so repeat. Only a matter of time before there's more dead. It's time we act on our feet, no defeat.
Don't worry! Suppose you hit that wire with a connecting hook at precisely 88 miles an hour. Everything will be fine.
Everything will be fine. Play another one. I'm in the middle of taking care of my attitude adjustment. Give me a
No problem.
put ourselves on the radar of intelligence agencies and governments east and west. The whole world probably knows about us now. We're an army without a flag. They're gonna come knocking real soon. There's no turning back now. We're a wrench in the old system of deterrence.
I'm coming through swinging, not talking physical fights. We're bringing the light, all my boys are mystical knights. Take a seat, children, it's story time. Remove your face from Facebook, you look mortified. Stand before the tribe, initiation is simple. Turn the page, open your mind, the synchronization will ripple. In time, the sedimentation will chisel. Proof that procrastination in humans leads to regeneration of signals. Now you're up awake screaming, the judgment day creeped in. Oh, you want help? You should have said please then. We can rise up the peaceful warrior way. Observe, take advantage, praying mantis, I lure in my prey. Don't bite the hand that feeds you, tear the head off that misleads you. For centuries they fed the people to keep spreading evil. Awaken the giants, the frustration inside us has reached an elevation, now we're breaking the silence.
Give a fuck where you run with, 'cause give a fuck where you run with, 'cause give a fuck where you run with, 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 'cause give a fuck where you run with, 'cause give a fuck where you run with, give a fuck where you run with, give a fuck where you run with, give a fuck where you run with.
Yeah, when I appear, you start to see a flash of lightning. And we enter in your city like Attack on Titan. I grab the mic and I smash it like I'm laughing with Vikings. The last of the tribesmen, but we ain't straddling bison. Thumping the skill. My madness is maxed out in your face like Mad Max strapped to the front of your grill. Fuck what you feel, the government will come for the kill. I run with the real, they dare me to jump and I will. The way I stand for my fam can be compared to statues. And me risking my neck to protect them is very natural. Anonymous is sitting back just staring at you with the head tilted like a pack of pterodactyls. Ain't no need to try to measure us, we all giants. And our presence is felt cause we don't walk silent. And by the looks of us, you never think we non-violent. But we here to strike the fear in the eyes of all tyrants.
Give a fuck where you run with, 'cause give a fuck where you run with, 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 'cause give a fuck where you run with, 'cause give a fuck where you run with, give a fuck where you run with, give a fuck where you run with.
Don't give a fuck who you run with, 'cause we run in with titans. Don't give a fuck who you run with, 'cause we run in with titans. Fuck who you run with. Cause we run in with. Give a fuck who you run with. All you weak dudes, you cruising bum clicks. When we come through, you prove you're unquick. You don't wanna fuck with us, we come sick. Running with titans, summoning thunder and lightning from the sky like Thor. Hitting them harder, bigger and larger than herbivorous dinosaurs. Titanosaur, we standing for the people in the planet. The animals understand that we're all connected. No matter what your species or your race is, religion or your nation. Injustice done to one is injustice. All of us face it. All of us face it. The world we live in's a web connected by threads and lies. I never comply with what the government says. The government lies, the government steals, the government's violent, the government kills. If the government has a chance to cheat your ass, the government will. Nothing but real hip hop, hip hop. We turn into rap, we only react to self-defense. If they busting at us and we bust it right back. The Titans is who I'm running with, coming with soldiers who cheating the government. After the money is up for the living, we get big on them.
Give a fuck where you run with, 'cause give a fuck where you run with, 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 'cause give a fuck where you run with, 'cause give a fuck where you run with, give a fuck where you run with, give a fuck where you run with.
This whole Peace Walker thing has left our mark on the history of the old order. It won't be a particular country or ideology that hunts us. We are going to be fighting the biggest beast of all. The times. It's going to be a lonely battle. No good or evil. No winners or losers.
I am almost done. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was going to take me a few minutes to get myself set up, and so I don't have to stop in the middle of the whatever.
I have one more different one.
Yeah, I really like that band, or whoever the group. I like them a lot. I like, they sound like a professional. It sounds like a record studio made it. You know what I'm saying? Not saying anything against your stuff, but I'm saying it sounds more professional. And you know what I'm saying? It has that tinge of like normalness to it.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I like them. They're really
My stuff is essentially just raw. I don't have any effects. I don't know how to layer stuff really well, so I just suck at it. That's 3 different dudes. The last one was Power to the People, Steve Grant, and DISL Automatic. And each one of them makes good music produced on its own, so all 3 of them together I expected good things, but yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and play the last one.
See if it works. For the audience, we do not endorse everything this singer says, but it like we don't incite violence, but he does.
Round up the Illuminati all across the nation, subject them to a session of enhanced interrogation, subtract the information and give it to the people, illuminate their minds to the root of all evil, put the international bankers up against the wall, load up the minigun and proceed to kill them all. I'd like some politicians to get the JFK treatment. I mean, really, where's a lone gunman when you need him? A false flag on the headquarters of the CIA, blame the Mossad to get them both out the way, beat the pharma to goons, chemotherapy, steadily machete trees on 13 families. Find out from where they run the aerosol spraying. Hit them with the barium, fit the breathe is all I'm saying. Every fucking Rockefeller's bound to get your bullet. Rig the UN building with some thermite and a bullet. Check it out, it's the Puppet Master Massacre. Turn it up and check if there's a secret agent after you. Find out what they did, look at where they live. Run up in their cribs and put a gun up in their ribs. Check it out, it's the Puppet Master Massacre. Turn it up and check if there's a secret agent after you. Find out what they did, look at where they live. Run up in their cribs and put a gun up in their ribs. Even though Monsanto has been banned from Europe, waterboard the CEOs with high fructose corn syrup. The Federal Reserve will get what they deserve when 100,000 people rushing into Bilderberg. Construct a guillotine near the palace of the Queen. Smoke them out their homes with their own brand of gasoline. Show the Bohemian Club what a real cremation looks like when in mid-July. Therefore is this satellite. Pile up all the money and the banknotes cause they're fake. And for the Rothschilds to be burned out at the stake. Let the pedophiles get raped by the demons they invoke. Put them in a wicker man and burn them in their cloak. Put a hit on Redstone using Rothstein mob money. Hitting Kissinger with Agent Orange will be lovely. Freemasons will be facing bullets at initiations, as will Satan's Council on Foreign Relations. Check it out, it's the Puppet Master Massacre. Turn it up and check if there's a secret agent after you. Find out what they did, look at where they live. Run up in their cribs and put a gun up in their ribs. Check it out, it's the Puppet Master Massacre. Turn it up and check if there's a secret agent after you. Find out what they did, look at where they live. Run up in their cribs and put a gun up in their ribs. Hack a predator's home, then attack the president's home. Shatter the dome, skull and bones and the club of Rome.
splatter them. Catholic rapists at the Vatican, Trilateral Commission, we will be taking care of them. Molotov cocktails at the World Bank, drive up into IMF with an Abrams tank. This is how we deliver death to different governments as we set fire to the European Parliament. Overthrow the system and occupy the ministries. Excessive force on cops will take it back our liberty. Call me terrorist and psychotic homicidal. This is what I call the French Revolution's revival. Medieval solutions on medieval institutions. Necessary executions for the revolution. Don't think that you're safe if I didn't mention you. If you're an evil puppet master, you will get it too. I'ma find out what you did. Look at where you live. Run up in your cribs and put a gun up in your rib. I'm saying how it is. Time to die, you fucking pig. This is what you get for sacrificing little kids. Check it out. It's the Puppet Master Massacre. Turn it up and check if there's a secret agent after you. Find out what they did. Look at where they live. Run up in their cribs and put a gun up in their ribs. Check it out. It's the Puppet Master Massacre. Turn it up and check if there's a secret agent after you. Find out what they did. Look at where they live. Run up in their cribs and put a gun up in their ribs.
I like it, but yeah, I can see where you're coming from when you say it's a little bit, you know, violent and aggressive or whatever.
I love
But, you know, that song had a lot, there's a lot of points there. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I love the song, but I wouldn't do it myself or perform it myself publicly.
I hear that. Okay. Now, once I catch my breath here in a second, I'll screw around with this book if you're interested. And then maybe somebody will come in and give us a reason not to have to do it. No, I'm just kidding. I think this stuff's pretty interesting. Hopefully I don't stammer all over it. Okay. Just for everybody listening, in case you're curious, this book is downloadable for free. There's a PDF for it. It's called The Evolution Cruncher. There's a bunch of other books on... it is evolutionfacts.com. And if you go down to downloads, you can either download it or you can actually read all of the books they have. It's really interesting. I went in there and looked at it yesterday. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to catch my breath. I went in there yesterday and checked around, and there's some different stuff in there. Like, there's these little, like, lists of things to add, like arguments. You know, like, let's say you're having a conversation with your professor, or he's giving a speech up there and he's talking about whatever. It kind of gives you scenarios for you to ask questions and make statements and comment on certain specific things about how evolution isn't like that. You know what I'm saying? How they're wrong about it. And it's interesting because I read a bunch of them and I was like, wow, that really goes into depth. Like, this book has a lot of information. I mean, I've yet to like go and, you know, double check every single reference, but it does have references. And the part that I'm reading is just it's like an abridged version, but it gets to the point. So anyway, I'm on chapter 12 of The Evolution Cruncher.
It's about evolution facts?
It's evolution facts against, let's see, what is it, just how it describes evolution. Let's see. It's called Evolution Cruncher. It basically destroys evolution.
Oh, I see.
You know, it's evidence against.
I was worried, you know, because evolution facts is very funny term.
Well, yeah, I know. I thought the same thing, but you know, but evolution facts is exactly what it's telling you, right? It's giving you facts.
Yeah, what evolution. They say. Yeah,
right. But anyway, chapter 12 is called Fossils and Strata. It says why the fossil strata theory is a remarkable hoax. You want me to go on? You want to hear some of it?
Sure, yeah. I don't mind.
All right. All right, this is Rookie reading. Like I said, you heard me. This is the largest and one of the most important chapters in this book. Fossil remains provide evolutionists with their only real evidence that evolution might have occurred in the past. If the fossils do not witness to evolution in the past, then it could not be occurring now either. The only substantial evidence that evolution...
One moment. In the first phrase, you said it was the word might. So that means it's not certain. It's actually possible, but it doesn't mean it actually is. When they say might. Yeah, yeah. So it's not specific. It's talking about Tooth Fairy. So yeah. Go ahead.
Right. Right. Yeah. Exactly. Well, yeah. You have to have the mindset that this is against their evidence. Like all the stuff that you read the evolutionary theories and all that. This is the actual evidence against it, is what it is. So it states what they said they claim it is, and then it gives you reasons why that's not true. Sorry if that wasn't clear. I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm going to go on.
It was very clear, but I just wanted to make sure that the listeners understand.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right. The only substantial evidence that evolution has taken place in the past ages, if there is such evidence, is to be found in the fossils. The only definite evidence from the present that there are mechanisms by which evolution could occur, past or present, if there is such evidence, is to be found in natural selection and mutations. There is a chapter dealing with each of these three topics in the set of books, chapters. Okay, I could give you that, but like I said, if you want to go online, you can find that. This subject may seem to be complicated, but it is not. We will begin this present chapter. Sorry, I'm stammering it again. We will begin this present chapter with an introduction and overview of some of the fossil problems. Then we shall give enough attention to each of those problems and more besides to provide you with clear understanding of principles and conclusions. And when you obtain it, you will be astonished at the amount of overwhelming evidence supporting the fact that there is absolutely no indication from the fossil record that evolution has ever occurred on our planet or plane. We still do not know the mechanisms of evolution in spite of their overconfident claims in some quarters, nor are we likely to make further progress in this by the classical methods of paleontology or biology, and we shall certainly not advance matters by jumping up and down, shrilling, Darwin is God, and I, so on and so on, and this prophet. That was said by Errol White, Proceedings of the Linnean Society of London, 1966. It references it. Definitions, introduction. Okay, definitions 1 through 9. Introduction. Most people know very little about any aspect of geology. Here are some of the major areas of geologic study. Of the geological terms defined below, you will want to give special attention to those in bold italic. Okay, now this one's in bold. Here are several of the major branches of physical geology. Geochemistry is the study of the substances in the earth and the chemical changes they undergo. Petrology is the study of rocks in general. Oh, I didn't know that. Mineralogy.
Petrology is from Peter, which that name means rock.
Yeah,
it's
Petra,
biblical definition, it's very funny how they use his name,
Yeah, it is. Well, I mean, there is some religious context to this, don't get me wrong, but but like I said, I'm pretty sure this is all pretty sound. I mean, I don't know, I'm not expert, I don't have a degree, but I'm saying, but I'll go on. So mineralogy is the study of minerals such as iron, ore, and uranium. 4, geophysics is the study of the structure, composition, and development of the earth. Structural geology is the study of positions and shapes of rocks very deep within the earth. So that would come in. This would come in. When we're talking about the what is it? The cola or whatever that dig that they did.
Layers.
It says both physical and historical geology include 3 areas. Geochronology is the study of geologic time. 2, earth processes in the study of the forces that produce changes in the earth. 3, sedimentary is the study of sediment and the ways it is deposited. I think that Godrock could probably confirm some of this stuff. Historical geology has at least 4 main fields. Paleontology, which is the study of fossils, and paleontologists are those who study them. Stratigraphy, I think that's how it's pronounced, is the study of the rock strata.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Stratigraphy. Yeah, the stratigraphy. There you go. the rock strata in which the fossils are found. And then 3 is paleogeography, is the study of the past geography of the Earth. And then the last one, 4, is paleoecology. Paleoecology is the study of the relationships between prehistoric plants and animals and their surroundings. Okay, so that laid it out. I mean, I've never even heard that explained, so that's interesting. I think I'm getting my
It's
soda.
Latin words. And
Yeah, it is. I know. I should slow down a little bit. I apologize. I have a tendency.
No, not a problem. I know the words very well.
Right. Yeah. You guys, I know a lot of you guys are really, really keen on some of this stuff, so it's going to make a lot of sense to you, but less for the audience, obviously. But I challenge you to go and check it out. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go on. Fossils are the remains of living creatures, both plants and animals, or their tracks. These are found in sedimentary rock. Sedimentary rock is composed of strata, which are layers of stone piled up like a layer cake. Strata in the plural form is stratum. Sedimentary rock is fossil-bearing or fossiliferous rock. Oh, that's interesting. Sorry, I got cut off. Fossil hunters use the word taxa, taxon in singular, to describe the basic different types of plants and animals found in the fossil record. And do you want me to stop?
No.
By this, they generally mean species, but sometimes genera or more composite classifications such as families or even phyla, kingdom, phyla, class, order, family, genus, species. Taxa is thus something of a loose term, which is like taxidermy, right? It will be found in some of the quotations in this chapter. Higher taxa would mean the larger creatures such as the vertebrates, animals with backbones. The part of geology that deals with geology that deals with the tracing of the geologic record of the past is called historic geology. Historic geology relies chiefly on paleontology, the study of fossil evolution, as preserved in the fossil record, to identify and correlate the lithic records of ancient time. And that was there's a reference there.
So it's a circular reasoning. One explains the other. I mean, according to the strata layer they are found, that's how we say which time period they are from. And the other way around also, of course.
Yeah, it's like
we
one
can
hand
tell
washing
the age of that layer because of the bones we find inside those layers.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Where was I? Yeah. These fossil remains may be shells, teeth, bones, or entire skeletons. A fossil may also be a footprint, bird track, or trail marks of a passing lizard. It can even include raindrops. Now, I don't know about that's the part I want to stop there because I'm questionable about footprints. Come on, I mean, how does an animal make a footprint in solid rock? I don't understand that. Does it mean like their foot was embedded and then the foot is gone? Is that what you mean?
Well, they want to say the man walked on the mud, or that animal left a footprint in the mud, and then that mud petrified itself in that shape.
Okay, I see. I get it. Okay. Many fossils no longer contain their original material, but are composed of mineral deposits that have infiltrated them and taken on their shapes. That's the part that I'd like to study a little more about. How that transfer, how that works.
Yeah.
Fossils are extremely important to evolutionary theory, for they provide our only record of plants and animals in ancient times. Right, so it's important, right? The fossil record is of the highest importance as a proof for evolution. In these fossils, scientists should be able to find all the evidence needed, right, to prove that one species has evolved out of another. Although the comparative study of living animals and plants may give very convincing circumstantial evidence, fossils provide the only historical documentary evidence that life has evolved from a simpler to more complex forms. And that was said by Carl O. Dunbar, and there's a reference. Fortunately,
we should
there
see
is
something like a donkey growing long teeth and a long nose, and from those pointy long ears to transform into elephant ears, and it looks like an elephant now.
I know, it's kind of ridiculous. Yeah. Sorry. Unfortunately, there is a science which is able to observe the progress, or fortunately, sorry, not unfortunately. Fortunately, there is a science which is able to observe the process of evolution through the history of our Earth. Geology traces the rocky strata of our Earth, deposited one upon another in the past geological epochs through hundreds of millions of years, and finds out their order and timing and reveals organisms which lived in all these periods. Now, this, like I said, this is theory, right? They're describing the theory of it. Paleontology, which studies the fossil remains, is thus enabled to present organic evolution as a visible fact, and there's a reference. Okay, then there's this one's in italics. Paleontologists know the facts. Okay, it says the experts speak, and it gives you a reference. The study of fossils and mutations ranks as the two key evidences of evolution. The fossil evidence proves or disproves whether evolution has occurred in the past. Mutational facts prove or disprove whether it can occur at all, right?
Yeah, this is the one I like. It's my favorite, mutations. I want them to provide me with a good mutation.
Yeah, I don't think
there are no such things in genetics. I mean, all mutations are bad. Yeah. So, and evolution actually relies itself on good mutations. Yeah.
Okay. This is probably why all of the scientists, paleontologists, and geneticists are the most likely to publicly repudiate evolutionary theory in disgust.
Yeah.
And there's a reference. They have spent their lives fruitlessly working hands-on with one of the two main factors in the very center of evolution, the evidence, fossils, or the mechanisms by which it occurs, mutations, and that part of the body within which it must occur, the DNA. The fossil hunters, this is number 2, the fossil hunters, for over a century, thousands of men have dedicated their lives to finding, cleaning, cataloging, and storing millions of fossils. The work they do is time-consuming, exhausting, yet it has not provided the evidence they sought. And, that's going back to what you just said. No evolution today, one type of animal changing into another, never occurs today. No biologist, and this is a quote, no biologist has actually seen the origin of evolution by a major group of organisms. And there's a reference. Everything hinges on fossils. Clearly, then, because no evolution is occurring now, all that the evolutionists have to prove their theory is fossil evidence of life forms which lived in the past. If evolution is the cause of life on Earth, then there ought to be thousands of various partly evolved fossils, life forms. For evolution to occur, this had to occur in great abundance. So there should be a boatload of evidence for it. There should be, but we don't have it.
Intermediate species.
Right, exactly. There would be drastic changes over periods of time, right?
Yeah.
The fossils should reveal large numbers of transmitted species, creatures which are half fish, half animal, etc., right? Like half rabbit, half dog, whatever.
Yeah.
Throughout these studies, we shall refer to how basic types of or kinds of plants and animals as species. However, as discussed in Chapter 11, which we didn't read yet, animals and plant species, biologists frequently classify plants and animals as species. That's the last separation. Uniformitarianism. Okay, that's a big word. It's always hard to say. A basic postulate of evolution is the concept of uniform. Okay, you know the word, uniformitarianism. According to this theory, the way everything is occurring today is the way it has always occurred on our plane. Well, it says planet, but this point
what
has strong
happened
bearing.
before is actually going on, still going on. Yeah.
Right. This point has strong bearings on the rock strata, since no more than an inch or so of sediment is presently being laid down each year. Amount would have been deposited yearly in those places in the past. In other words, there'd have to, and I'm trying to figure out, like, where did this extra dirt come from? Is it because it's supposedly eroding from mountains and things? Because I don't see the mountains getting smaller. Not that I'm aware of. Maybe I'm wrong. But,
That's a funny thing. Yeah.
yeah, it's interesting, right? Since there are thick sections of rock containing fossils, therefore those rocks and their contents must have required millions of years to be laid down. Right. That's exactly what I'm thinking, is like it would have had to taken a long time and slow. Yeah. That is how the theory goes. The opposite viewpoint is known as catastrophism. And teaches that catastrophism. I haven't heard that part of it. Yeah, there you go. Right, comets and all that. And teaches that there has been a great catastrophe in the past, the flood, which within a few months laid down all the sedimentary rock strata, entombing the animals contained within them, which became fossils. Because we know there was a flood. I guess we've got pretty much good evidence on that. The theory that started it. Naturalists working in Paris a few years before Charles Lyell was born discovered fossil-bearing rock strata. Lyell used this information in his important book, Principles of Geology, and divided the strata into 3 divisions. He stated one as youngest, another as older, and then the third as very ancient. Lyell and the others worked out these strata dates in the early 19th century before very much was known about the rock strata and their fossils. Some strata in England, Scotland, and France were the primary ones studied. Lyell based his age theory on the number of a still living species presented by fossils in each stratum. I know this is getting technical. I apologize because I'm getting lost here too, but I'm trying to read and keep up with it. If a given stratum had few fossils represented by species alive today, then Lyell dated it more anciently. So yeah, I see where they're going with that. It has since been established that Lyell's theory does not agree with reality. The percentage of still living species is very, very high throughout all of the strata and varies from place to place for each stratum in different locations. Nevertheless, after quarreling over details, Lyell's followers extended his scheme, and though they changed his initial major strata names, they held on to his mistake and elaborated on it. Although some of the strata names changed later in the 19th century, scientists in the 20th century have been stock full with this relic of the 19th century error. That is why they are taught in colleges and universities. See, this is helpful and explain like how they, got it, how they got it to change. You know what I'm saying? I think this is very revealing.
Yeah.
Okay, the eras. The fossil-bearing rock strata are said to fall into 3 major divisions called eras. At the top are it shows an example here. It says at the top are the Cenozoic era rocks. Below that comes the Mesozoic era levels. Next comes the Paleozoic era strata. At the bottom we find the Cambrian, which contains the lowest fossil-bearing rocks. Beneath that is the Precambrian. The Cenozoic means recent life. Mesozoic means middle life, and Paleozoic means ancient life. I didn't know that either. Interesting. Okay, dates when geological timescales originated. This fossil strata theory is genuinely archaic. Hey, I like that word. I love when they use it in the right way. The basics of the theory were devised when very little was known about strata or fossils, but geology and paleontology have been saddled with it ever since. In other words, it's been, their downfall, I guess. Here are the dates when the various geological timescales were first developed, the periods. The quaternary is up to 1829, or this is going backwards. The tertiary, the Tartary or whatever, tertiary, 17. Is that what it is? Tertiary, okay. It's 1759. Cretaceous is 1822. Jurassic 17, and it goes down. But I'll read them all, but I won't read the numbers. There's Triassic, Permian, Carboniferous. There's Devonian. There's Silurian. Is that how you say it? Silurian, Ordovician, Ordovician, yeah, something like that. And then Cambrian.
Yeah, Dovician.
And then the eras are the Cenozoic, Mesozoic, and Paleozoic. Okay, I know that's crap, but it has to be said. You
those names are,
they're hard to say, but I'm saying it helps for you to hear like how they stack them, right? I mean, that makes sense, right? Well, because some of you guys know all this stuff, but people most only don't.
Yeah, these are composed words, and they were used in language back in the days, and they meant different things, like Paleozoic or Paleo, Neo. Paleo means old, Neo new, and Meso like middle, And
then the Cenozoic, or is it Cenozoic or Cenozoic? No, I was asking is that how you say that?
Yeah, people. It was the number the old number system. It was made from these words,
kind of like Roman numerals have alpha and omega and beta and all that. Okay, I see what you're saying. It's just a way of separating to understand the species and separations, right? Gotcha.
Like
it's the
say,
what do they call it?
Now
classification of animals and plants.
Like decathlon and marathon. These are sports which are based on numbers. They are named by that. Deca is 10. That's what it means. But when you say decathlon, then it's a sport. Yeah, it's not a number anymore. But it refers to how much you run, actually. 10 times of 100, 10 hundreds. Yeah.
Right, I got you. Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Perhaps the most ridiculous part of this is that radio dating of rocks, which did not exist in the 19th century. Theories were devised, is forced to fit those 19th century stratidates. It is done by using only a few test samples which fit the 19th century dates. The rest are discarded. Yeah, hand wave. See that's another where they hand wave stuff. And then it says, see chapter 6, there's a reference.
Yeah, that's why carbon dating is so weird, interesting. All people believe it, but I've seen, for example,
very little proof that it works properly.
Yeah, they discovered in Romania ancient gold tablets in 18th century, King Carol I. And he ordered to make lead copies of it, and all the gold tablets, he took them for himself, of course. It's gold, one tablet was weighing 10 kilograms of gold. 200 tablets is like 2 tons of gold, right?
Wow.
Yeah, it's not gold which you find every day.
Yeah, I hear
that's
you.
a big treasure.
I've heard that the world supply of gold would only fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool. That's why it's used as precious, is because of its properties and the fact that it's not so much.
Yeah, the thing is, the Roman Empire, when they conquered Dacia, they took 15,000 tons of gold. which wasn't just gold extracted from the mines, like raw. It was already manufactured into objects and artifacts.
Right, yeah.
Tablets, books. It was written books, and
Weren't the Nazis doing that too?
we do see this knowledge actually even in Hollywood movies. I'm not sure if Indiana Jones, but yeah, they show you about these famous ancient treasure hunters, who go somewhere in South America and they found City of Gold, and they take it all for themselves, like giant treasures. And actually, this is all reference to this event in history 2000 years ago, when the Roman Empire conquered this empire, the Dacian Empire. But actually, in that time, it wasn't an empire anymore. The Dacian Empire started fading in the times of the birth of the Hellenistic Empire, the Greeks, and after the Greeks, then the Romans showed up. But yeah, even the Roman Empire, it was actually somehow those Greek rulers and brilliant minds, they just shifted power to Rome, to Italy. Yeah. It wasn't like the Romans, the Italians just started flourishing. It was the same guys all the time. And now they shifted to USA up until 2000, then to China, and they are everywhere. It's their own system everywhere. Yeah. It's a slave system which governs the whole world. And this is what the Dacians 2000 years ago, in their mentality, they will not bow down to this system. They will not allow themselves to become slaves. So the king himself, when he lost the battle, one battle he lost with them, and instead of getting captured, he committed suicide. And he said, I don't allow you to capture me. I don't give you that kind of pleasure, And, yeah, he took his life, and then this Roman general decapitated him and brought it to Rome. And you can see this in the walls of Rome. It's a very famous sculpture, how this general brings the head of Decibel to Trajan, to the emperor. Yeah. And they call us barbarians. They call the Germans barbarians. They call the French, like the whole Europe is made of barbarians. Only these Roman Italians, they were the civilized people. It's very funny.
Right, yeah. Almost, survival of the fittest and that level of thinking you're supreme over another, right? I mean, I'm not saying that there wouldn't be like a divinity line, but or a race that was more intelligent or whatever, but because we have our differences. I mean, like, physically. Yeah. But I honestly don't think that it goes as far as they claim. That most people think that they do. That's my opinion.
Well, even the funny thing is, even they if they have a bloodline like going tracing back to these fallen angels or stuff like that, I don't blame these people in that way. I don't curse them. I don't do anything like that. I consider them, they are human beings. They are capable to be a human being. But if they are acting being human, then they are not humans. I'm sorry. All I can say is they look inside and outside like a human being, but they are not. Because they are acting.
They're right. Exactly. I know what you mean. It's almost like they're possessed, right? Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
And even in the Bible, God cursed them. All these, descendants of the giants or whatever, he cursed them all to die just like men, Even the angels, the fallen angels, he cursed them to die like men. So that means they lost their state, And now immortal beings actually, because these angels, they ate from the tree of life and they have drink from the spring, from the waters of life, from the spring of life, eternal life. And it's actually literally impossible to destroy these beings. You cannot kill them. They cannot die. The only thing it can be done to them is to imprison them, and that will be some sort of, we're going back to the problem of creation, of bringing stuff into existence, and what has been brought into existence, it exists. But when you start with the concept of creation, there has to be the things which have not been created. They have not been brought into existence for specific reasons, And that is a different kind of realm of non-existence, and even a rock will be insulted to be thrown in that kind of realm, because the purpose of the rock is to be a rock and to exist, to exist in space and this system of life, nature. And if you throw it in that realm which is not designed for life to exist, to sustain life, to have space, to have all these beautiful, miraculous experiences that we have of our reality, you don't have them there. And
I'm going to go on here. It says, evidence of evolution. If evolution was a fact, we should find in present events and past records abundant evidence of one species changing into another species. But throughout all the past history and in the present observations, no one has ever seen this happen. Prior to written history, we only have fossil evidence. In other words, we don't have records of it because people didn't write it down or it was destroyed. Scientists all... Let me skip to this. It was like a thing here. Over the world have been...
He's repeating this so many times, like no evidence for evolution.
Right, exactly. Yeah, this is describing it, and it points it out, like it makes it logical, a logical, like, what do you call it? Like, narration of it,
Yeah.
Okay. Scientists all over the world have been collecting and studying fossils for over 100 years that we know of. Literally millions have been collected. In their research, In all their research, this is what they discovered. 1, there is no evidence of one species having changed into another one. 2, our modern species are what we find here, plus some extinct ones. 3, there are no transitional or halfway forms between species. Yes, there are extinct creatures among the fossils. These are plants and animals which no longer live on the earth. But even scientists
that's
agree
what I
that
wanted
extinct
also to
species would
mention.
not be an evidence for evolution, right?
Yeah.
That's like turning it back around and trying to say it backwards. Yeah, you're right. That's circular reasoning.
And it's a very important point, this one, to say that all we can find in these fossils, we can find extinct species, but they are not intermediate.
Right, exactly. Like how did a cat form from whatever their animal did it form from? And how did a blob of meat or a blob of whatever protozoa or whatever form a nose and form eyeballs to be able to see and then cognizance? It doesn't. There's absolutely no sense in it at all, of course.
Exactly.
But let's keep going on because there's a lot of stuff in here that I love. I've been reading ahead as you were talking. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. It says. Going back, it says that extinct species would not be an evidence of evolution. Yet evolutionists parade dinosaur bones as a grand proof of evolution, when they are no proof at all. Extinct is not evolution, and extinction is not evolution. Before proceeding further in this study, we should mention 2 points that will help you clarify the problem of this. Why so very complex at the bottom? Okay, that's the title of this one. As we already mentioned, the lowest strata level is being called the Cambrian. Below this lowest of the fossil-bearing strata lies the Precambrian. The Precambrian. The Cambrian has vertebrate, non-backbones, animals such as trilobites and brachiopods. These are both very complex little. These are both very complex little animals. In addition, many of our modern animals and plants are in that lowest level, just above the Precambrian. How could such complex, multi-celled creatures be there in the bottom of the Cambrian strata? Right, makes no sense. But there they are. Suddenly, in the very lowest fossil stratum, we find complex plants and animals, and lots of them, with no evidence that they evolved from anything lower. In other words, they were already as complex as the ones we have now, right? It remains true, as every paleontologist knows, that most new species, genera, and families, and that nearly all categories above the level of families appear in the fossil record suddenly and are not led up to by known gradual or completely continuous transitional sequences. And there's a reference, George G. Simpson. There's a book he wrote. Paleontologists, the fossil hunters, call this immense problem the Cambrian explosion. I remember hearing about this. Because vast numbers of complex creatures suddenly appear in the fossil strata. In other words, it's like somebody just, poof, pop them into existence. Interesting, right? With no evidence that they evolved from any less complicated creatures. Sorry, I didn't mean to stop in the middle of that one. We will discuss the Precambrian Cambrian problem later in this chapter. What caused this sudden massive appearance of life forms? What caused the strata? Why are all those fossils in the strata? And what is the solution to all this? The Genesis flood. The answer is that a great flood, the one described in the Bible in Genesis 6-9, rapidly covered the earth with water. When it did, sediments of pebbles, gravel, clay, and sand were laid down in successive strata, covering animal and plant life. Under great pressure, these sediments turned into what we today call sedimentary rock. Clay became shale, sand turned into sandstone, mixtures of gravel, clay, and sand formed conglomerate rock. All that mass of water-laid materials successively covered millions of living creatures. The result is fossils that today are only found in the sedimentary rock strata. That's interesting. When the flood overwhelmed this world, the first to be covered were slow-moving animals. The next to be covered were somewhat larger, somewhat faster-moving animals, and so it went. Today we can dig into these rock strata and find that the lowest stratum tends to have the slowest moving creatures. Above them are the faster ones. In other words, they go from, like small insects and, small animals and they work their way up to elephants and dinosaurs or whatever was alive. Evolutionary scientists declare these lowest strata are many millions of years old, 570 million for the oldest, the Cambrian, and the topmost to be the most recent, the Pliocene at 10 million, and the Pleistocene at 2 million years. But in actuality, we will discover that the evidence indicates that all the sedimentary strata with their hordes of fossils were laid down within a very short time. Enough evidence available, in other words, that's what it says, is evidence available? Before we proceed further, it is valid that we know whether there is enough evidence available to decide the fossils problem. In other words, to solve, to decide it. Can we at the present time really know for sure whether or not, according to the fossil record, evolution has or has not occurred? Yes, we can know. Men have worked earnestly since the beginning of the 19th century to find evidences of evolution in the fossil strata. The adequacy of the fossil record for conclusive evidence is supported by the observation that 1% of the living families of terrestrial vertebrates have been found as fossils. 87.7% of birds are excluded, and then there's a reference. Geology and paleontology held great expectations for Charles Darwin, although in 1859, when he published his book, Origin of the Species, he admitted that they already presented the strongest single evidence against his theory. Funny. Fossils were a perplexing puzzlement to him because they did not reveal any evidence of the gradual and continuous evolution of life form from a common ancestor, proof which he needed to support his theory. Although fossils were an enigma to Darwin, he ignored the problem and found comfort in the faith that future explorers would reverse the situation and ultimately prove his theory correct. That's funny. He stated in his book, The Origin of the Species, the geological record is extremely imperfect, and this fact will, to a large extent, explain why we do not find intermediate varieties connecting each other all the extinct and existing life forms by the finest graduated steps. He rejected these views on the nature of the geological record. On the nature of the geological record will rightly reject my whole theory. In other words, okay, I should read that again, I'm sorry. He who rejects these views on the nature of the geological record will rightly reject to my whole theory. That's what it was, okay. Quoted from the 6th edition, 1901 edition of Darwin's book, pages 341 and 342, in case you're curious. After over 120 years of the most extensive and painstaking geological exploration of every continent and ocean bottom, the picture is infinitely more vivid and complete than it was in 1859. Formations have been discovered containing hundreds of billions of fossils, and our museums now are filled with over 100 million fossils of 250,000 different species. The availability of this I'm really stammering now. The availability of this profusion of hard scientific data should permit objective investigators to determine if Darwin was on the right track. And that way there's a reference. There are 100 million fossils, all cataloged and identified in museums all around the world. There are 100 million fossils housed in museums and other collections. That ought to be enough to locate the missing links and prove evolutionary theory, correct? You'd think so. Yes, enough information is now available that we can have certainty from the fossil record whether evolution ever did occur in our world. The present chapters will provide you with a brief summary of those facts. Anybody coming in that wants to talk or ask any questions or comment? Or should I just go on? Am I reading to myself? Anybody?
I just got in here a minute ago, but I'd say go ahead. I don't know how long you've been at it, but go ahead.
I think I've been reading for about an hour, and Get Beget and I were talking about. We stopped it along the way. In case you're curious, I'm reading that book again, if you've heard me read it before. It's called Evolution Cruncher. It's called Evolution Cruncher. If you go to evolutionfacts.com and go to downloads, you can download the book, I think, on PDF, and then there's other books that you can read for free in there. It's all free. And I'm reading chapter 12 out of the Evolution Cruncher. It's titled Fossils and Strata. So we've been going over geological stuff, evidence about it, and there's a lot of interesting information in here, and it has all references to every bit of it. Like all those little paragraphs that I've been reading along the way, for those of you who are listening, actually, I said, there's a reference. These are all references from books by scientists and geologists and things like that. This isn't just some guy's random, smatterings of what he thinks. There's actually references for you to go and check out and see for yourself. So I think that's what's great about this book. And of course, like I said, this is just a condensed version of it. The actual full book is like probably 10,000, I don't know how long it is. This has got 900 and something pages in it. And it says it's just the abridged version of all the evidence and the stuff. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and continue reading. I ended with, this present chapter will provide you with a brief summary of those facts about the fossil record. The reason for abrupt appearances and gaps can no longer be attributed to the imperfections of the fossil record, as it was by Darwin when paleontology was a young science. For over 200 million cataloged specimens and about 250,000 fossil species, many evolutionary paleontologists such as Stanley argue that the fossil record is sufficient, and that there's a reference. In part, the role of paleontology in evolutionary research has been defined narrowly because of a false belief tracing back to Darwin and his early followers, that the fossil record is woefully incomplete, and that it's woefully incomplete. Actually, the record is of sufficiently high quality to allow us to undertake certain kinds of analysis meaningful at the level of the species. And that's S. Stanley, and then there's a reference. Over 10,000 fossil species of insects have been identified, over 30,000 species of spiders, and similar numbers for many sea-living creatures. Yet so far, the evidence for step-by-step changes leading to major transition looks extremely thin. The supposed transition from wingless to winged insect still has to be found, and has the transition between the two main types of winged insects, the Paleonptera, mayflies and dragonflies, and the Neoptera, original flies, beetles, ants, and bees. And then there's a reference. 150 years of collected evidence, in spite of such an immense amount of fossil evidence. It says, Heribert Nilsson of Lund University in Sweden, after 40 years of study in paleontology and botany, said the deficiencies, the missing links, will never be found. Wow. Herbert, that's interesting. It is not even possible to make a caricature, a hazy sketch of an evolution out of paleobiological facts. The fossil material is now so complete that the lack of transition series cannot be explained as due to the scarcity of the material. In other words, you can't use that as an excuse because there's so much fossils they found. The deficiencies are real. They will never be filled. And then there's a reference to the person that said that in what book. More than a century ago, enough evidence had been gathered from the study of fossils that it was already clear that the fossil gaps between Genesis was unfillable. Genesis kinds was unfillable. Even Charles Darwin admitted the problem in his book. Yep, we talked about that. And then this is a quote from a book. Immediate links. Geology assuredly does not reveal any such finely graduated organic change, and this is perhaps the most obvious and serious objection which can be urged against the theory of evolution. And that was actually Charles Darwin's words. And then there's a reference. For over a century, hundreds of men have dedicated their lives in an attempt to find those missing links. If the transitional forms connecting one species with another are really there, they should have been found by now. In other words, with all that record. Sunderland, quoted above, said, "Our museums now are filled with over 100 million fossils, blah, blah, blah. Here in 2 brief paragraphs is a clear description of the enormity of this missing link problem." And then here's the explanation of that. "The time required for one of these invertebrates to evolve into vertebrates or fishes has been estimated at about 100 million years. In other words, that's what they say, it took that long. And it is believed that evolution of the fish into an amphibian required over 30 million years. The essence of the new Darwinian view is the slow, gradual evolution of one plant or animal into another by the gradual accumulation of micro-mutations." That gets back to what you were saying, Gebget. "Through natural selection of favored variants." In other words, the favorable variants of like birds that are, marked differently, or moths that can, hide themselves on, the trunks of trees or whatever. That's, that kind of stuff. That's where they're going with that. If this view of evolution is true, the fossil record should produce an enormous number of transitional forms. Natural history museums should be overflowing with undoubted intermediate forms. This goes back to what I said about there having evidence for curvature and all that other stuff. The fact that that doesn't exist tells me that something wrong. And about 250,000 fossil species have been collected and classified. Those fossils have been collected at random from rocks that are supposed to represent all of the geological periods of Earth's history. Applying evolution theory and the laws of probability, most of these 250,000 species should represent transitional forms. There should be something there. Thus, if evolution is true, there should be no doubt, question, or debate as to the fact of evolution. And then that was part of the quote that was said earlier, as I was reading, and it was said by Duane T. Gish in The Origin of Mammals in Creation, The Cutting Edge, from 1982, page 76. I only said that one because I thought it'd be interesting for someone who doesn't know where to find the info. The above quotation provides... Yeah, sure. I'll stop. Go ahead.
No, I mean, if you want to finish your paragraph or page, it's fine, whatever. Just...
No, I'll stop anywhere you want. So we're only one paragraph away from that section. That's fine.
I'm just curious here, if you don't mind me cutting to the chase to some extent. Does the book talk about Charles Darwin's first cousin, Sir Francis Galton?
Not yet, but I'm sure they're going to get to that. Or maybe it's not found in here, but maybe the whole book, the unabridged version, probably has a lot about that. Well, what did you want to say about that?
Well, just it's interesting that one took this supposed academic route, and the other took the applied route, and they come up with the nice, friendly term of eugenics, when really it was about killing and maiming and locking people away in state institutions.
Okay. Yeah, I hear where you're going.
Yeah. No, continue on. I just wanted to ask that question because you've caught my interest in the book, so I just was curious if I'll download it at some point later today and read it over the next few weeks. But I just wondered if there was a.
So you heard me reference it. You got the.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I asked you earlier.
Okay,
about
cool.
The book. You told me. Cool, but.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you were the same guy. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries, no problem. I just I appreciate the interruption.
Sure. Yeah, no, it's fine. If anybody wants to cut in, I have no problem with that. Or if somebody that's in the text chat wants, I'm trying to look at the text chat, but I can't read the book and track that too. So bear with me here. If you guys have questions, like if somebody wants to like read it off, if I'm not able to look over and see what it is. If you guys do have questions, somebody can always pop in and tell me.
Reading it to spawn some conversation.
Yeah, that's why I'm filling the gaps. It was quiet in here, and I decided I've already read quite a bit of the chapter. But yeah, I want everybody to, the whole idea of this is, this is positive. This is the truth about, and I've already read through some of this stuff, and it's baffling. It's like, what, really? Like this stuff doesn't match up. Like that stuff about them not having, having all this evidence, and all this over time, 100 and something years of fossils and strata, but yet they can't produce anything like that. It's just fascinating to me. You know, and they admit it. Like all these scientists are admitting it in all these books, and these are all like scholarly people, you know, that they're scientists and paleontologists and all these people that are, you know, this is their specific, like, you know, they specified in this. So, you know, you would think that they would be somewhat professional. So it's funny that they're all talking about how these things aren't true, but yet we don't hear anything about that in the media. We don't learn that in schools and things. Why don't we learn this stuff? This is actual evidence for what we were talking about earlier, is that this is part of the control. You know, and I think understanding all these things and why they're wrong, it helps us understand how they're setting that up and how they use it to confuse us and make us believe in that the Earth's a sphere and that all this other stuff is true when we know darn well it doesn't make sense from what we see in the real world, right?
Absolutely. I would say for at least the last 30 years that I've followed it, maybe longer. I don't know how long it's been since I've been hearing about evolution. That they've always said over those last 30 years, we're about 5 years away from finding the missing link.
Yeah, right. Oh yeah, because that's the media. That's the, you know, the actors' version of it, of course. But this, you know, this really gets down to the nitty-gritty. It makes me realize that, you know, the stuff we're watching on TV literally is. It's like, yeah, maybe there's some truth in it. They'll throw a few things in there that make it sound, you know, like it fits with science. But the reality is it never actually, you know, like if you go and read the books that they're talking about, you'll realize that they're not right. They're just commenting on something and it's their opinion. You know, that's another thing to remember is when you watch the news and things, this is all opinion. These people could be lying to you. They could be paid by the CIA. They could be paid by anybody. Some rich guy comes along and I own a TV station and they pay me enough money and I don't think it's going to harm people. I might just take that money and let him put stuff on there. You know what I mean? You know, it's so easy for you know, the common person, like, you know, is it a fix to like accept something like that, not knowing what he's really getting himself into. So I find it, you know, that's why I get irritated when people try to deny and hand wave it. Oh, well, the people wouldn't do that. Why would they do that? Well, why does anybody steal anything? Or why does anybody, you know, find ways to buy something and then resell it at a higher price and screw people out of money? I mean, that's the American way, right? That's the way the world works. But why? You know what I'm saying? We could be fine growing our own vegetables and raising our own animals like we did in the past. But now we all are scrunched in cities and we're all, you know, have all this television influence and all this media influence that controls our lives and we don't realize it. You know what I mean? This is the cognitive dissonance that gets us when we're trying to talk about flat earth facts and things like that with people and share it too. You know, this is important stuff, I think. It's fascinating too because it supports everything we talk about on here. You know what I'm saying?
I very much enjoy TV. Very much.
I do too. But I do realize that it's just fantasy. It's for entertainment, you know? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, sorry. I was just saying, and I noticed it's the exact parallel behavior. They're using the same behavior about the fictitious.
I'm not a recording. I'm sorry, I had to throw that in. I saw someone rose it, so I thought it was recording.
No worries.
Go ahead.
No, I said it's the same behavior, and interestingly enough, you can actually learn about the behavior that they use against the flat Earth concept. They use it in evolution, and it's just over the board, and you can see that they're insatiable, that they can have 300 more million fossils and they'll still never find it, but they'll still say, oh yeah, we're 5 years away from having it. We got this and that. And we're
just got to dig deeper. We just dig a little bit deeper. We're going to find that for you.
But anyway, I'll let you get back to reading it. I've been enjoying it though.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate that you're enjoying it. I mean, that's great. I've been, you know, I just decided the other day to try this, and it seemed to. Of course, a lot of people come in and go, "What are you talking about? You know, why are you talking about this?" And oh yeah, and it sparks conversation. That's for sure. Yesterday, or the other day when I read it, I didn't read very long. I didn't read for very long, and it sparked a conversation that went the rest of the day, basically, right through ladies' night, and even after there was people talking about some of the stuff that it led into, and so it filled the gap. That's basically what I'm trying to do is, you know, throw in some entertainment, but some interesting facts. It's not just meaningless, you know, argument and people talking about what they think and that. I just thought, you know, it's better than, you know, let's just throw out there our philosophies and then everybody going, okay, I'm bored with this and leaving. You know, this is actual stuff you can research yourself. It's not just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? This book, has reference. I mean, I think there's probably over 1 million references in this book, and the ones that support, the big version of it that's unabridged. Okay, so where was I here? Okay, so the last paragraph in chapter 1, or section 1. The above quotation provides an excellent summary of the fossil gap problem. The fossil record purportedly contains a record of all the billions of years of life on Earth. If it takes 100 million years for an invertebrate to evolve through transitional forms into a fish, the fossil strata should show vast numbers of the in-between forms, but it never does. Scientists discuss these facts among themselves. They have a responsibility to tell them to the public. And yeah, I agree. They do. They should be telling us the truth. The evidence supports the information given in the oldest extant book in the world, the Book of Genesis. I know it's religious. Don't get me wrong, but it's interesting how Genesis matches up with it. See what I'm saying? We know there was a world flood. We can, what I'm saying. So I'm not trying to go into a religious part of it. I'm just saying, there is support that's based on, writings from the past. Okay, where was I? Okay, 2, dating the strata and fossils. How are rocks dated? There were vast quantities of fossils scattered in various sedimentary strata throughout the world. Yet, how are the rocks and the fossils dated? In other words, how do we know how old they are? In this section, we are going to learn that the rocks from the fossils and the fossils are dated from their theories about the datings of rocks. This is going to get fun. We can hardly pick up a copy of newspaper or magazine nowadays without being informed exactly how many million years ago some remarkable event in the history of the Earth occurred. Adolf Knopf quoted in Isaac Asimov's Book of Science and Nature quotations, and there's a reference. Let us examine the dating process more closely. Real history. Real history only goes back about 4,500 years. The first dynasty in Egypt has left us records that date back to about 2200 BC. That is the corrected date as determined by scholars. Manetho's account reaches to 3500 BC. See chapter 21, archaeological dating. Due to a lack of space, we had to omit nearly, there's all kinds of things in this book that they had to shorten to get it. Moses began writing part of the Bible about 1480 BC. He wrote of events going back to about 4000 BC. Yet evolutionists claim that they can date this rock or that rock going back into the millions of years. Right? That doesn't sound right? The entire geologic column from bottom to top is supposed to have taken 2 billion years, with millions of years being assigned to each level of strata. In other words, going on. On what basis do they presume to think that they can assign such ancient dates to the origin of various rocks? Big question mark. With the exemption of some recently erupted volcanic lava, no one was present when any rocks were laid down. In other words, all the rocks that we see today, no one was here to see where they came from or how they were made. A man picks up a piece of rock from the distant past, and although he himself may be only a half century old, he claims to be able to date that rock as being 110 billion years old. Not dated by appearance. Rocks are not dated by their appearance. For rocks of all types, limestone, shales, gabbro, may be found in all evolutionary ages. Rocks are not dated by their mineral, metallic, or petroleum content. For any type of mineral, they may be found in particularly any age. In other words, they're not classified and separated in that way so that you could see that information. See what I'm saying? Maybe I should read that again. Rocks are not dated by their appearance. For rocks of all types, limestone, shales, gabbro, etc., may be found in all evolutionary ages. That's what it is. I messed up that last word. Rocks are not dated they're not dated by their mineral, metallic, or petroleum content. For any type of mineral may be found in practically any age. So I guess maybe that I've read it twice, it makes sense now. Not dated by location. Rocks are not dated by the rocks they are near. In other words, if they find two rocks next to each other, they don't. That's interesting. The rocks above them in one sedimentary sequence may be the rocks below them in the next. That's funny. The oldest rocks may lie above so-called younger rocks. Rocks are not dated by their structure, breaks, faults, or folds. Wow. This is really interesting stuff. None of this has any bearings on the dating that evolutionists apply to rocks. Textbooks, magazines, and museums displays gives the impression that it is in the location of the strata that decides the dating, but that is not true. It is indeed, and this is a quote, it is indeed a well-established fact that the physical stratigraphical rock units and their boundaries often transgress geologic time planes in most irregular fashion, even within the shortest distances. And there's a reference from J.A. Gillespie. Not dated by vertical location. Rocks are not dated by their height or depth in the strata, or which rocks are at the top or at the bottom. In other words, when they pick the rocks out of a section of strata that they claim is a section by itself, they don't like list them as they were. You know, in other words, they don't start at the bottom and work their way up or down. It's just basically that whatever they find in that section, they just all chuck into one folder. That's funny. It's crazy. Their vertical placement and sequence has little bearing on the matter. This would have to be so. This would have to be so since the arrangement of the strata shows little hint of uniformity anywhere on the world. In other words, they're mixed up. Not dated by radioactivity. The rock strata are not dated by the radioactive minerals within them. The dating was all worked out decades before anyone heard or thought of radioactive dating. In addition, we learned in the chapter on dating methods that there are so many ways in which radiometric dating can be incorrect that we dare not rely on uranium and similar minerals as reliable dating methods. In other words, they're talking about half-lives. You know, like a half-life is basically like the time, like if you take a dog as an animal that passes away, the half-life would be the time it takes for the minerals or the individual cells to be destroyed completely, and it's half of the life that it takes for that. So, that's why they call it a half-life. It's like if it took, let's say, if I died right here in my chair, and no one bothered me, and I was exposed to the elements, how long would it take for half of my body content to be destroyed or go back to its original thing or whatever? I'm sorry if that's not a good. Maybe somebody should post the actual definition so you can compare it to what I just said. I'm sorry. I'm just like, I've got my mind so much in all this. I'm really fascinated by some of this stuff because it matches up with what questions I've been asking myself for a long time. When people are talking about it on TV or whatever, I hear them discussing, fossils and things. It never made any sense to me, and now I'm starting to see why and how they confuse people. Even the scientists involved in it. That would be very, very confusing for me. If it's like, well, let's dig up this next 20 feet and we're just going to chuck it all into a bucket and we're going to take it home and then we're going to run it through a strainer, and we're not going to pay attention to which ones were first or whether they were at an angle. We're just going to throw them all in a bucket and then go through them one at a time. It's kind of ridiculous. Okay, I'm going to go on. The fact is that rocks are not dated by any physical characteristics at all. What are they dated by? Okay, what then are they dated by? Dated by fossils. Dated by fossils? The strata are said to be dated by fossils. Well, how do you date fossils with strata? I mean, that doesn't make sense. Well, now we have arrived at something concrete. The strata are all mixed up, piled on top, under where they should go, or totally missing. But at least we can date by all their fossils, right? In other words, we can use the fossils we found in there to date it, right? That's ridiculous. Wait a minute, we cannot even use 99% of the fossils to date them by, since we can find the same type of some fossils in one strata as in many others. That's right, so right. Logically, that doesn't fit together. And in each stratum are millions of fossils representing hundreds and even thousands of different species of plant and or animal life. The result is a bewildering maze of mixed up or missing strata, which each with fossil prints from a wide variety of ancient plants and animals that we can find in still other rock strata. Yet amid all of this confusion, evolutionists tell us that fossil dating is of extreme importance. That is very true, for without the evolutionary scientists would have no way to try to theorize earlier ages on the Earth, or in the Earth. Fossil dating is crucial to their entire theological house of cards. Yes, it is. But if rocks cannot be dated by most of the fossils they contain, how are the rocks dated? It says rocks are dated by index fossils. Okay, interesting. The strata are dated by what the evolutionists call index fossils. In each stratum, there are a few fossils which are not observed quite as often as the other strata. As a pretext, these are the fossils which are used to date that stratum and all other fossils within it. It may sound ridiculous, but that is the way it's done. Yeah, it does sound ridiculous. What are these magical fossils that have the power to tell men finding them the date so many millions of years ago that they lived? Like these special index fossils are generally small marine invertebrate, backboneless sea animals that could not climb to higher ground when the flood came. Their presence in a sedimentary stratum is supposed to provide absolute certain proof that the stratum is just so many millions of years younger or millions of years older than the other strata. But then, just as oddly, the magic disappears when the index fossil is found alive. Oops. Like when they find an animal that's buried in deep strata and it's a rabbit. That's funny. Most of the species of maiden hair, I guess that's an animal, are extinct. Indeed, they served as index fossils for their strata until one was found alive. The youngest fossil, the coelacanth, is about 60 million years old. Since one was rediscovered off Madagascar, they are no longer claimed as index fossils. Fossils which tell you that all other fossils in that layer are the same ripe old age. And that was Michael Pittman, Adam and Evolution, 1984. In reality, within each stratum is to be found an utter confusion of thousands of different types of plants and or animals. The evolutionists maintain that if just one of a certain type of creature, an index fossil, is found anywhere in that stratum, it must automatically be given a certain name, and more, a certain date millions of years ago when all the creatures in that stratum are supposed to have lived. Yet by examining that particular index fossil, there is no way to tell that it lived just so many millions of years ago. In other words, there's no evidence. You can't prove it. It is all part of a marvelous theory, which is actually nothing more than a grand evolutionary hoax. That was a very big sentence there. Experienced scientists denounce it as untrue. In other words, if you go talk to a real scientist that works in the field and he works with these things every day, rocks and strata, he'll tell you honestly, if you one-on-one, he'll tell you that this stuff is untrue. They can't really date it. They don't know. Any rock containing fossils of one type of trilobite or paradoxides, you remember we were talking about those yesterday and the day before, is called a Cambrian rock, thus supposedly dating all the creatures in that rock to a time period 120 million years long and beginning 60 million years in the past. Yeah, right. That's not logical. But rocks containing another type of trilobite, Bathyerus, Bathyerus, are arbitrarily classified as Ordovician, which is claimed to have spanned 45 million years and begun 480 million years ago. But how can anyone come up with such ancient dates simply by examining two different varieties of trilobite? The truth is that it can't be done. It cannot be done. Add this to the problem of mixed up index fossils when index fossils from different levels are found together. That is a problem which paleontologists do not publicly discuss. Yep, it's just like they don't discuss that, we use a flat, non-rotating, thing to build airplanes and all these other things, but yet the TV is always telling you live on a ball, it's spinning, and you're going through space at millions of miles an hour. As we analyze one aspect after another of evolution, stellar, geographic, biologic, genetic, etc., we find it all to be little more than a carefully contrived science fiction storybook, or what we call now as pseudoscience. Fossils are dated by a theory. But how? But now comes the catch. How can evolutionary geologists know what dates to apply to those index fossils? The answer to that question is a theory. Here we go again with another one. Here is how they do it. Darwinists theorize which animals came first, and when they appeared on the scene. In other words, they list them, classify them by, chronologically. And then they date the rocks according to their theory, not according to the wide nature of fossil creatures in it, but by assigning dates based on their theory to certain index fossils. In other words, they use their theories to place them back and forth in there. That is a gigantic circular reasoning hoax. Yeah, I would agree. Fossils provide the only historical documentary evidence that life has evolved from simpler and more complex forms. Carl Dunbar in his book, and there's a reference. The conclusions about which fossils came first are based on the assumptions of evolution. Rock strata are studied. A few index fossils are located when they can... Wait, hold on. Rock strata are studied. A few index fossils are located when they can be found at all, and each stratum is then given a name. Since the strata are above, below, and in between one another, with the most of the strata missing in any one location, just how can the theorist possibly date such stratum? They do it by applying evolutionary speculation. Oh, we talked about this the other day too. To what they imagine those dates should be. In other words, if they can't figure it out, or if it doesn't give them an answer, they'll just theorize, well, blah 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 this and blah 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 that, so we're going to put it right here. This type of activity classifies as interesting fiction, but it surely should not be regarded as science. The truth is this. It was the evolutionary theory that was used to date the fossils. It was not the strata, and it was not the index fossils. Mm-hmm. Vertebrate paleontologists have relied upon stage of evolution as the criterion for determining the chronologic relationships by faunas. Before establishment of physical dates, evolutionary progress was the best method for dating fossiliferous strata. And there's a reference. Fossiliferous, I don't know how to say that. Fossiliferous, or whatever. Fossiliferous, that's it. Fossiliferous strata means fossil-bearing strata. Keep in mind that only the sedimentary rocks have fossils, for they were the sediments laid down at the time of the flood, which hardened under pressure and dried into rock. You will find no such fossils in granite, basalt, etc. The dating of each stratum and all the fossils in it is supposedly based on index fossils, when it is actually based on evolutionary speculations and nothing more. Anybody want to ask questions or anything now? I'm in the middle, but I hear a lot of people coming in and out, and I'm not reading the chat. Sorry. Sorry, I'm reading back a little bit. I guess the conversation on here is not really related to what I'm talking about. Or maybe I'm not just reading enough of it. Anyway, you want me to go on, or is everybody getting bored of this? No, what? Complete sentences, please. Thank you, Trinity. It's good, yeah. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Trinity. When I understand why the people who believe the Earth is a ball think we're weird. I get it. I'm with you on that. But I think we all were the same way too. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, okay. The title of the book, I'll just tell it to you, it's easy to remember, is called The Evolution Cruncher. And if you're interested, go to evolutionfacts.com and scroll down to the download section, or you can just read it from the top, but go through that stuff. In the download section, it doesn't cost you anything. You can download the PDF to read the book yourself, the full version of it even. And then the one that they don't have PDFs for, you can read for free. So all the information that's in this book and much more is actually on the website for free. There's no charge. And you don't have to sign up or nothing like that either, in case you guys are curious. Yeah, I agree. This stuff is foundational because, in my opinion, when you really look at flat Earth as a whole, all the evidence that we have against it, and evidence against evolution is evidence against that heliocentric model, because they back up all of their claims and all their theories by using this information that we're discussing. They use fossils and strata. All this stuff is just, and I honestly, this is what I think is. I think it's all just a giant stage. It's a giant, hunk of Humpty Dump. It's baloney. It's not. The more I research and the more I look into it, it's like ridiculous how much they just make it up as they go and fill in the gaps with their baloney. It's like just this one section of this book has just got me thinking, man, I need to go read some of these books they wrote and like really get and understand what they really meant. I think they're deceiving us by telling us that what this guy said in the book means something, and most of us won't go and reference it and read the whole like paragraph or the whole chapter. I think that's important if you really want to know the truth, right? I'm sorry if I'm rambling on, guys. I like to talk and I get diarrhea of the mouth. Sorry. But yeah, this is all very interesting. I think even if you're on the ball, the globe side, I think this stuff reveals to you how far down the rabbit hole all this deception goes. Am I wrong? It really does fascinate me at how much evidence there is against the things that we talk about, the things that we get called crazy people for believing. It's just fascinating how when you really get down and you start reading these books and you start reading all these theories and all the stuff that they claim is physical, guaranteed to be true science, it's literally pseudoscience. It's not. There's nothing to it. It's like they just go back and forth and all this circular crap, and it's ridiculous. It's like a little dance, instead of getting to like you go to a meeting and you're going to talk about something about work, and instead there's belly dancers on the table. Well, like, why in the heck would you do that, right? It's senseless, but that's what we have. We have all this dance of garbage, and then these storylines that drag you out, like TV does. They give you a situation in some criminal story about, any whatever topic. I don't want to go off on topics, but you know what I'm saying, right? You guys get where I'm going with that? Come on, back me up here. At least speak to me. I know I'm good at talking, but I need some backup. I don't want to be the only one talking.
Yeah, keep it coming, man. You're killing it right now.
Yeah, it's great, man. Good job. You're doing a great job. Keep up the good work.
I keep thinking that because I don't hear much and I'm not reading the thing, I keep worrying that people are just like, dude, shut up already.
No, okay, you're saying good stuff there. It's really good. Great work.
Okay, I'm going to try to figure out where I'm at here. Wait. Yeah. See the fossil at first. I got that one. Okay, the dating of each stratum and all the fossils in it is supposedly Okay, I read that. Okay. The more one studies paleontology, the more certain one becomes that evolution is based on faith alone. Remember that? This brings me back to that. I don't remember what the show is called. I forget, but it shows a guy and he's got this index card up, and they're sitting in a bar, and he's talking to his two or three friends, and he's like, okay, so this is my argument against religion and all that, and he's like, okay, and he asks the guys a bunch of questions, and then he writes down the answers. He goes, okay, so you believe that that this and that, right? That the Earth's a ball or whatever, and he lays it all out, and then he says, so basically what you're trying to say is that you believe a bunch of guys that you think are smarter than you and that you think know the answers, even though you've not checked that information out. But you're giving me a hard time because I believe in a creator. So he goes, that's interesting. It is interesting. This is why I think that the Bible. Well, I'm not saying religion, because religion is not really Bible. Bible is the message, and then our interpretation of that is what I call religion, right? So religion isn't part of the conversation, but the text, the writings that we have, it's like it's literally a storyline. It's literally, there's dates involved. It isn't all bullshit. We've studied this out, and like many of the things that we've discovered under the ground and all this other stuff was because the Bible. It's in other scriptures. This is interesting stuff because it does go with science. So that side of it, I think, should be included and is important. And I hear a lot of people get angry, and I know it divides us. I get that. But let's leave the religious side of it out. Like, let's leave our interpretation of what it is out. Let's just look at what it says and how it compares to reality. Like we were talking about earlier, that iron and clay don't mix, which I didn't even know that, but I remember hearing the passage in the Bible. It is fascinating, though, that it is true. You can't mix the two. You can't melt down the two together. It doesn't work. And that's fascinating to me, that when somebody brought that up, I was like, wow, that's what made me, jump over in this book again. It was like, wow, that brings me back to stuff that it was saying over here in this chapter and that. And it's like, wow, it just, I don't know, to me, it just, I never expected when I came in here, and when I came in here and I started talking to everybody and I started reading and doing more research, that I had done quite a bit of research already when I came in here, but it's just so crazy to me that there's so much evidence and so much argument against what they say. And it's obvious evidence. It's not like really difficult. It's not like they're talking about, mixing crystals and making some kind of fuel and all that. It's not rocket science. It's simple to understand stuff that you can go dig up in your yard. You can see yourself. You can test this stuff. You can go and look at it. You can find, you find a landslide or something. Go up there and look at the separation of the dirt, the way it was packed down. It does make sense. This stuff it's science that's true, right? But they twist it around and use it in order to push this, what do I call it, campaign, their latest campaign over us and how they control us, right?
Well said.
Oh, sorry.
We have anything to add? No? Okay. Okay, so going back, okay. They decided that certain water worms in one stratum are 80,000 years older than certain water worms in another stratum. And then they date all the other fossils in those same strata accordingly. This is a little foolish, is it not? How can you date a water worm as being so many million years, or being, how can you date a water worm as being so many 100 million years ago? Because of the sterility of its concepts, historical geology, which includes paleontology, the study of fossils, and stratigraphy, the study of rock strata as well, has become static and unreproductive. Current methods of delimiting intervals of time, which are the fundamental units of historical geology, and the establishing chronology, are of dubious validity. I know these words are big. Some of these words are confusing me even. Sorry about that. Worse than that, the criteria of correlation, the attempt to equate in time or synchronize the geological history of one area with that of another, are logically vulnerable. The findings of historic geology are suspect because the principles upon which they are based are either inadequate, in which case they should be reformulated, or false, in which case they should be discarded. Most of us geologists refuse to discard or reformulate, and the result is the present deplorable state of our discipline. Robin S. Allen, in his book in 1984, there's a reference. All the stuff's on that website. Big names and big numbers have been assigned to various strata, thus imparting an air of scientific authority to them. Common people lacking expertise in the nomenclature of paleontology, like all these big words we're talking about, when faced with these lists of big words, tend to give up. Yeah, we give up because we're like, oh, that doesn't make any sense. It all looks too awesome to be understood, much less challenged. So this goes back to what we've been talking about how, a guy in a lab coat and some guy who claims he's a scientist and he spent his life studying something is literally, like how effective that really is. These costumes and like we've talked about clowns in here. We've talked about all these things, jesters. These things all do kind of seem, am I wrong to say that I feel like there's some connection between these things, right? I mean, like even when we were talking about auras earlier, all this stuff kind of seems to be starting to fit together in my head. I don't know if it's just me, but it's like, it's strange to me. It's weird, but I'm going to go on. Okay. But the big words and big numbers just cover over an empty theory which lacks substantial evidence to support it. Circular reasoning. I love it. There's a section by this. Circular reasoning. When we examine it, we find that the strata data dating theory is based on circular reasoning. Circular reasoning is a method of false logic, by which this is used to prove that, and that proves this. Wait, this is used to prove that, and that is used to prove this. Yeah, I get it. It is also reasoning in a circle. Over 100 years ago, it was described by the phrase circular in pro bono, which is Latin for a circle of proof. Hey, that's an interesting one, right? Circle of proof. I've heard that statement before. There are several types of circular reasoning found in support of evolutionary theory. One of these is the geological dating position that fossils are dated by the type of stratum they are in, while at the same time, the stratum is dated by the fossils found in it. An alternative evolutionary statement is that the fossils and rocks are interrupted by the theory of evolution, and the theory is proven by the interpretation given to the fossils and rocks. Yeah, that is circular, isn't it? I don't even know if I completely understood where that was going there for a second. Evolutionists, 1, used their theory of rock strata to date the fossils, and 2, and then they used their theory of fossils to date the rock strata. So that was a more simple layman's version of it. Wow. A number of scientists have commented on this problem of circularity. The charge that the construction of the geologic scale involves circularity has a certain amount of validity. David M. Rump, and there's a reference. There's another quote. The intelligent layman has long suspected circular reasoning in the use of rocks to date fossils and fossils to date rocks. The geologist has never bothered to think of a good reply, feeling the explanations are not worth the trouble as long as their work brings results. This is supposed to be hard-heading pragmatism. That was said by J.E. O'Rourke in his book in 1976. Here's another quote. Are the authorities maintaining on the one hand that evolution is documented by geology, and on the other hand that geology is documented by evolution? Isn't this a circular argument? Larry Azar in his book. The professor of paleontology at Kansas State University wrote this. Contrary to what most scientists write, the fossil record does not support the Darwinian theory of evolution. Because it is this theory, there are several, which we use to interpret the fossil record. By doing so, we are guilty of circular reasoning if we then say the fossil record supports this theory. Ronald West said that, and there's a reference. Niles Eldridge, head of paleontology department at the American Museum of Natural History in Chicago, made this comment. And this poses something of a problem. If we date the rocks by their fossils, how can we then turn around and talk about patterns of evolutionary change through time and fossil record? Niles Eldridge. The curator of zoological collections at Oxford University wrote this. A circular argument arises. Interrupt the fossil record in the terms of a particular theory of evolution. Inspect the interpretation, and note that it conforms the theory. Well, it would, wouldn't it? And that was said by Tom Kemp, and there's a reference. A double circle. Circular reasoning is the basis not only of the fossil theory, but of the whole theory of evolution. First, reasoning in a circle is the basis of the evidence. The evolution has occurred in the past. The fossils are dated by theory of strata dating. The strata are then dated by the fossils. Second, reasoning in a circle is the basis of the mechanism by which evolution is supposed to occur at any time. By which evolution is supposed to occur at any time. I don't know, that didn't make sense. The survivors survive. The fittest survive because they are fittest. Yet according to that, all they do is survive, not evolve into something better. Right, yeah, that's exactly right. Throughout this set of books, we shall find many other examples of strange logic on the part of evolutionists. Matter had to come from something, therefore somehow came from nothing. Right, that doesn't make any sense at all. The Big Bang Theory and still evolution. 2, living creatures had to come from something, therefore they somehow came from dirt that is not alive, right? Does that make any sense? By the use of circular reasoning, evolutionary theory attempts to separate itself from the laws of nature. Yeah, exactly. They go against it, but yet they try to claim that it all explains itself, right? Limiting factors of chemical, biological, and physical law forbid matter or living creatures from originating or evolving. Thank you. Finally. I love to hear that said because I think it's always been true. It's fascinating. Actually, the entire theory of evolution is based on one vast circularity in reasoning. Circularity in reasoning. Because they accept the theory, evolutionists accept all the foolish ideas which attempt to prove it. Yeah, that's pretty obvious, right? I'm going to stop for a second so I can read. Anybody asking? Yep, liars that can't. Yeah, that's how you catch them. Yep. That's what I was going. Yeah, that goes back to what I was saying the other day. Is about tells. You know, like when we get Globers that come in here, or we get trolls that come in here, and they're not honest with themselves. Like if we were to sit down and discuss these kind of things, they would probably agree that this doesn't make any sense, right? But then you tell them, well, neither does the Earth being a ball, because there's no curvature, there's no all these things that we know. But yet that's the thing is, and don't you wonder on both sides don't we wonder, like, how do we get that cognitive dissonance? How is that put into our psychic? How is it fed into our system without us not even noticing, but yet it affects us so well? How does that work? Like, somebody figured that out, right? Like, you see my point? It's like, you would think that there'd be people looking for the evidence for what they're using against us to make us go into that cognitive dissonance. Are they hypnotizing us? Are they using television? Is it just a matter of, you just hearing the stuff said so much that you just accept it, right? There's all kinds of different ways to trick people's minds and make them believe or make them take a side, even though they have no idea why they're doing it, right? Their psychology. I mean, everything, all the different kinds of sciences definitely are involved in flat Earth and sharing it. And this is, I'm explaining why I think that's so. I know I sound like just a big talker, but I guess if I'm getting people to think, then that's what I'm trying to do. And if I'm wrong about anything, or if I made a mistake here, and somebody thinks that they've got some evidence against anything I read or anything that I discuss, or my personal opinion, feel free to like DM me. I mean, I'd like to know if you've got some, like if I've said something and misspoke it or something, go ahead and send me a message and I'll clarify it if we need to, or something like that.
Everything I heard so far is you mispronounced coelacanth, I think. Everything else has been spot on, bro. Please continue.
Cool. Thank you. All right, then. Okay. The next one is a quote. But the danger... Oh, wait. I already read that. All right. Fundamental problems. As we study the fossil record, we come upon a variety of very serious problems which undermine the stratofossil theory. 3 of the most important are these. 1, at the top of all the strata, the geologic column, is the Cambrian strata, which is filled with complex multi-celled life. This is termed the Cambrian explosion of sudden life forms all at once. So that's interesting. 2, there are no transitional species throughout the column. In other words, this problem is also called fossil gaps or missing links. There we go. I was wondering when they were going to bring that in there, and I could understand that one. Missing links. Now I understand what that means. 3, mixed up and out of order strata are regularly found. In other words, they're mixed because, the way they just put it all in one bucket and separate it, like I said before. Singly or together. Singly. Wow, I didn't know that's how you spell that. Singly or together, they destroy the evolutionary argument from the rock strata. But there are many more problems. Okay. Yeah, there's more work. Okay, 3, complexity at the beginning. Simplest just as complex. In other words, they're saying the simple ones are just complex. Because the waters of the flood first covered the creatures which were not able to rapidly escape to higher ground, some of the simplest animals are found in the lowest of the sedimentary strata. In other words, insects and things. Yet those creatures have complicated internal structures. One of the most common creatures found in the lowest, the Cambrian strata, are the trilobites. We've all heard of those. These were small swimming creatures belonging to the same group as the insects, the arthropods. Yet careful study reveals that they had extremely complex eyes. The mathematics needed to work out the lens structure of these little creatures is so complicated that it was not developed until the middle of the last century. Wow. Here is how an expert describes it. Norman Macbeth, in a speech at Harvard University in 1983, said this: I have dealt with biologists over the last 20 years now. I have found that, in a way, they are hampered by having too much education. They have been steeped from their childhood in the Darwinian views, and as a result, it has taken possession of their minds to such an extent that they are almost unable to see many facts that are not in harmony with Darwinism. These facts simply aren't there for them often, and aren't there for them often, and other ones are sort of suppressed or distorted. I'll give you some examples. First, and perhaps most important, is the first appearance of fossils. This occurs at the time called the Cambrian, 600 million years ago. 600 million years ago by the fossil reckoning. The fossils appear at the time in the Cambrian in a pretty highly developed form. They don't start very low and evolve bit by bit over long periods of time. In the lowest fossil-bearing strata of all, the Cambrian, they are already there, and are pretty complicated in more or less modern form. One example of this is the little animal called the trilobite. There are a great many fossils of the trilobite right here at the beginning, with no buildup to it, no evolution of life forms leading to it. And if you examine them closely, you will find that they are not simple animals. They are small, but they have an eye that has been discussed in great detail in recent years. In other words, they didn't even know how it worked. That's what they're talking about up there. An eye that is simply incredible. I didn't know that. I will check that out. It is made up of dozens of little tubes, which are all at slightly different angles so that it covers the entire field of vision with a different tube pointing at each spot on the horizon. Wow, that's fascinating. But these tubes are all more complicated than that by far. They have a lens on them that is optically arranged in a very complicated way, and it is bound into another layer that has to be just exactly right for them to see anything at all, or see anything. But the more complicated it is, the less likely it is to simply have grown up out of nothing, right? Absolutely. And this situation has troubled everybody from the beginning to have everything at the top, at the very opening of the drama. Yeah, right, exactly. In other words, they say that the oldest stuff is at the bottom, but yet we're finding complex animals that have these eyes that are complex. Right, doesn't make sense. The curtain goes up. Life forms first appear in the Cambrian strata, and you have the players on the stage already. In other words, yeah, they've already got complex animals. Entirely in modern costumes. Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, I fucked that up. Let me read it again. The curtain goes up, and in italics, it says life forms appear in the Cambrian strata. So basically, the curtain goes up, and you have the players on the stage already, entirely in modern costumes. Get it? In other words, they're wearing modern costumes. They're all wearing like bodies that look like complex organisms that should be in the later eras, but yet they're right there at the bottom with all the ones they claim are the lowest forms, right? And that was said by Norman Macbeth at a speech in Harvard, and it was in September 24th, 1983. Remember that here, discussing one of the most common creatures at the bottom of the fossil strata, Science News declared that the trilobite had the most sophisticated eye lens ever produced by nature. So yeah, if it was down at the bottom, then does that logically make sense to you? Doesn't to me. Science News, and there's reference. Each eye of the trilobite has two lenses. Here is what one of the world's leading trilobite researchers wrote. In fact, this optical doublet is a device so typically associated with human invention that its discovery in trilobites comes as something of a shock. In other words, it's like it looks like little telescopes, I guess is what they're saying. The realization that trilobites developed and used such devices 500 million years ago makes the shock even greater. And a final discovery that the refracting interference between the two lens elements in a trilobite's eye was designed in accordance with optical constructions worked out by Descartes and Huygens in the mid-17th century, borders on sheer science fiction. The design of the trilobite's eye lens could well qualify for the patent disclosure. In other words, it's so complicated that it probably, that God should have patented it. That's funny. Well, you don't have to believe that, but extremely complicated creatures at the very beginning with nothing leading up to them. That is the testimony of the strata. In other words, it's useless, right? The rocks cry out. They have a message to tell us. Are we listening? Those marvelous trilobites. There are enormous numbers of complex trilobites in the Cambrian strata, yet below the Cambrian, there is hardly anything that resembles a fossil. That's interesting. So it did start somewhere and evolve, or and then change over time. So it to an extent, you see what I'm saying? Like, it shows that everything was created at a quick stop, right? And then that's how the strata was laid out.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm listening. It's fascinating. And isn't it true? Didn't they find trilobites still exist right now?
Yeah, they do. That's that crazy-looking crab. That horseshoe crab, I believe, is a trilobite type.
Yeah. So they thought it was this extinct thing from that many years ago, and here it is. It's still alive, still in modern dress, modern
and
costume.
It looks very similar. Yeah,
from the very beginning, like wearing the same thing with that eye and everything, that its complexity all the way to from then to the present day with no changes or what do they call it?
Spoiler alert.
No transitional periods. Uh-oh.
That defeats the whole fucking logic of that, right? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to cuss. But wow. As mentioned above, these little creatures had marvelously complicated eyes, but they also had other very advanced features, jointed legs and appendages, which indicate that they had a complex system of muscles. Chitinous exoskeleton, horny substance as their, the exoskeleton, we all know what an exoskeleton is, which indicates that they grew by periodic ecdysis, a very complicated process of molting. Like crabs and shellfish and things. 3, compound eyes and antenna, which indicate a complex nervous system. Right? Yeah, that makes sense, right? So they have, obviously. And 4, a special respiratory organs, which indicate a blood circulation. In other words, they have a circulatory system. So they're, basically they're very similar, cross between like a bug and a mammal, sort of, kind of. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know, maybe I'm off on that, but another of the many types of creatures found in great numbers in the Cambrian strata are segmented marine worms. As with trilobites, we find that they also had a complex muscle structure, or musculature, specialized food habits and requirements for a blood circulatory system, and advanced nervous system. Not simple to complex. The evolutionists maintain that the fossil record goes from simple to complex, but researchers have discovered that the simple creatures were also complex. In fact, there are actually few examples in the fossil record of anything like from simple to complex progression. This is partly due to the fact that the fossils suddenly appear in great numbers and variety, too much so for much simple to complex progression to be sorted out. Wow, that was a difficult one. I'm surprised I got that out right. Included here are complex organs, such as intestines, stomach, bristles and spines, eyes, and feelers show the presence of a nervous system. For example, consider the specialized sting cells, the nematocysts in the bodies of jellyfish, with their coiled, thread-like harpoons which are explosively triggered. How could this evolve? Let no one say that the Cambrian level has simple, primitive, or half-formed creatures. Part 4, sudden appearance of life. Cambrian explosion. The lowest strata that has fossils in the Cambrian, that's what explaining. Cambrian explosion is the lowest strata that he had. Below that is the Precambrian fossil, which has no fossils, other than an occasional algae on its surface. Wow. Paleontologists call that amazing situation the Cambrian explosion, or what we would call creation story or whatever. Beginning with the very lowest of the fossil strata, the Cambrian, we find a wealth of fossil types. Each species of fossil in the Cambrian is different from the others. There is no blending between them. In other words, there's no part this and part that. It requires evolving, blending across species to produce evolution. But this never occurs today, and it never occurred earlier. Look at the fossils in the ancient world where there were only distinct species. Look at the world around you. In the modern world, there are only distinct species. In other words, there's human beings, there's dogs, there's cats, there's wolves, there's these things that we can't deny. There are vast numbers, billions of fossils of thousands of different species of complex creatures in the Cambrian, and below it is next to nothing. The vast host of transitional species leading up to the complex Cambrian species are totally missing. Every major life group has been found in the Cambrian. In the Cambrian, we find sponges, corals, jellyfish, mollusks, trilobites, crustaceans, and in fact, every one of the major invertebrate forms of life. Whoa. The invertebrate animals' phyla are all represented on Cambrian deposits. Kai Peterson, there's a reference. That means there, in the Cambrian fossil strata, is to be found at least one species from every phyla of backboneless animal. Only one phylum had been missing, the vertebrates. That means we came a little bit later. Which is interesting because in the Bible it kind of explains it that way. Or sort of. At the time when Peterson wrote, it was believed that no vertebrates, animals with backbones, appeared in the lower Ordovician, just above the Cambrian. But in 1977, that belief was shattered when fully developed fish, heterocrustacean vertebrate fish fossils were discovered in Upper Cambrian strata in Wyoming, reported in Science magazine May 5th, 1978. This discovery placed every major animal phylum group in the Cambrian rocks. Although never discussed in school textbooks, this news came as a distinct shock to the professional world. It's funny, do you remember hearing about that? Has anybody that studied any, I know Get Beget has some stuff. Do you guys know of any, is this actually something you're aware of? Because it's something new to me. That they had this distinct shock to, and even though they don't, and it says right there, I mean, this is obvious. It says, although never discussed.
Kent Hovind was talking about this in the 90s. Kent Hovind was talking, he was talking about this in the 90s, the eye problem.
That's where I got this book.
The Cambrian explosion. Oh, okay.
Well, not this book. I got this book in 2001, but I think I know where you're coming from with that, and I think that's what led me to this book eventually, because I was listening to radio shows and, about the Bible and things like that. Sorry, I don't mean to go off on religion again.
Sorry, dude.
Let me go on. Okay. With the Cambrian explosion, suddenly appears every major type of living thing. In fact, totally devastates the basis of evolutionary theory. Plants and every type of animal have been found in the Cambrian strata. There you go. Although evolutionists prefer not to discuss it, the truth is that at least one representative of every phylum has been found in the Cambrian. Until recently, the oldest fish fossils known were from the middle Ordovician hardening sandstone of Colorado. These were of primitive heterostracan fishes, class Agnatha, which are jawless. That's weird. The vertebrates were the only major animal group not found as fossils in the Cambrian rocks. So the jawless fish, there's some jawless fish that wasn't in there, but okay. The 1976 discovery of heterostracan fish fossils in the Cambrian is discussed in detail. The discovery of fishes, vertebrates in the Cambrian is without question the most significant fossil discovery in the period 1958 to 1979. The evidence is now complete that all of the major categories of animal and plant life are found in the Cambrian. We talked about strata. Marvin L. Libeno. Yes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Trulon. You hear me?
How you doing? Yeah, I hear you.
Hi.
What's up?
Hello, everyone. Sorry about the problems.
What's on your mind?
So, yeah. I'm fine. You want me to start presenting?
Do you have something to present?
Or, yeah, well, maybe. It's a bit of a thought experiment, really.
Is it related to what we were talking about, or is it just, in general, just coming in with it?
It's about the mathematical model that works for both flat Earth and globe Earth.
Okay.
Am I wrong, chat?
Okay, go on. Can I just leap in quickly?
Am I in the wrong chat?
One second. Are you okay to take a break from that presentation? I didn't know if someone made space for you to do that, or is it just?
No, I can stop at any point. I'll put a bookmark in there and we'll start back later. I have no problem with that.
Okay. Well,
we're here to we're here for flat Earth, so yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that everyone was happy with that. Yeah, okay. Please go ahead then.
All right. I would like to explain or give a bit of a thought experiment, which basically shows that it's impossible to know the shape of the Earth, but it's possible it's a globe. It's also possible it's flat, and it could be a whole host of other changes, but we'll never be able to determine it. That's basically the claim I'm going to be making.
Okay, go.
So, and thought experiment goes something like this. It's actually relatively easy. It's about coordinate transformations. Coordinate transformations, they can very simply put turn any shape into any other shape. That's what it does in math. But the other strange thing is mathematics works with coordinate transformation. Physics works with coordinate transformations. You can do that, and all the physics continues to work. And this produces a very strange result that physics works regardless of the shape of the universe, which is actually a rather remarkable thing to discover. But we've been working with that, and it's actually possible to take current globe physics, do the coordinate transform, and you will end up with a flat Earth universe. It's a cylinder. Space becomes a cylinder with a flat Earth in it, in which all of globe physics continues to work. And I'm not sure if I can get pictures.
So what you're saying is, you can see the sky or the universe as a flat area, but you're not willing to say that it might be the opposite, right? I'm kind of confused. Because you would think that you would have considered the opposite being true. Like, when you're going to test your philosophy or your idea, wouldn't you go to both sides and compare? Or maybe I'm misunderstanding, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, what he's saying is that the physics, i.e. the physics models that they apply to a globe Earth, if you apply the coordinates, if you shift the coordinates so that the globe coordinates are then mathematically changed to flat Earth coordinates, then the physics will still work. They'll still be kind of self-referencing. That's what I understood.
Right. Yeah, I get
exactly.
it. Yeah, I got
That's
you.
it.
Okay.
That's a really great summary. Thank you for that. Yes. So that's indeed what I'm saying. And the cool thing is, if you do that with a coordinate transformation, there is no way to differentiate between the models. Because every test you want to perform, every measurement, every observation you make in that model, it's going to give the same number as comes out of the other model, out of the globe model. And so that means there is no test that's ever possible to differentiate between the models. And from that we can conclude that both flat and both a globe and square and a velociraptor, or I don't know, anything that can be a coordinate transformation,
that's all very
is
good,
a possible shape for the Earth.
But if you believe Earth is a shape in the first place, your whole entire premise is wrong from the outset. Thank you.
How do you mean? I start from globe physics. I start from physics. I'm not starting from shape.
What physics, though?
No one here is going by shape either. That's good. You're on the same ballpark. Yeah, we can measure the surface and determine the surface condition, though, by measurement. That's not a thought experiment. That's actuality, physical activity.
Sonny, chill. Right? This isn't what he's talking about. What he's talking about is within the mathematical, basically mathematical physics. Right? So when you enter the realm of mathematical physics, that physics works mathematically in each shape. And he's saying he works as a physicist primarily, and that therefore any shape works with his understanding of physics. So he's not coming to assert that it's a globe. He's saying based on his understanding.
Yeah, you did robot a little bit, but I get what you're saying about this is in the mathematics realm. Yes, okay. I got you.
What I'm saying is that I don't understand why we're being adversarial with him, because I actually don't disagree with him.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't mean to be adversarial.
I didn't mean to be. I was just. I don't know. I guess I don't know. Threw me off.
Point.
Bit,
Please, can I finish my point? Okay, I actually think that you would if you were to go to Gem Panda server, you would wind them up hilariously, and I would love to go and see that.
Who?
I'm done.
Who would?
This guy who said that on a flat earth, they would be so butt mad. It would be.
No doubt. Yeah, they probably would. You're right about that. That's hilarious.
Well, I do have a question in regards to what this new guy said.
Yes.
Are you open to answer questions?
Yes, absolutely. Please ask.
Okay, so is mathematics reality?
No.
No.
It's a model of reality.
Yeah.
Thank you for being honest. We appreciate that.
Thank you. And what about physics?
Yeah, I was wondering, what are we talking here? Like theoretical physics, relativity, standard model?
Anything that supports celestial coordinates continues to work.
Okay.
Well, celestial
physics
is more like astrophysics. It's not actually physics.
No, what I'm saying is, as long as you can express the coordinates in celestial coordinates, so latitude, longitude, and a distance, any point in space can be expressed as latitude, longitude, distance. Usually you work with the Cartesian ones. But as long as you can
these
express
are
it in
important for a map. Yeah, these are important for a map, locations and stuff. But what about the down vector?
I'm not familiar with that. I'm sorry, I don't know.
Yeah.
As long as it works with.
Well, the globers say that on the globe, the down vector, they call it gravity. This is a divergent force from the center of the ball, or convergent from the surface of the ball towards the center.
Okay, yes.
So in this model, you cannot have two. No, I want to finish. In this model, you cannot have two parallel down vectors at different locations, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So could that be measured?
If you measure it, it will. If you do the calculation in both models, the flat Earth one and the globe one, the same number is going to come out. It's going to be the same. It's going to be indistinguishable. As for the direction, the direction is yes. It's the same physics. It's a coordinate transformation.
On the globe, according to the radius, you have a arc curvature. So what will be that arc curvature for a distance of 100 meters?
If you're talking about the Haversine formula, that works on both. That's only dependent on latitude and longitude, so that doesn't change when you switch between them.
Well, I ask what will be the surface curvature, the arc curvature, for a distance of 100 meters. Like, it's very well known.
You're not asking?
It's very well known
You're
that
not asking
Sorry?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, it's very well known that for 1 mile, for the radius of 3,959 miles, in 1 mile we have 8 inches arc curvature drop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is what they give us, the numbers of the globe model. This means that on a distance of 100 meters, we will have about 7.87 millimeters curvature drop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if we make a linear bearing 200 meters long, they are used in precision positioning, in 3D printer, CNC machining, precision metal manufacturing, cutting, and all that. Are you how do I say, knowledgeable with mechatronics and?
No, not really. Sorry.
So you don't really know what are our today's technological capabilities?
Not in this field in that detail, no.
Oh, so machines and robotics is not something real, important? Do you think precision is irrelevant in these things, in this field?
No.
Yeah,
Absolutely
okay.
not.
Thank you.
It's just I'm not knowledgeable about it.
Yeah. Well, we have linear encoders, which these are used for precision positioning. You see, when you send a printing head to a position, you want it to draw a line this long, and next time it's coming back, and next time you want it to go back, but in the same location as it was. Yeah, and according to these encoders, this machine actually can tell if it's at the correct location. So we have for 200, we have available for buying. You can literally go to this company and buy this kind of linear encoder. It is 200 meters long, and the measuring precision grade is the margin of tolerance is 65 nanometers. The problem is that your own computer device that you are using right now, or mobile phone, probably you don't have a 65 nanometer technology CPU inside. It's probably 80 or 120 nanometers. This means that the diameter of those gold wires inside your CPU, that's how thick they are.
Okay.
Those connections. Yeah. So, do you know how many nanometers are in 1 millimeter?
Yes.
How many?
I think 1 million.
Yeah, correct. So you take 1 millimeter and you split it into 1 million times. 1 million equal sides. I would say that's a very, very small dimension, correct?
I agree, yes.
Yeah. So if our margin of error is only 65 nanometers, that's our margin of error. You are almost like 100,000 times smaller than the width of your hair. You know, that's your precision grade. So in 200 meters. So whenever you travel this 200-meter distance, yeah, you always get to that same location with this kind of precision. I would say it's very easy to measure 7.8 millimeters. You can measure it very, very accurately with this kind of precision grade tolerance.
Okay.
Yeah. So now if we put two plumb tools, like hang them at the end of these linear encoders, and we have two linear encoders, one at the bottom of the plumb tools and one at the top. Yeah. And we have this measuring machine instrument which is traveling on all this distance, and we can detect if it's tilting or not, if the down vector is changing its angle. Yeah, because when you actually create a flat surface or a straight line, like a straight pipe, and you put it on the surface of a globe, yeah, the down vectors will be pulling on both ends and will try to curve it around that ball. You get me?
Yes, and you're asking how this is done in my model, how it's possible that they, that they point to the center of the Earth.
Yeah, this is the problem with this. I mean, virtually, yeah, we can imagine virtual model, mathematical models, and, you know, we can even bend physics also. But in reality, we do have factories, yeah, aerospace industry. We have giant 3D printers at Airbus, which are printing giant carbon fiber structures for airplanes, commercial airplanes. And this is the grade of precision they are working with. 65 nanometers in 200 meters. These are the linear encoders that they are using for those 3D printing machines, which print carbon fiber structures. So we have problems because that machine is being also calibrated from one end to the other, and that printing head has to go always perpendicular to the ground. If it's tilting, yeah, you cannot achieve. It will print a curved part. Yeah, you will be 7 millimeters off. And it's not that the problem is not that you cannot assemble it in an airplane. You can assemble it, but there will be a constant tension inside that structure when you assemble it. And in carbon fiber, yeah, they don't. Nobody likes to do this with carbon fiber. You know, you want to model it in the exact shape that you want to use it. So,
okay. And what is your question?
Well, my question, I asked you in the beginning, and you gave me an honest answer. I asked you if mathematics is reality, and you said no, you admitted. So, yeah, I appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah. And I was giving you this example just so you can have an idea that, yeah,
I like this guy.
And make this test.
I like this new guy. And thank you for the conversation, Get Beget. I love this conversation because I don't get a chance to hear this. The machine tool I use, there was a twins of them. The column where everything was attached to on my machine was 11,500 pounds.
Yeah.
When you start moving a mass of 11,500 solid pounds, can you imagine the precision that machine has to have when it starts moving that piece around?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, those trucks are like heavy duty steel, which is machined very precisely, you know.
Yeah, so like along what you're saying is if you start moving that 11,000 pound mass around, can you imagine if in even just a few feet, if you are not sitting perfectly vertical or to the perpendicular,
to the down vector, it's going to affect it.
You're going to be off in ways that, unless you have operated a coordinate measuring machine like me and Get Beget no doubt have, then you don't even understand how in spatial relativity where these physical objects are has to be correct in so many parameters. It would spin your head, right? Get Beget?
Yes, and if you were looking on the floor, like where it was mounted, the machine, when they installed that machine, they either have these special legs adjustable, or they build a foundation for it, which the machine will be sitting on, and that foundation has to be adjustable so you can achieve perfect level, you know.
And there's nothing in those machines that are using, because even in just several feet at 8 inches per mile squared drop, according to their math, you would be off angularly. There's no question about it during motion. So there's nothing. There's another technology where the globe is never used for anything. Only a flat stationary plane is used in the setup of these machines, just as they are in houses, but with machine tools in a much more accurate way.
Yeah, I think it's. Can I just get in here quickly? I think it's important to maybe clarify to Trulon why we're asking him honesty questions, so to speak. And it's because a lot of the guys who come in to debate this stuff, they come in to try and talk down at us, like prove that we're stupid, even though they haven't really heard our point of view, all these kinds of things. So often we take the route of actually just finding out if they're honest individuals, and if they're not, then we can just, but you've answered everything honestly, and it seems to me like you're actually prepared to have an open discussion, even though you may be of a different world to you, and we welcome that discussion.
Yeah, me too. I welcome it too. I'm open to different perspectives. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Kind of evidence or logic, or as long as it's not just Dave the scientist said so and I believed him. We don't really go with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, maybe it helps. I'm a glober myself. I don't deny physics. I will not say there's no gravity or anything. Rest assured. So.
Well, I can help you.
There's no experimental evidence for gravity in the first place, so what's there to deny, quote unquote?
Yeah, I knew it would go that way. Before we start drilling him on gravity, and before we start putting his head on a spike, I just wanted to say, Trulon, that I don't think with an honest attitude like that you're going to stay a glober for very long. Just going to be honest.
Yeah, you were on Nathan's show, right, Trulon? Just hopped in, but...
Okay.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, I was there briefly, yes.
You showed us a model, right? A few models. Care to explain?
Yes, it's what I said before. It's actually it's not a very it's more a thought experiment, if you like, than anything practical. But it's what I said in the beginning. Basically, with a coordinate transformation, you can give the world any shape you like, while retaining the physics, and so it's possible to make a flat Earth with all of the physics still working.
The math, right? Not physics, the math.
Yeah, the math. Yeah. So you can basically have physics work on any shape. It's basically shape independent. And basically it's impossible to say, like, am I standing on a curved Earth with straight light, or am I standing on a flat Earth and it's light curving? There's no way to test this.
Straight light?
In this specific...
That's weird.
Curved light, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, because globers always come here and tell us that light curves around a ball, right? That's what they tell us.
Okay. Yeah. No, I think on a ball, light goes straight. I mean, in the globe universe, light travels in straight lines.
Yeah. So, if we look at the horizon from an observer height, 1 foot, then the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles, right?
Correct. Yes.
Yes. So why are we seeing objects at 9 miles? 10 miles, 20 miles, right? Why is that possible?
In a straight line sight. Yeah.
Why is that possible?
Well, on the globe Earth, because of the height, or do you mean refraction?
Well, you just stated that on a globe Earth, light travels in straight paths.
Yes.
Okay, so if we look at a horizon, right? The leading edge of a sphere of a radius of 3959 or 6,371 kilometers, then if you're standing on a beach at 30 centimeters high, I'm just assuming you use kilometers and centimeters, right?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, please.
So when you're lying on the beach 30 centimeters above the water and you're looking at the horizon, this leading edge of a sphere cannot be further than 1.9 kilometers away. Yet when we have observation that is 10 times further than the globe geometric restrictions.
Yeah.
And light is not traveling in a curved path, according to you.
Except for refraction.
Oh,
except for refraction. Okay, you got me. Right. All right.
Okay,
no. Yeah. Okay. In the model, I kept refraction out of it. It was hard enough as it was. No, you're right.
So, refraction is something like binoculars. It extends our vision.
Well, he's trying to say it extends your vision beyond your physical line of sight, even. Binoculars don't do that. They just let you see further. They don't let you see around and over obstacles.
Now, on the ball, the horizon line is the bulge obstacle. It's like you are looking at the hill. If you're not taller than the hill, then you don't see beyond it.
Yeah, you've never observed this, right, Trulon? You've never seen something that was over the hill coming in front of the hill, right? You've never seen this. Why would you then expect this happening on a ball Earth?
Wait, I'm having trouble picturing this. Something coming over a hill?
So imagine you have a hill, right? And your friend is walking over the hill. So he's beyond your vision now. So the hill is obstructing him now. Okay? But due to quote unquote refraction, your friend is now coming from beyond the hill in front of the hill again.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you've never observed this, right? Why would you expect this happening on a globe Earth? Why would you? I don't get this, right? Why would people expect this? Why would people expect that they can see around the corner?
Because, well, refraction works because of the different layers of light, of air, light traveling faster through thin air.
Yeah, but look, let me give you an example.
Not an answer to my question, but okay.
Yeah,
go ahead.
With the hill, yeah. At the top of the hill, that's where it begins. That everything which is behind, the hill, you do not see. And when we look at the hill, because the land is going upwards, that is what a hill is. And then at the top, it's probably a little curved or level, and then it's going downhill. Yeah. Now, Globers say that refraction will make that side behind the hill to be visible, above the hill, just like the hill will keep going upwards, you know.
Okay.
Well,
okay. Yes.
I mean, I have never experienced such a thing, to see something behind the hill, you know, to see the other side of a hill, like when I'm looking in front of it. I never saw what's behind it. Only when I walked all the way up to the hill and then look downwards and I see what's behind the hill.
Trulon, did you see what I posted in livestream voice text chat?
Yeah.
Papa, scrolling down. On chat. Wait, which chat room should I be in?
Live stream.
I'm not
voice
even sure
text.
I have permissions.
Live stream voice text.
I posted a citation from Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University Astronomy Department, subject matter expert on refraction. He states there are no horizontal boundaries between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere when you're looking across the surface. Oh, Discord crashed.
Yeah, me too.
You're not looking through the gradient. That's the issue. And even if you did have a gradient, you need a specific angle of incidence relative to the boundary where between the mediums for the light to refract. Because if you have a 90-degree angle to the boundary, there's zero refraction.
Yeah, do you see the live stream voice text, Trulon? So
I'm having trouble finding it.
Yeah, and it's just above this voice call. So you see the live stream with the red dot where you are in at the moment. So if you look just above that, you see live stream voice text with a keyboard with it or icon.
A dash sign.
You see it?
Hang on. Yeah,
Yeah,
got
okay,
it.
yeah.
Got it.
Awesome.
Got it. Yep. And what should I see?
So at 46 minutes after the hour, I posted a citation from Andrew Thomas Young where he talks about how there are no horizontal boundaries between dense and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere, or as you're looking across the ground, you're looking through the thickest part of the atmosphere. You're not looking up through the different gradient or the different density layers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not really sure what I should answer. I know light should take the fastest path to its destination, but
the point is, in order for them to excuse away what we see, they need to claim that all the light is bending uniformly according to the curve to make it appear flat to us, which is a very extremely out there claim with no evidence for it. And they claim that these conditions just are there, but they're not. You need to actually have the conditions to be able to refract light in a certain way, and to make it continuously go down, you need more and more and more and more dense stuff for it to refract through, and it needs the specific angles on each one. It's really unattainable to try to claim that it uniformly refracts around the curve.
Yeah. But I'm also not claiming that it's refraction, because refraction, I believe, also is dependent on wavelength, and that's absolutely not the case in the model. So yeah, you can either say it's because of the coordinate transformation that the curve is introduced, but if you look at reality, it's basically the reason why is light traveling straight. Yeah, because we did experiments and we noticed it. This is just the same thing. Why is light curving? Because we measure it. If we start measuring, we put a ship and we have it sail away, and we measure how much of the keel is gone.
No. That's not a measurement of light curving. That's an assumption of light curving. How do you prove it's light curving?
Well, that's actually my point. You can't know. It's either the Earth curving away or it's light curving away. We just know there's a
There are other
difference.
options here as well. There's also lensing. Lensing causes the loss of the bottom of the image if it travels away from you. So that's a factor that's not being accounted for there. So you can't assume the other two.
Yeah, I just posted for your information a video. The whole channel is awesome, right? So these people, they test this, real tests, real observations, right? So in this case, they have many, right? But in this case, they used a radio-controlled battleship on a very small lake. And this battleship is moving away from them, and they have the camera just above the water. And you see the battleship moving away, and then the bottom starts disappearing. But it cannot be Earth curve because the lake is too small. So stuff disappearing bottom up is not something that is exclusive for a globe Earth.
Yeah, the closer you are to the surface, the more it limits your angle to the bottom of the thing you're looking at. And so any small deviation in the surface, like for instance the waves, really easily block it. Any slight refraction can cause the light to hit the water from the bottom, and therefore you can't see it. So it's very hard for them to try to assume the globe from any of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you watch the video, you can almost... You see the bottom disappear, and then you can see the mast, but you can also see through the boat at one point, right? It's amazing.
The thing about refraction is it's very slight when you're talking about slight differences in temperature of air, and it's not going to account for the curve of the Earth. it's just a slight deviation. It's not a bending of the light uniformly.
Mm-hmm. Yes. But I'm also not saying that refraction is what is causing the light to bend if you look at the Earth as flat.
What is causing the light to bend then?
What is causing light to go straight?
Well, that's how we have. That's how we experiment and with light, and that's the results we get from light. It's that it travels generally straight unless it's caused to refract in some way.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So you do an experiment and you see the ship disappearing bottom up, and you measure how much has disappeared, accounting for refraction and all the other things you have found.
Yeah,
and then you can make an estimate of the curvature of the Earth.
That's not an experiment. It's an observe and declare statement. Like with the other stuff, we have the light and we're testing the light and we see how the light acts. With this, you're just saying, I believe light doesn't act the way it has always acted under the lab conditions, and it's probably doing something else to confirm my belief. That's not scientific.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Like I said, the source of the curving, the way I defined this entire thing, is by making a coordinate transformation of the globe, of globe physics, and I just transformed it. So whatever the reason is that light travels straight on the globe, it's the same reason that light curves in the transformed space. There's not a different reason. It's just a transformation. It just looks
did
different.
you took into account magnetic fields, electric fields, electrostatic fields, and forces?
As long as it supports a coordinate transformation, yes. So the big trick in making the model I did, I don't know if you've seen them, but the big trick is I'm using celestial coordinates, so latitude, longitude, and distance. So anything that can be expressed in those, that works. And that should be all of physics, I imagine.
So
you're talking now about your models, right? About your created models?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, we were talking about how it's possible that you can see objects beyond the geometric limitation of a ball Earth with the range of 3959. That's what we were talking about. And
I'm sorry.
It's not a problem.
I like empirical stuff.
That's beyond me.
Yeah.
You have vastly more knowledge than me about any of this stuff. That's it's not wise for me to debate any of this.
That's cool. I mean, you're honest.
Yeah.
That's all we ask.
We are not experts also, but we found this information and we know that there are many scientific facts into most of the sciences. And we found out that some of these, which are fallaciously called a science, like astrophysics. Astrophysics is not a science. It's just like a witch looking at the sky and making a fortune telling or a palm reading, you know. That's what astrophysics is.
Yeah, because you cannot do empirical tests.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, you can still do some tests, I assume.
Yeah.
So you see something moving at certain speeds.
Mm-hmm. I've seen some scientists creating a little star in a jar. They call it sonoluminescence, like hitting the water so hard that it actually displays a luminous effect. and they call it a star in a jar. It's a very fascinating thing to watch. And those little tiny lights, yeah, they really look like the stars in the sky. They look very much alike. But that means that those things in the sky, they are not giant balls of gas in a perpetual nuclear fusion process.
Okay, that's news to me.
Well, why would you expect that? It violates entropy, right?
Yeah.
What part of physics says that that's okay? Well, I guess relativity, gravity, but that's what's in question.
Yeah, there is no demonstrable perpetual nuclear fusion. They tried with the tokamak accelerator, collider, whatever. And it was a multi-billion-dollar failed project.
That's a pity that the tokamaks don't work. I was really looking forward to ITER seeing that's operational.
Did you know that there are more kinds of gravity?
No.
No?
No. No, I'm a computer scientist, so you are really way beyond me. I do like physics, I find it really interesting, but this feels to me like I've stumbled...
You should come often in here. And yeah, there are times when it's a very nice show to listen to. And yeah, for example, vast majority of people go with Newtonian physics, like mass attracting mass and Newton's laws of motion, which they have been debunked and superseded more than 100 years ago by Einsteinian gravity, which is not mass attracting mass, but it's gravity is bending space-time. And the problem with that is that it's like saying I'm taking and bending your freedom. Space-time is a concept. It's not physical. So it cannot be bent. You cannot attribute it to physical properties to it.
Okay, yes.
Bending is a physical property, and also light. Light cannot be bent. Refraction of light is actually the change in its propagation trajectory, direction. It's a change in direction. It's not bending.
Okay, what's the difference?
Well, it means that, you see, it's a electromagnetic wave, yeah. And for example, the red laser light wave, probably it's about 635 nanometers. That means that when you shine this laser from the air into an aquarium where you have water with salt and sugar mixed, yeah, a very high content, you will see that laser beam when you blow smoke in the air. You see that laser beam going straight line through the air, but when you look at it in the aquarium, you see it entering and then like curving downwards. And that's because when the light changes the medium of propagation, the glass of the aquarium and then the water inside the aquarium, every 635 nanometers, it changes the angle of propagation because it's decelerating. It's changing the speed. It's slowing down. And that's the effect that we see. Yeah, it looks like it's a piece of wire which you are bending it, but it's not actually bending. It's just like when you fire a bullet, the first 10 meters or so, the bullet really goes in a straight line because it has more kinetic energy than its mass and everything. But after that, it goes ballistic. It decelerates and it descends until it falls to the ground. And yeah, when light is refracting in the air, it's an interesting phenomena that's happening. It's always shooting upwards in the air. And when it's refracting in a liquid, it's going downwards.
Really? Okay. I didn't know that. I thought it was just based on, I don't know, might be using the wrong word, density or something, I don't know. Or temperature, yeah.
Probably, yeah, but also the property. There are different properties. I mean, gas and liquids, they are both fluids, but they are really not the same thing. They are totally different one from another.
Can I ask a little question? I was really expecting to be grilled on the model. You just said, oh, it's all fine. You haven't talked about it. I mean, I'm a little bit confused about that. It's just not new for you? You've already heard this before?
Which model? Sorry?
Okay, no. Like I said in the beginning, I had a bit of a thought experiment about that it's actually impossible to ever prove the shape of the Earth. And I know, physicists, they're pretty quick at understanding it, so I'm really wondering, did everyone just understand it from the few lines I said, and are they happy, or...?
Well, I did like also this IT stuff and mathematics, and I understand that you can build virtual concepts, models, And they will be they go by logics, they fit logic models and patterns. But
hey, can I ask a question?
It doesn't mean they are real. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Are you surprised that we're not surprised about the mathematical idea that you can't tell the difference, or am I late in the conversation?
Well, a little bit. I had already noticed that graduated physicists, they're really quick at catching on to this, and they say that this is not relevant, the math is too difficult. But to be honest, I've never been on this server before. I really didn't know what to expect.
Yeah.
So, well, I would say, have you ever read George Orwell, 1984?
No, I know the story. Didn't read it myself. Or maybe I did. Yes, I did. A long time ago. Yes.
Because even in that book, the doctor, he says to Winston, do you think it is beyond our mathematicians to have the stars close or far away?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like this concept is, it's been around.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you should try explaining it to a layman. They have really trouble with this.
Well, they don't care.
Yeah, and especially the ones that say, "Oh, the Earth must be a globe. It really is," and then you tell them, "Oh no, you can't prove it," and they get really defensive. It's really, really difficult to explain it to them.
Well, imagine spinning on 6 axes.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't feel it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all curious.
But we do have an organ in our ear, the vestibular organ, and is actually a motion detector. Very precise and complex. It detects very, very slight motions, like if the ground shakes a little bit, everybody runs out the building and shouts earthquake, But we are supposed to be spinning on the ball with at the equator, for example, with a tangential speed of 1,000 miles per hour. And we are not allowed to feel that speed, that motion at all. Then we are spinning around the sun with 66,000 miles an hour. That motion also we cannot feel. Then the sun is spinning around the Milky Way galaxy, around the something like a great attractor in the center of the Milky Way galaxy. This giant, massive black hole. It's spinning with about 500,000 miles an hour. And then the whole galaxy is spinning around the universe, the great attractor of the universe, with, I don't know, 1 million or 1.5 million miles an hour. It's mind-blowing speeds. None of these speeds you are allowed to feel, but neither to see any kind of parallax in the sky, in the stars of the sky. Like when you go on a train and you pass by a forest, when you see that you are getting close to the forest, you see certain trees first. And then once you pass by them, you see the trees which were behind those first trees, and those first trees that you first saw, they become the last as you go by, So that's parallax, and we don't see this happening in the celestial sky. So.
Okay. Because they're too far away, or is there another reason, or?
Yeah, that's what they like to say. They are too far away, but how far away? Because you see, when we talk about light source, we have to be aware of the properties of light propagation and the light inverse square. The further you go from that light source, its intensity, its luminosity drops exponentially. So very, very quickly, you will be far enough from that light that that light source does not have enough intensity, light intensity, to illuminate you, to reach your eyes. And yeah, this is actually what's happening also in the world, The sun is a light source which can illuminate a surface of about 12,000 miles in distance, That's the surface area, the length of the surface area that it can cover, illuminate. And anything which goes further than 6,000 miles away from the sun, you don't see the sun anymore.
While nobody's talking, can I throw in an off-topic question real quick?
Sure. Feel free.
Did I hear Ace on here? You there, Ace?
Hey, Mr. Hinkle. What's good, brother?
Yeah.
What's up, man? Hank brought up something the other day that you're going to know the answer to this. What was that girl's name? Lady something that used to be on Free Channel all the time. She's in South America.
Lady G.
Lady G. Okay, yes. Thank you. That was bugging me. Is she okay, or you heard from her?
I haven't heard from her. I do not know. Last I heard a couple years ago, I heard she was on maybe a Hangout. And then that was about it. Last I'd heard, man.
All right. That was just bugging me. Sorry to interrupt. Y'all go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, it was Lady Ganja.
Lady Ganja, that's it. Yes.
But it was Lady G also. Yeah, she was cool. She was good peeps.
Yes, he used to do glass blowing and stuff on cam. I remember her. She was cool.
Yeah, she was out west blowing glass.
Yep.
That's right.
All right. Y'all go back to your light discussion.
Yeah, man, good to hear you, Mr. Hinkle.
Yes, same back at you.
Is Felix G there? I just unmuted you. Miggy wants to talk to you. Or whatever.
No, I didn't know if Felix G was why he was muted. That's all I was asking. And what's up, Issa?
Yo, what's up? What you needed?
Nothing much, man. I just didn't know why you were muted. You were hanging out muted.
Oh yeah, I'm just listening.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man, what's good, brother?
Yeah, nothing much, dude. I saw you pop in the server, and I was like, well, "What's going on?" Issa's here.
Fuck yeah.
You still doing music, bro?
Welcome, everyone.
Yeah, man. Yeah, actually, I mean, I haven't been putting anything up or playing anything live, but I still play.
Awesome, dude.
Yeah, man.
That's good to hear, man.
It's good to see Miggy hanging around, listening here. I like that. That's cool, Miggy.
Yeah, man. So many good folks out here. Fucking right, Miggy.
Yeah, you know, we're just kind of enlightening everybody that they really don't know much about anything. So they're like, "Oh yeah, I know everything about this. I know where we live." Yeah.
Do you still have it in your hand, wig snatching and stuff?
They don't fit in my closet anymore, so we had to rent.
No.
I had to rent a couple of storage spaces.
Yeah.
They were getting too much.
I just ordered just now this morning a interface and a good mic, so I'm going to be set up soon here. I'm going to start doing some projects, get serious.
Well, all right, man. We can't wait to hear the new mic, dude.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. So I figured, like, for something like that, I'm just gonna bite the bullet, you know, like even if it takes a little bit more of a chunk than I was intending, I'm still doing better this month than I did this next month. I'm doing better than I did in January, so I'm good. It's great. I don't need much.
If you ever want to join me in my crypto journey, man, just go to my server and I'll teach you the way.
Yeah. You know what it is? Like, the reason I don't is because I actually need someone to actually walk me through it, and then once I get it, but initially it probably is going to take me a little while. So that's why I don't like to bother people. Because then if you're doing that kind of thing, you're really busy, and I'll just leave it at that. But yeah, I'll come on sometime.
Yo, Miggy, send me a link to your server, dude. I've been fucking with that shit.
Yeah, hey, Isa, just on my name, if you click on it, it'll open up the permanent link.
Yep.
And yeah, once you get in there, I'll know who you are. But I'm really trying to hook everybody up with the knowledge. Really, it's all it is. And then from there, you can make a decision if you want to invest or what. But you know, just to get your understanding a little bit better on the whole thing, because it's this year and I don't want to get too far off topic, but because of the fact I see it like the crypto space is kind of like what Flat Earth Society is, right? Like when people are first learning about it, they hear all the bad garbage about it, so they're really like on this really bad tip about it. So they don't know too much about like community tokens and stuff, and it really just paints it in a bad light. And so yeah.
Yo, what you know about XRP, dog?
Yeah, man, they're well. Once you deal with the court case, man, it's gonna be. We can have a good conversation on that, man. Like
I just joined Miggy, so I put the link. I hope you don't mind me putting the link in the live stream.
Oh, I didn't want to get people in trouble, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to.
I trade Terra Luna for it.
You heard they just Biden may come out and make it a fucking national security issue or whatever.
Yeah, he's trying to do. That guy's been trying to do a whole bunch of stuff, man. And you know, people listen. The people speak up, and when they come together, boy, I'll tell you what, they're just like a balled up fist, dude. You can't do nothing. Like he wanted to push that the mandate that fell down. That didn't go through.
Right. The only issue with the crypto, and this has been my issue with it from the gate.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, although I see it, it's like it seems like to me like a romantic. You know, you know what I mean? It just seems like it's destined to fall on its face.
Well,
in a certain sense, because of the fact that it challenges the dollar, etc. But I mean, it doesn't mean like, hey, I'm not looking. You know, it doesn't mean I'm not paying attention. I just think, or people shouldn't pay attention. It's really interesting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But especially with the whole metaverse shit, and once they get it fucking, because it ain't going anywhere. But it's definitely like if it's allowed to be the threat. And like the whole thing with Bitcoin from that guy Satoshi or whatever, who people say that's a fucking anagram for Samsung, Toyota, and Mitsubishi as like a threat to like, you know, U.S. sovereignty and blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? Kind of fucking interesting.
You got a bunch of factions in the whole crypto space, but for sure there's something going on in there that people don't want others to know about it. But like, if you know anything about people and freedom and like financial freedom, I'm talking about, like, there's a will, there's a way, and they've designed certain community tokens.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's, dude, if you can get like paid in Bitcoin and you can get shit like that, you know, I mean, there was one football player that got paid in it, and then during the dip right now, he got rocked, you know, but it is interesting, dude. That's so cool. We'll have to talk about it at your server.
Yeah,
so
there's a lot to talk about, actually.
my favorite coin is Terra Luna coin, and so you can burn Luna to create Terra, which is a stable coin pegged to the US dollar. And so a lot of people don't trust USDT because they don't have the reserves, so maybe a algorithmic stablecoin could be the future and create a drive for Luna demand.
Yeah, so I'm gonna tell you right now, Sasha, there's so many different things that you can learn about crypto that you didn't know before. Right now, people only have a handle of like what the surface knowledge is, and your surface knowledge is your major blue chip coins like Bitcoin, Litecoin, Dogecoin, all that other Terra Luna. Like, those are the major coins that you hear about. But once you dig deep, there's a whole universe of like crypto that's going on behind what you think you know. And a lot of it has to deal with people creating community tokens that start from like the ground up. Like, you're in it from the day one launch, you know, and you're a part of an investment that takes off from like zero to like, you know, 100,000. Like, I'm not kidding you. People are becoming rich every day in crypto, and I equate it to like the flat Earth, in the sense of like, you only hear about flat Earth society stuff when you're trying to learn about like the shape of the Earth. You know, like some new guy. So people that are learning about the shape of the Earth only hear flat Earth society stuff, and they get their head filled with like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, flat Earth. It's that disc floating in space, right? That goes up 9.8 meters per second. You know, like, they got this knowledge that they think they know. And then when you have this conversation about what it really is, then they're like, oh, that's nothing what I thought it was like. You know what I'm saying? Like, their eyes are open.
Yeah.
They're much more receptive to like, oh, wow, crypto is really this, and it's not what I've been hearing. And so that's kind of what it is. But there's a real dogmatic view of like, no, stay away from it, man. It's the devil's coin and all this other stuff. And you know, you can't really change people's mind. When they get like that, you're just like, all right, man, that's how you feel. Keep on trucking, you know? Like,
yeah, a lot of people tell me they think it's satanic, but I try to tell them it goes against the elites and it's for the people.
Bro, they're trying to take it down, man. Like, they're hard at work trying to destroy the whole the system. They don't want it to survive. They're trying to regulate as much as they can to where they make it like the fiat currency. Right now, the fiat currency debt slave system, that's what everybody's entrenched in, because that's all we have. There is no other alternate. So that's the only thing that's on the table. But if you had options, oh boy, man, you could.
Yeah, see if I could buy, sell, trade, and barter in a system that's active. Now, I'm game. Like, that's what you're talking about, basically, right?
Yeah,
and there's actually protocols that you can use to buy stable coins and then use it to invest in the stock market with crypto. That way, if you don't live in the United States and you can't invest in the S&P 500, you can still invest in the U.S. stocks without actually having to like sign up for it.
How about with resources being involved? How can that be interlinked with crypto? So in other words, if you are able to if you have a service, you build something, you make something, can you sell it in markets as well?
Tokens that have utility. Like, let's say I have a token that I just created, and this token is going to be attached to a service. It could be like,
there you go.
I'm a mechanic at a shop, and you could buy my token, and it'll give you discounts to my shop or whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yes,
it has a utility that you can attach to it.
That's what I'm talking.
People are doing this every day, and they're creating these community tokens that are making millions, guys. And we're here stuck with the fiat currency debt slave dollar. Poor. So if you were to learn that there's a way to become financially free, without having to like do some shady garbage like that, that's something that it's like really shady and this is all on the level, then you would go for it. But you're never taught that because you hear all the misinformation. Oh, that's the devil's coin, and you're just like, better stay away from crypto. Like, like it's truthers don't really know too much because they've only heard the Flat Earth Society version of crypto. So it's tough, man. It really is. But you, like I say, you can't change people's minds. You have to, like, if they want to learn, then that's fine. You can teach them and stuff. But then afterwards they can make up their own mind whether they want to move forward and invest or whatever.
Yeah, I made an NFT even just to see what's up with it.
Yeah, dude, the whole NFT realm, the metaverse realm, like it's about to be popping off.
Here's my beef. Is that see? Here's the thing. First off, that do you know that Ethereum's lawyers were like Perkins Coie, like the fucking Clinton lawyers, right?
Mm-hmm.
For one, and two, everything on Ethereum is so expensive with the gas charges that it's like, go fuck yourself, dude. And so it's like the whole NFT thing becomes this big monstrosity of like do you know about Polygon?
Yeah, there's different networks though. He said you have Ethereum, you have Binance Smart Chain, you have Cardano, you have all these different networks. So Ethereum is just like one little piece of a huge giant pie. And so if you're speaking of like one thing, that one thing you're speaking of is only a drop in the bucket to the multitude of different other things that operate on a whole nother level than the thing you're speaking of. So that one thing could operate the way you're saying it is, but then you look on this other things that are doing like so much different. There's so much innovation happening that it's like so hard to keep up with all the stuff that's like coming out. Yet when you're looking into it, you're seeing like, oh, I know Ethereum's garbage, but I know I go over here and this thing's like blowing up and it's cheap and it's fast. And
no, there's shit going on, but I'm just saying, like, in the same stroke, it's like, it's just interesting, I find, I
dude,
like, you know what I mean? It's like if somebody would have bought Bitcoin back and whatever, and like you made $100,000 on it or for like whatever, then you're gonna be like, yeah, I love Bitcoin.
Yeah.
But like, you know what I mean? Like, and if you miss that boat, then you miss the boat. You know what I mean? But in the same stroke, I think
that's what these community tokens are all about, though. Like they're you start with these IPOs from the ground up, and you invest in, like, let's say, I mean, a guy is gonna really coming into.
I remember there was a guy. His name was Gollum, and he used to come hang out with us in the Google Hangouts back in the day, and he was just like, he was like, buy Ethereum, buy fucking Bitcoin, and it was like. I'm trying to think, what was the price of Bitcoin in 2015, 16?
Ooh, boy. I'd like to be that guy, like.
Right, and dude was already on it. Like, God bless him. He's probably on a yacht somewhere, just fucking
for sure.
banked out, chilling. But I always think of that guy because I'm like, man, I want to be like, so what's the next coin, dude?
Yeah. I'm like, for real, dude. I'm like, and that's the thing, though. He said, like, every day there's community tokens starting up. So you have an opportunity to be on the next Bitcoin, let's say. So these community tokens, the DeFi space is like completely riddled with like new startups. But at the same time that they're riddled with startups, they're riddled with like scammers and hackers and like all this other garbage. So you really have to know what you're doing so that you don't get.
The only thing that's going to be with shit is anything that's going to be in the metaverse shit.
What's the difference between an NFT and a coin? Like
NFT is a non-fungible token, which is digital art, and it could be in the form of digital art, like a nice PFP, like what we have all of our avatars, or it could be something like audio NFT, like somebody singing a song, like a single, or it could be in a video. Like, so NFTs are anything that you could use as digital art on the blockchain.
That's what I want to get into, is the music side of it.
Yeah. So Issa, that's another thing too. You could, like, I'm in a whole bunch of stuff right now. I'm in partnerships with a whole bunch of companies, you would say, and so I know people now. Like, I'm pretty big in the space now because I'm well connected. But at the same time, it's like I want people to do their own research when it comes to this stuff. So I want to be encouraging people to like look into it. Instead of me saying like, oh, it's all of this and let me sell you on this, and I don't want to do that. I'd rather you come and find out what it's about, and then you make up your own mind whether you want to proceed forward or not. Because that's, to me, that I think you can you can stay broke. Okay, you can have that option, stay broke, or you can move forward and try to figure out what this whole crypto thing's about, and probably make you a whole bunch of money. But no one's gonna twist your arm and say like, "Oh, go join the crypto." Like, you can stay here if you want. Like, that's up to you. You make up your own mind, though. Like, I mean, because there's so much. What I was looking for, and I already accomplished it. I wanted to quit my job. I wanted to go in crypto full time, and I've accomplished 2 of those things. I have 6 figures now, and I'm moving forward into 7. So I'm like, I'm good like now, but I wasn't before because I didn't know any of this stuff. And now that I do, it's like I want to free my truth brothers and sisters. At least I could reach 1 or 2 people, at least. But I mean, it is what it is. Like, you just
Yeah, I just hope it doesn't
Anyways.
fall on his face. You don't know.
Is there any altcoins that you like?
Altcoins?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Like, I'm bullish on the whole crypto market in general because of the adoption that's happening everywhere. Like, you can see, Microsoft just bought $69 or $68 billion in the company Activision, because they want it to be in the metaverse. So Walmart wants to spin up a token. They want to do NFTs. I'm just telling you the recent good news that's happening. So adoption is
Samsung made a digital store in the metaverse.
They did. So adoption is the key, right? So adoption is the key. It doesn't. Right now, we're in a bullish, a bearish market. Like, the markets are bearish because there's downtrending charts and whatnot. But now's the time, if anybody wanted to get in. It's like positions are low right now, so buy your position right while you can, and then of course when the markets get bullish and green candles start happening, you start making money. But the moment, it's good to kind of research things and think about stepping into the markets because they're low. But anyway, the reason I want to see if I can tie it into flat Earth, but the reason why is because people that are working and are doing flat Earth, I would rather them be financially free and doing what they want and then do flat Earth, because to me that's important. The truth is important, and when you have enough time to do a lot of research without having the hindrance of being somewhere that you don't want to be, like at a job that's keeping you down like all the time, and you're just another cog in the big old machine, then you can think about different things. You can do different things. You can be who you want to be. Like, who do you want to be? Do you want to be a chef, or you want to own a pet store? Like, I don't know what you want to do, but if that's the thing that you really love to do, you can achieve it. But it's just, I see how we were never given a chance to, like all of us. The fiat currency debt slave system never gives you the opportunity to become people like that. If you're not born in a trust fund, or you weren't inheriting a whole bunch of money, then you have to work really hard for everything that you have. So for me, I think being financially free and also being a part of the truth community are the 2 greatest things that people can actually be a part of. And
but you know what the only problem is, Mickey? You got to sound like, it's like you got to be careful because it sounds like, it's like, what crypto did. Like, it's like it becomes a testimonial about what crypto did for me, and like, come join. Like, crypto can save you from the, and it becomes a message. And I just think it's like, I think I happen to think like a lot of, what I've found with a lot of people is that they don't want to hear none of it, and they don't want to understand it. They don't want to think about it. But I'm with you, dude. I feel you, but just be careful. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I've done the whole kind of like stepping back and kind of analyzing what I'm saying, Isa. But to me, I'd rather it be a testimony of what it can actually do versus something that maybe, like I'm talking about, like smoke and mirrors, like, well, it's a possibility you guys could be. No, I'm gonna be like, dude, I've seen people dropping 7 figures on a token. Like, it's something that I've never seen before, but when I've seen it happen, the potential that money moves some more fluid in the crypto space versus in, let's say, all the regulatory fiat currency system is incredible. It is mind-boggling, and that's why companies are now becoming more a part of it. So it's just my spiel, I guess, is that I want people to realize that the information that's there is there for anybody to look into. It's not like secret or anything. It's just, you got to just do your research and figure it out, or get in a conversation about it. I'm all about starting the conversation because that's where it begins. Starting the conversation. So anyway,
which one helped you make the 6 figures?
I don't want to say it over this channel, but yeah, I'll tell you, and the other one.
Okay.
So,
what are your thoughts on Chainlink?
Oh, yeah, it's like I said, I'm bullish about all the cryptos. All of them.
I love Chainlink.
Yeah, every one has its own utility. Every crypto, whether it be like the big blue chip cryptos or the smaller community tokens, like everything has its own use case. You just got to figure out how, and some are better than others. Like they all vary. So it just depends on what you're into, And there's but yeah, anyways, I don't want to rant too much longer. People are gonna be like, "Is this a crypto server or Flat Earth?" So it's Flat Earth server, guys. Just wanted to drop some information on my homies that are here. So, by the way, if anybody does want to talk Flat Earth, I can do that as well. So,
I want to talk Flat Earth. Can you DM me a link to your server? I'm interested in the crypto tokens.
Yeah. So if anybody wants to find out more, just click on the link on my little profile there. So you click on my profile, and the link is right in there. Just click on that link.
Okay, I got it. Thanks.
Question about it.
1, 2, 3. Yep. Go ahead, Bushel.
Are like NFTs kind of like a new way to sort of monetize art? Like for an artist or a musician, could they basically sell their art in a way that's like coins instead of just like prints?
No,
like
they're selling the actual image. It becomes an imprinted digital image on the actual blockchain. It's got its own code to it, its own very unique code that can't be copied or hacked into. So let's say you're an digital artist and you make a beautiful painting and you make an NFT about it. Well, that NFT is on the blockchain forever. It doesn't go away. It always remains there. And it's very unique because there's only one that you've ever made. So that's why they sell for pieces like in real art. Like you go to an art gallery and buy a piece. That's what you're buying. You're not buying a token. You're buying the actual art itself. And you store it on your own wallet that you can have.
Well, like how would say I make a painting in real life? Is that like represented by an NFT?
You have the digital world and you have the actual real art world that people can. You can do both. You can say with this, if you buy this NFT, it'll come with the actual real one, but you don't have to. What you're selling is your unique art that you created. So whether it be that you took a digital image of that piece that you made and make it an NFT, or whether it be that you're actually going to sell it on the blockchain and somebody purchases and I don't know what you plan to do with it. So it'd really be up to the artist at that point. But you can sell art that you create. Like there's artists that can do great things on digital art. So.
And the value is pretty much directly related to like the quality of the art.
No. It's directly related. Have you ever been to a museum and seen people like that do art? Like everything it deals with like how people market. So let's say I have a party like at a gallery, and I'm showing you all these pieces of these artists, and then all of a sudden this unknown artist comes up, and I'm showing you this piece, and I'm telling you about this artist and whatnot, and that we know that this artist, it's a backstory, right? And then I show you the piece, and I'm like, this costs this much. I'm basically giving you the value for that piece. And it's up to you whether you think that piece is worth the value that I'm giving it for you. But if you purchase it, then that becomes a floor price, or it sets the precedence for anything that artist does. So if the artist wants to, like, let's say I sold it for $10,000, right? Anything else the artist is going to do will have that backing it up. Like he'll have a $10,000 art piece already sold, so people will know him for that. They'll be recognized as, this guy made this art piece that sold for $10,000. Like that causes FOMO. People don't want to miss out. So the fear of missing out happens. Then people start jumping in to buy everything that artist does. So you create like hype behind it. So really the value comes in the eye of the beholder that purchases the thing for the amount of the cost that it was set for by the person selling it. Does that make sense? Like if I want to sell you a piece and I'm telling you that my art is worth $100,000 and I'm not going to budge from there, and you're just like, well, that's too much. Well, that's fine, because somebody might come along and say, dude, that's crazy. I need to have that. And they'll pay that amount. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then it sets the floor price for everything that you're going to be doing in that sense.
And it applies the same way with like music and every other type of art.
Everything, dude. Everything. Anything on the blockchain. So if you have a good marketing team on the blockchain, you can do whatever you want. Like it's great, man.
Hey, yo, how are they doing it so that, like, let's say if you put an NFT up of a song, that everyone who downloads the song then gets earnings off of the song the more it's downloaded?
It just like there's a couple of ways they can do that. They back up their NFTs with tokens, so there can be a twofold kind of system. So you can have a token ecosystem backing up those NFTs, so that the NFT that gets purchased also has like maybe a follow-up transaction of like you get this many tokens, and you know what I'm saying? Like it just all depends on whatever platform you're actually doing. NFTs and tokens they're so versatile. You can do whatever you want so long as it's a solid ecosystem. People can trust it and they can invest in it. And so yeah, you could, Issa, the sky is the limit, dude. Especially if you're a talented artist, whether music, paintings or video, whatever it is that's your forte. If you want to make it that big in the crypto space, it doesn't really take much, dude. You can get a following just like that. I mean, it's different because in the real world, dude, there's so much red tape to become somebody, right? Like you gotta go be, to this one art gallery, or you gotta go to this one recording studio, and you gotta pander to these other people that are just maybe they might listen to your mixtape, maybe they won't. Like here, it's like you do what you do, you put your music out, you set the price for what you wanted to, and you create like a little groups or something, and people get to know who you are, just like in here. If you had NFTs of your music, I would buy it. I mean, it doesn't matter if it was like $2 or $3, but can you imagine selling those singles out to everybody? Blockchain would be just, artists, I think, have the best advantage right now to make some money. They just don't know how, because a lot of them are not really savvy on crypto, so they kind of shy away from the whole thing. It's like too daunting of a learning curve. But I'm saying, like, just jump in, man. Like, start having the conversation, learning about it. It's a lot of fun, man, to be honest.
So say somebody puts one of their songs on the blockchain for like whatever, $5. They make $5 from their song, but then they don't have the rights to the song anymore, or
well, it's just like when you go into the store and you purchase a single, like a cassette tape, like back in the cassette tapes, or when they used to have singles, you just buy the single and it becomes yours. You can play it anywhere and outside, and nobody's gonna say, "Hey, that music's copyrighted," because you bought it.
So pretty much anyone can. So the NFT gets purchased over and over and over again.
It can. It definitely can. You can do one-offs. You can do multiple mints. It just depends. You set up the ecosystem for it.
Because that's the incentive then to advertise for the music. You know what I mean?
Dude,
if you bought somebody's NFT and then you were going to make money, the more items that are sold, you're more interested in telling people about the music. The only problem is that, like, the issue is that the hustle is, it's like you make something, you put it online, and you basically buy it for the amount of value that you think it's worth in return, which, like you said, sets the value. The problem is, how deep are you willing to go in, especially when Ethereum and gas prices gets retarded.
Well, that's only, like I said, that's a drop in the bucket of networks that you're looking at. So
no, I know, but that's the thing you fall into when you first find this stuff.
Yeah, I agree, and it kind of scares people away from it. But then you got things like a Binance Smart Chain network, which is super low fees, man. You talk about a couple cents to make a transaction instead of like hundreds of dollars like Ethereum. So depends on what network you want to be on. And
XLM.
Yeah. Well, XLM, I mean, those are the blue chip coins, but we're talking about community tokens or being on a network like Ethereum or Binance Smart Chain or any other network, Cardano. And then once you're plugged into those networks, you find out which one's cheaper on gas. You know what I'm saying? And then marketing your stuff would be pennies on the dollar when you release something. Like for a transaction, it would cost like, I don't know, 5 cents to make that transaction. So people would buy your stuff because it just depends on what network you get connected with and sell your stuff on. So it's like I said, click on my name, just go to the server. It really doesn't cost nothing. I would be in there talking to anybody. Like I'm more of like just sharing knowledge with people versus kind of, I sound a bit preachy right now because I'm bullish on the whole crypto space. So that's just me though. But
yeah, it's me too, man. I totally agree with what you got going on. I'm just sitting back listening, and I'm bullish on crypto as well, and I'm in the music industry also. So I salute you, bro. Like you really speaking my mind for me, bro. Good conversation, man.
Dude, I like when I speak to artists, I'm like, oh my goodness, dude, I'm not talented, but if I was like Issa, dude, I'd blow the doors off this thing, man. Like I'm
ready to go. I'm ready to go on that today. Like today.
No, that's the thing, though. Imagine. Okay, so how many people does Issa know, like in his circle of people that he knows? Now, imagine those people would invest into him because that's what happens, right? Like if Issa was to come out with one of the songs that he's ever made and puts it as an NFT, bro, people would buy that. Like I would, and it would be easy, like because he would sell it for a couple bucks and. He'd sell it to me, sell it to Sonny, sell it to, and all the people that know him would support him. And that's what it's about. These community NFTs that people make are other people sharing their talent.
Man, that's where I see it. And I appreciate the love, man. Like, and that's how I see it too, is the idea that you're all, it's crazy. You ever like go somewhere and like all these people are coming to see a band that you've never heard of?
Mm-hmm.
It's like that kind of a thing. Like where those people are, like, I don't know, like how they found each other. You know what I mean? Like, I have no idea.
Yeah, Isa. Like, I totally agree. Like, actually, what I'm interested in this whole entire thing, in this discussion, is the community building that is possible, the collaboration possibilities. So, like me as a musician, like that's what I need the most, is to be able to collaborate with others and network with other musicians. And with that kind of community, really, it's unstoppable. In my experience, that kind of thing is a power that it just doesn't go away, especially if you have collaboration of a co-op of all types of different people because of those common bonds.
Exactly. Which is one of the reasons why I'm bullish about the whole idea. And so when I speak of crypto, when I say the word crypto, it brings to mind like the blue chip token or coins that like Bitcoin and Litecoin. Oh yeah, I know all about that stuff. And it's like you really don't, when we talk about like community-based projects that people can actually be invested in. Like if I knew Sonny had a whole bunch of music that he wanted to like mint, I mean, I would buy this stuff because it's easy, right? Like I want to support him, but
I don't
know.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Sonny.
So for instance, what came up for me is you see how like unique Isa's music is, like that unique, like, right? Does everyone agree with that?
I do, yeah.
Very unique, like very unique. Well, I also have very unique style as well. And if you bring musicians, artists, whatever you want to call us that make sound like that, when you introduce individuals that are just unique in their own right, and you put those kind of elements together with all of those influence over a lifetime of however long the individual's been playing at that craft, that's funny. It's called a craft. That's weird. I never realized that.
Hey, could someone put a link to his music in the voice chat, if you don't mind?
Pardon me?
I linked to the music, to Isa music. Did I pronounce it right? In the voice.
Isa? Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Whatever. Isa. Thanks, bud.
I should listen to more. I like what I've heard. Anyway, so that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. That's what I'm interested in, because what I want to do, like who I am, is I want to travel. Like I want to spend maybe 3 or 4 months just going across country with my bicycle, a badass electric bike, and just traveling on the road, like on trail, like being able to go anywhere I want to go with everything I need to survive. is like been this thing that I've been on this quest for. But also other traveling faster and further to go visit people in the community that do the things that we like to do, playing music together, creating those sounds, creating that epic freaking that epic musical project. Not only that, like I think bigger. I'm thinking huge festivals. Like I don't know why at my age that still hasn't gone away. I foresee great things sometimes, and so anyway,
here's the thing. If you want to maybe have it, because I don't want to take too much more time in live stream. So if you want to, we can just hop down to the chill chat.
That sounds good. I have a couple things to do, but I'll pop in there. Absolutely, I have to get outside pretty soon. But yeah.
I think we could just stay in this chat for now, perhaps.
Well, yeah, but it usually needs to get back to flat Earth, from what I know of.
Yeah, we don't want to dominate this with this topic, but it is such a great conversation.
Yeah.
So.
Anyway, you guys have the link to my server, so just hop on in there, man.
I'm currently in the process of red pilling Orion on cryptocurrency.
All right, we'll do it in the chill chat.
Yeah, I love talking about crypto.
There's already people going in there. They're watching something in there right now, but there's other voice channels as well.
Yeah, I can go to my my server or whatever, because I'm about to hop off of here, but I'll be in there, guys.
All right, maybe we'll see you on there later. I'll see you later, Miggy. Nice speaking with you. Have a great one, man.
Yeah, I'm hopping on your server.
All right, man.
Yeah, like I'll tell you what, you inspired me. I'll tell you that much, Miggy. You definitely inspired. Well, you always have inspired me, even when you're flat smacking. You know, like I picked up that 3-point thing, and seems to be you and I were just the ones carrying it. You know, for a while. Now, anyway, but yeah, have a good. I'll talk to you later.
All right, man. See ya.
Peace, Maggie.
See ya, Issa.
Yeah, man. I might come through in a bit.
Alrighty then. I see a lot of people in here that ain't talking. A whole bunch of them.
I am low.
Hello.
Just listening to some new perspectives on crypto.
Ah, I see. I found that. I'm just teasing.
I have a bunch of it. I haven't deep dived it like Miggy and stuff has, so I was just listening. I was sort of on the fence, even though I own a bunch.
So anybody in here think they live on a ball?
I could LARP as a ball earther.
Let's see if there's any real people first.
Yeah, let's start there.
Anybody new in here with questions?
Lalo Think is a ball earther.
Uh-oh. Who?
It's not spinning.
It says he's not responsible for our assumptions.
Well, you know, when you make an ass out of you and me, it's not much.
He's not responsible for us assuming he's a ball earther.
Sasha's a non-binary earther.
Respect my authority.
Yes.
Confused Earther.
Well, you realize we live in a quantum world. You realize this, yes? Quantum world is not binary.
Go ahead and unpack that. Yeah, unpack that.
Unpack it how? I mean, if you understand how quantum works, you understand it.
You're speaking in generalities. Sorry, Dave.
I was going to say, who really does understand all that crap?
Well, I was trying to red pill you guys on crypto, but it seems like you guys took the blue pill. So, not much I can do there.
What are you trying to red pill on crypto? Go ahead.
I was just trying to tell you about it, but you guys don't trust me.
What's this? I didn't know we were doing advertising for stuff on the side. I mean, we're here to talk about flat Earth. I'm not trying to be rude, but I mean, you know.
Yeah. Let's talk about the quantum. Go ahead and explain it to us, Sasha. Because if you understand something, you should be
in a quantum entangled state, and it doesn't collapse into a superposition until you observe it. So, theoretically, we live in a realm of probabilities and uncertainties. There is no concrete.
Disagree. I disagree with the not being concrete part.
I'm driving on concrete right now, so I disagree also.
For us, there is a concrete. What's the independent control variable on your quantum world?
No, you don't. Have you heard of the red slit experiment?
The double slit experiment, yes. I've read about it for probably 25 or 30 years, yes.
Yes. So that proves that we live in a quantum world.
Doesn't prove that we... Listen, that's only just one realm. If you're going to talk about this, you're going to have to set up parameters first. If you're not setting up parameters, then you're just talking out the side of your neck pretty much. So you're going to have to start with principal foundational basis for what you're trying to describe to us. So if you'd like, explain the double slit experiment, and we can start there. Do you know what it's doing? Like, I'm just going to let you talk. I'm not going to question you. But if you could explain that to everyone else, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. So the shows that particles behave in a wave when they're not observed. So the wave-particle duality.
Hold on. This is what I mean. I didn't mean to stop you. Listen, let me stop you, because if people don't know what the double slit experiment, you're going to have to go into background. Okay, there was an experiment done. This is what they were trying to show. This is the apparatus that they had. This is the setup that they use. See what I mean? You have to get more specific, because you're like 50 steps down the road. So people need to know what it is. Like, what year was that? What else was going on? Was Michelson Morley around the same time? Like, you know what I mean? Like, background data. That we need that set up.
Okay. Well, it all started when they were shooting particles through a double slit, and what they found was, if you observe the slit, then it becomes a particle, and the particle ends in one place. But if you don't observe it, they detect it as a wave, so that means it could be anywhere. So unless you're directly observing something, it exists in a superposition where it is a wave and it is all possibilities at the same time.
Okay, so do you know how did they show that information you just said? Do you know how they showed that? With the apparatus is what I'm getting at.
How they showed what?
What you just described. How these particles...
Well, they had a detector behind the slit. They had a detection mechanism behind the slit. And so, yeah, that's kind of how it worked.
Okay, what was their hypothesis? So look, they had a hypothesis that it was going through a wave, that it was causing obstructions or interference. See, that's what I mean by
Well, the hypothesis is irrelevant. The independent variable was the split. The dependent variable was the particle, the thing that lands on the particle. And the dependent or the manipulated variable was if they were observing the particles or not.
Yeah, the knower, yeah, the thing with the knower. So, but if someone didn't know anything about what they were trying to look at, so like they were saying, like it's a photon, like a little BB of light, a little packet of information that's hitting. But they couldn't figure out. Here's the dilemma. They couldn't figure out that it was an interference pattern, just like a wave is through a medium, or if light was not a wave and it was a particle. That's what I mean by the setup of this information we're talking about. So that was the dilemma. That's what they were looking at. Is it a wave or a particle? Well, because they had the knower information of where that particle was being ejected, let's say, through the medium, that if you knew the information when it was occurring, that it actually collapsed the wave function by having the knower information, observer. At the camera point, right? So go ahead, continue on. Very interesting. Continue.
Well, my theory is we live in a realm of quantum probability. There is no certainty.
Yeah, we don't care about your theories.
Yeah, you're speaking in generalities, man. We're trying to get you to explain what you think you know, but you're having an inability to do so. If you understand something, you should be able to explain it to a 5-year-old.
Like I'm doing. Like I know how to do it.
Well, I don't know what you want me to explain. I don't want to just talk about the experiment the whole time.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Yeah, let's go to Q&A. Yes, sir.
If quantum mechanics is real, and it can be either a wave or a particle, could flat Earth be real?
That's very interesting. Well, I have one theory that perhaps flat Earth is also in a quantum state at the same time.
But the thing is, we observe it being actually flat as well as observably flat.
Yes, but the globers observe it being
a particular issue.
Well, the problem is the globers observe it being a globe, while the flat earthers observe it being flat.
No, I disagree. They do not observe it being a globe. No one observes it being a globe. No one ever has.
Yeah, they're just projecting their preconditioned beliefs onto what they see. They're not observing it.
Yeah, we only observe, and measurably so is the big problem for the globe, that we measurably show that it's not curving in any direction.
Yeah, so Sasha, I have a question. You're talking about waves and particles. When you talk about a wave, you're talking about a wave in what, of what, and by what? So that's my question. When you say wave versus a particle, and can you define a particle?
A particle is a discrete packet of energy. A wave. Wave is more difficult to define. I would say a wave is
medium dependent, right? So when we're talking about light being a wave and a particle, I'm trying to get you to describe what is waving for light to be a wave, because a wave is not a thing, right? A wave is what something does. So what is waving when you're talking about light? And if you're talking about light being a particle, a particle of what?
A photon.
So a photon is analogous to an electron, which J.J. Thomson, the discoverer of an electron, defined as the terminal end of one unit of dielectric induction.
Yes, I agree.
But do you understand?
I already defined particle, Jace. I already defined it.
But you're utilizing photon and electron as a particle, but they are no such thing.
Yes, they are.
Even the discoverer of an electron stated that it's not a particle. It's the terminal end of one unit of dielectric induction. Meaning it's where one portion
of particles, actually. They're fundamental particles.
No, they're not. A photon. So you're telling me, if I take a picture, it's collecting photons of light? I take a picture with a digital camera.
I don't know the technicals of a camera, so I can't really tell you that, but I do think an electron is a particle, sir.
An electron is a particle. Can you cite that somewhere? Particle of what? What is it containing? Because my understanding from the discoverer of an electron, J.J. Thomson, he defined it as the terminal end of one unit of dielectric induction. Meaning it's where this energy terminates, right?
It has a negative charge. It belongs to the lepton particle family. It's a lepton.
What's a lepton?
In particle physics, a lepton is an elementary particle of half-integer spin that does not undergo strong interactions. Two main classes of leptons exist. Charged leptons
in the particle physics, and see, you need to set up the background because you're way too far into it. Everybody's going, what the fuck? So you got to tell them what that is, what model that is. That's particle physics, and then what part of it, like. You need to start pulling up some Wikipedia stuff about what you're talking about, so you can talk in the realm of which you're trying to portray, or whatever the information. You're not giving people that background. Okay, I'm looking at particle physics. Here's where this comes from. Set up some foundations of understanding, because it's a very complex field, and if you don't, most people are just going blah blah blah. I can read a textbook myself. So if you're not setting up the background information of how this stuff was discovered, what they were trying to do, what their different groups or thoughts, different schools of thought on those different topics, right? Major events that occurred that caused them to discover or think they discovered certain things, so that if you don't bring those things up, so be a historian about it. Go look up that information. Have a few pages open, so while you're talking to us or anyone about it, you have reference materials that you can backtrack, because we're going to ask you for reference material.
Well, there's this thing known as the photoelectric effect, which actually verifies that particles exist, that photons exist.
So explain the photoelectric effect.
Or like this, tell us like what major, do it like a test if you're going to test yourself even. Like, so,
okay,
like the question is like, what was the major event where they discovered proton? like something like
So
that. See,
when
then it's
you shine
informational.
light, when you shine light onto a metal plate, there will be an ejection of an electron from the metal plate.
Okay, who did this?
I think it was Albert Einstein.
See, that's where I want you to get information, so you're not just talking like that. See what I mean? Because if I question you, then you don't know. No,
Well, I don't know it at first, but I know it's real.
You have the reference materials available, so when asked, you could provide them.
So, Sasha, basically what you're saying is that when an energy hits a metal plate, it releases another energy. So kind of explain to me how particles come into this equation.
Well, because it ejects an electron.
Which we already talked about as not necessarily being a particle, but the terminal end, right? Meaning the termination of the energy.
Okay,
So when the energy terminates...
I don't know all the terms, so...
So when the energy terminates, right, we're calling that a particle. But just defining it or calling it a particle does not make it one, right? And that's kind of my contention is most of the mainstream wants to quantify things that are unquantifiable in the physical material realm, especially when you completely eliminate the medium in which all of this stuff is traveling, right? So if you try to claim that the medium in which, so define a field.
Oh my god, dude. Come on.
Should be simple.
See,
I can't define every single thing. I'm not a physicist.
Sasha, too. No, you don't have to be, bro. Like, see, the pitfalls you would have avoided if you would have done what I said. But you're still not doing it, are you? Oh, well.
I'm just trying to understand, man. And I need terms to be defined in order for me to comprehend it.
Right, Napalm. Yeah, Napalm.
There's no definition of field in all of science. You know this.
Continue. No, Sasha, we need to start seeing reference information. Otherwise, we're just going to assume you actually don't know what you're talking about.
I know there's no definition of a field because the people who are trying to quantify everything try to ignore the field, even though they try to invoke the field, which is why they don't define it. Because defining it shows exactly all of the holes in their theories.
Can I ask Sasha one question? My mic working?
Yes.
You're good, Dave. Floor's yours.
What's up, Jenny from the block?
Hey,
Sasha,
hey.
I'm just going to ask Sasha one question real quick. Is there an objective reality that we all can demonstrate and prove to each other? Or not? Yes or no?
I think so.
Okay, fair enough. At least you're sort of on the right track there. What's up, Jenny? You got
For instance, mathematics is objective.
Well, I'm in the middle of my day. I have the day off tomorrow, and I'm extremely looking forward to it. I'm very frustrated with the human race.
Yep, unfortunately, a large portion of our population is basically stupid, to put it bluntly.
Oh my God, it's so heartbreaking, you guys. It is.
Jenny on her lunch break. I feel so fortunate to be able to hear you when you come on.
You know what? I appreciate you, but actually it's the other way around. You guys are my favorite people. Serious. I can't have conversations like this with I mean, some, but not very many. Not very many.
That is kind of heartbreaking, but at least we're here together, so.
So yeah, if it's not, people not even realizing, their actions affect others, and and then, the most heartbreaking thing for me really is the state of health of people. I mean, I'm not a beacon of health or anything, but I mean, I'm pretty proportional, and I think I might be close to my BMI. I really might. But anyway, you have elderly people that just eat a bunch of shit food, and they look horrible, and they can barely move, and it's just like, oh my God, how can this be happening? It's so sad, you guys. It is. And then you have, your Karens and your Kevins, and I need a day off. But most of the time, people are nice. But enough about me, y'all. I'm here enjoying my salad and listening to my favorite people, and every once in a while I get to put in 2 cents. Oh, and I was looking up the definition, well, mostly for how to spell it. Gobbledygook. I'm not even saying it right. Gobbledygook. So
sounds like globe something. Doesn't that gobbledygook sounds like globbity-gloop.
Yeah, it's spelled GOBBLEDYGOOK. And it says language that is meaningless or is made unintelligible by excess use of abstruse technical terms. Other words, nonsense. It's another word for nonsense.
That's the definition for globe speech.
Jenny, I thought it was spelled SASHA 2.0.
Ooh. What? No response? Come on, dude. Better come back.
To be honest with you, I didn't hear all that.
I was being facetious. I was just saying I thought gobbledygook was spelled SASHA 2.0.
Get it. Ha.
Dude, I'm not in the right state of mind. That just went right over my head.
He was spelling Sasha 2.0, who was speaking gobbledygook.
It's easier when you're not using a phone because you probably can't see the whole screen. Which I like.
Yeah, man. It's frustrating. I got a question for you guys. What do you guys think about an idea for me to get a laptop? Or not a laptop, a desktop again. Do you think it would fly if I did a GoFundMe?
No, look, you could do it like this. What is it called? End of sale. There's these websites where people. Hold on, let me see if I can.
I'm tired of just a phone. In fact, I want a flip phone, and I want to plug in my internet to a computer and get rid of my Wi-Fi before it ruins my brain.
It might be too late for that, but I see where you're coming from.
No, it could be. You're right. You never know.
It's funny how that is, right?
But do you think it would be appropriate if I created a GoFundMe and put it out for people if they wanted to help me?
Personally, I don't see a problem with it as long as you don't, post it in the live stream or whatever, put it on the side for.
Right. Yeah.
Why it'd be a problem? Not in my mind, but I don't know what anybody else thinks.
Yeah, I'm not going to go out and run and do it, but it's been a thought of mine. Because I really would like to get a nice desktop again and an actual desk. I miss it. It's been a couple
Maybe
years.
somebody's got one like in their garage that works well, but they don't use anymore or something.
Yeah, I need to figure out something eventually.
I hear you. I know what it's like to be unlimited income, it's not fun.
It's actually pretty crazy. I might I might connect my mom with the idea because my mom's pretty technically savvy, kind of maybe even more than me. And she has a TikTok account for her business. She makes one-of-a-kind leather purses. And so she has 70,000 TikTok followers. If you can believe that shit. So a long story short, my sister put out a GoFundMe and she got $1,500 in a day. I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. So yeah, they had to pull it because they had their money.
That is interesting. I've heard people have done that too, but I've never had any experience with it myself.
Social influencers make a lot of money, by the way. I have some.
What?
Social influencers, right?
Oh,
Social media
yeah.
influencers, they make a ton of money.
Well, I don't know about. I mean, the houses that you see them living in, they don't own those. That would be my guess.
You would be
I don't know.
surprised. So I can't really give you all the
there's
details,
so many
but
LLC there's a lot of production companies and stuff like that. So
yeah, I can't really give you details, but I have access to certain specific information that, yeah, trust me, they make a shit ton of money.
thank you, Drace, for saying that. Appreciate you. But yeah, I was thinking about it because, I just don't feel like I can be as effective as you guys without more information at my fingertips. Somebody mentioned that a few minutes ago, and I'm like, yeah, man, I'd love to have a mouse and be able to click, 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 click. All right, I got that for you. It's hard to be organized on a damn phone. I try, but it's hard. Yeah, I mean, at one point, okay, so a long time ago, I had a job as a telemarketer, and it was for AT&T Disconnect. They would call us, though. It was inbound. And so I had this massive spreadsheet with all this verbiage and these calculators. I had my shit going on. And I got all kinds of bonuses when I did that job, man. I kind of miss it, but the only thing I don't miss was sitting at a damn desk all the time, and I gained weight. Yeah, I mean, yeah, karma, it is a hassle. I try to be organized. It's not easy. And then you got an internet connection to deal with that's all janky. With the phone, I want to plug in my internet connection into an actual desktop, and I want to get a flip phone.
Hey, Jenny, while you're here, why don't you see if you maybe since it's a female voice, you can get Lino Tomo, the Globe Earther, to talk.
Oh, okay.
Say hi to him.
Well, Karma's here too.
One of you talk to Lino Tomo.
I'm trying. Okay, he's not new. I kind of recognize that name.
He's not new. He just never talks. Maybe he's changed his mind by now.
All right. Well, he's a Globe Earther, and he must. He's got a somewhat trusted. He's got a Lincoln bedroll. So, yeah, Lino Tomo. Is that how you say it? We don't know because he never talks, right?
That's why I was trying to get you to get him to talk, but evidently it ain't working.
Well, I don't want to confront him on why he believes in the globe and not flat Earth, but I mean, I am interested. What Doesn't
have to be a confrontation. Just see if you get a conversation out of it.
Yeah,
I want answers. Tomo right now. I demand answers.
State your purpose.
Yeah, why are you going around calling it a globe? Answer.
Well, that's the only person I saw in here right now. I thought Jenny would give it a shot, but
well, I mean, I'd want to know from Lino that why you believe in NASA. That's what I'd want to know.
Yeah, explain yourself.
I mean, seriously, there's like tons of footage of the weird stuff happening where it doesn't look like they're really competent. Like, you look at their videos and it's like, oh my God, how did they fucking make it to the moon? I mean, seriously. I mean, I guess I get it.
What a fish story.
Somebody else was talking.
Oh, I was just responding that the moon thing, it's a fish story.
Wait, the fish story?
Oh, it's a Jim Carrey reference. It's what he said about the moon landing. What a fish story.
Here's a laptop for $68. Hold on, let's see.
No, I don't really want to, I don't know, laptop. I was thinking desktop with a monitor. You know, maybe I could at some point in the future get two. Damn it, Sonny, sorry. I probably misspoke.
We'll find you something like that.
Dude, yeah, I need some help. My Flat Earth brothers need to help me. I'm going to ask Helio again, too. We talked about it once. Not too awful long ago, I think, because this has been something I really want to do. But thank you for your efforts. I appreciate it.
Actually, a desktop will be even cheaper, and you can probably get something better because...
Yeah, I don't need convenience. I want something to sit at a desk. That's it.
Here's a desktop. It's 4 gigabyte RAM, 250 gigabyte hard drive, $216. DailySteals.com.
Really? DM me that link, Sonny.
There's the link. And you'll find more.
I mean, I don't know if that's I might be able to handle that, something like that, honestly, maybe, but yeah, I'm poor and I gotta get stuff on my car fixed too, and I might do the thing with my mom for the car. I might be able to make that happen. That'd be kind of cool. So yeah, she said for me to make like a video about my job and that I help old people.
See that? $216. It was $400 and something. Now it's $216, free shipping anywhere in the U.S.
Yeah, I definitely want to get more organized with a computer with information stuff.
And this one includes a 19-inch flat screen monitor.
Damn, serious?
Yes. See, you can find super duper good deals, man, actually.
I'm always nervous about ordering stuff like that I don't know at Daily Steals. I mean, what is this website even? Is that a popular website?
I don't know. No, it's just one of probably many.
Oh, yeah, an example. I got you. Okay. All right. What's your opinion on buying like ones from like a Hawk Shop or something? That's probably not a good idea to buy, is it? I mean,
depends on what it is, and actually, if you know what you're doing, you could build a desktop that would be the best, top of the line, and put the things, put all the devices, the motherboard, and everything in yourself, power supply, whatever it needs, and you would have the bombest, best PC, because you'd have the ability to upgrade it all the time, especially if you bought.
Dude, maybe I should do something like that.
No kidding, man. So when you're talking about a box like that, I know how to do that stuff really.
Really?
Yeah. My youngest son just built his very own computer.
Okay.
Yeah, you could build it so much better than anything you could buy as a PC. If you don't need the mobility, you could build a really nice PC, man. Like I'm telling you, a gaming quality, the best graphics, the best.
Well,
sound.
I need to use different shit at the same time, and my phone just ain't cutting the mustard no more. Like the past couple days, I'll try and use my app that I have all my memes organized in and stuff, and it's slow as fuck.
You could have the freaking Jenny Media Center.
I know. At my fingertips within seconds. I need to do it so bad. It's been forever. I can't even remember the last time I had a real desktop.
Here's another site. Hold on. This is only the second one. This is Acer.com. They have a desktop Chromebook desktop, only $300, but that's expensive. That doesn't include the monitor. No. So try to look for like pennies on the dollar sales, cheap desktop.
You know what? I would almost be interested in building my own, actually.
Cheap desktop computers. Let's see what.
Yeah, it's cheaper if you build your own.
If you build your own, totally.
I definitely don't want a fucking Chromebook. Jeez, no.
You don't. Who cares any of that stuff? Just build your own. Get like, here we go. Let's see. You could have the fastest computer around, actually. Because when you have the choice to put in anything you want into it, Dell Inspiron motherboard, RY206, 531S desktop motherboard. Let's look at that.
I just bet that there's somebody on YouTube that talks about how to build your own desktop computer.
Super easy, man. You could do it.
Really? Okay.
Yourself.
I bet I could figure it out. I mean,
I've built like 2 or 3 of them in my lifetime. Look, they have them as cheap as, it depends on what kind of desktop, what kind of motherboard. So, brand new ones, $84 for a motherboard, desktop motherboard. Go to Lenovo system board socket, $185, so you could get like a nice main board and have enough ability to expand.
so if you were to guess, if I were to just build some beginner starter desktop kind of thing, what would I be looking at for money wise, like $400?
Probably. Yeah.
I can totally handle that, really. It's like the $1,500 car repairs I got to do. That's a little much.
Yeah, I was shop around. I see motherboards in here as low as $30.
So $400, would that just be the tower, or would that be like a monitor?
Yeah, you're gonna
and
need
an operating
that
system.
stuff is cheap though. So let's see.
Because I'd have a monitor, and you have to have an operating system too.
You can get out of that really cheap.
Really?
Yeah, the trick you can do there is just go on Facebook and find somebody selling like an old Dell for like $40.
Yeah, that's
buy
true.
that and strip the hard drive out of it and use that. And then instead of paying like $200 for the operating system.
Yeah. That is a fabulous trick. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Buy a box. Just buy a box.
Yeah, I don't need the whole office suite and shit like that. I don't need all that. Not right away, anyway.
They're getting rid of those desktops.
Also,
too.
Also, if you go to PC Part Picker, you can check and see if everything is compatible with each other. If you're going to buy like a motherboard, a CPU.
That's exactly what I was hoping for. PC Part Picker. That's fabulous. That's incredible.
You just enter whatever you're going to buy and you can see if it's compatible. I ended up building a gaming PC like 5 years ago for like $500.
Nice. But that was just the tower though, right?
Yeah, and then I went on Facebook and bought 2 monitors for like $30 each.
Nice. Okay. All right. That makes it seem more doable. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you could build one like a professional one for probably half price of what somebody building it for you. Half the price, the same thing. even better.
Well, you said yourself that it's not that it's not necessarily difficult.
It isn't. No soldering involved. Like all the connections are all standardized, so you can't plug the
You just
wrong
plug
pin
in stuff.
anywhere. Yeah, you just follow some
Connect it.
directions. Yep, just connect it up.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, take your time, look at it all, and just go over it slowly. It's pretty easy. I taught
Yeah,
it
you
to
can't
myself
put
when I
it
was
in
a
the wrong
teenager.
place. Oh, sorry, Jace.
It's all good. I just taught it to myself when I was a teenager, so like you can probably teach it to yourself right now.
Oh man, I taught myself how to do my own acrylic nails. I might be able to handle. I know it's technical and electronics and stuff, but I mean I can teach myself stuff, so I'm good.
Yeah, but because it's not, you don't have to know any of the electronic stuff. It's just plug this into the only slot that fits it.
Yes.
So it's super easy.
That's what I meant to say. Yes, thank you for saying that. That's it. So you kind of can't get it wrong, but that part picker, whether or not they're compatible, that's the half of it right there almost.
Yeah. Because if you have the wrong part and it's not compatible, then it might not fit, and then you can try to force it, and it can break stuff.
Or it could possibly not work.
Yeah.
Because you have to have certain drivers for things and stuff like that. I do know that.
Yeah, but you get most of the drivers. You can download the drivers after the computer gets set up and turned on.
Right. But yeah, if I did that, I'd definitely have some verbiage on hand and stuff to paste like you guys all do all the time. It's just really, you guys already know.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see Jenny 2.0.
Woo! That would be cool. Yeah, with everything going on in the world, it's been kind of weird for a while, and it's kind of I'm kind of new. Well, I shouldn't feel new after almost 2 years, but you can't. It's just it's so weird. So it's been hard for me to like do certain things, and you know what? I've been meaning to watch the movie Groundhog Day. Because I think I can relate to that.
I love that movie. It's one of my favorites. Also, one of Karma's favorites.
What was the movies, the Jim Carrey movie somebody mentioned earlier? Was that, the Flat Earth one? What is it? Oh, shoot.
Yeah,
Brain fart,
Truman
bad.
Show.
Yes, thank
Truman
you.
Show.
Was that what it was from? I need to watch that again, too. It's been a while since I watched that. Those are two kind of similar type of movies almost, wouldn't you guys? Well, no, I mean, I don't know.
Well, the Groundhog Day is more like a very funny and good movie. I liked every single episode I've seen that tries to replicate that has done it pretty nicely.
What do you mean an episode? Is there a
Oh.
TV show Groundhog Day?
No, but a lot
No.
of modern day TV shows, like for instance Supernatural and Stargate and stuff like that, will have an episode generally that pays homage to that movie and uses how funny those scenarios can get when you have to relive the same day over and over again.
Yeah. Is there a Mandela effect for Groundhog Day at all, or the movie?
I don't know anything about that. I don't.
That's all right.
subscribe to Mandela.
I'm not really into it. I just thought of it as all. That's all. And the reason is because a lot of times when other movies or what have you references something like that, I don't know. That's what made me think of it. Because they refer to that as residue. I think that I'm using the term right.
I just really like the movie because it has a nice message, kind of, and it's kind of a redemption movie.
Okay, I got you.
Plus, it's funny and good.
I almost got your PC built for about $400 already. Just
Oh
looking
my God, Sonny! Okay.
could have it done. Actually, you could do it yourself from the links that I posted. You just start looking. There's your motherboard. There's your memory sticks. There's your CPU, and there's your case. So you just keep looking, and you find good deals.
I gotta get a refill, but damn, I might almost be able to do that.
You would be able to, like, just take your time, I would say, and you would be able to put it together yourself, and probably for about $500, build yourself one. You could do it cheaper even if you look for those best deals for the other stuff. Like, look for a really good deal on a monitor. Like, you'll find some really good things, like, or just buy the box from someone else, like, is it Napalm or whoever that was?
Really?
Yeah, just buy a cheap box from someone on, like, Craigslist or eBay or whatever. Find you a box, find you a monitor, and just build the rest yourself. Yeah, you'll be it'll be way better. Yeah, hard drive, and then the other little drives, like, will probably be in the case. Like, if you get a new enough box from somebody, it'll already have a DVD drives, or maybe two.
Yeah.
That kind of thing will be in the case, but yeah, so I suggest you that. Excellent idea.
Okay, one of the first things I would do, besides get Discord connected to it, is I'm gonna do a soundboard myself.
Where's that dancing video, Jenny?
I know that's on the docket. It really is on the docket. I need to organize my hobbies a little bit more. I've got several.
I want to see the skills. I want to see the skills.
Okay, I said, all right, I'm not a professional. Let's get this straight. I'm putting that down, okay, everybody? It's not like I'm like, yeah, so, but
You're not Rhythm Nation like Janet Jackson?
I mean, I can move, definitely, but I'm not a professional, so it's like, don't be getting your expectations way up there. I'm just, for the record, everybody. I thought about that, I don't know when, earlier yesterday. I'm like, oh, somebody made it. I think it was Geppy said something about that I'm a secret pro dancer. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not. But, yeah, it just, I don't know, the song just grabbed me, and I was like, woo, 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 yeah. I need to do that. I do, but I don't have any setup. I don't have like a tripod. I mean, I'm going to have to finagle my phone in some fashion with books on either side or something. So that's why I haven't done it.
You do what you got to do, lady.
Yeah, and I work 48 hours. Well, we're scheduled 9 hours, but I get an hour lunch, obviously. And I work 6 days too, so a lot of times. Yummy. Yeah. So I mean, when I come home, a lot of times I just like have to, turn off the brain and allow myself to recharge. Because customers sometimes, I'll tell you, they're like, "Oh my gosh." I roll my eyes inside my head all the time, where I want to just look at them like, really? But I'm not, I don't know, testing my patience. I'm looking forward to my day off tomorrow. But yes, I'm getting closer to actually memorizing all the lyrics to the song. And I need to, something else on the docket, I need to find the long lost, the Lord's Prayer, but we use the Radius. And Jose, El Baba Yaga came up with it. And I haven't messaged him yet, but it's written down on the to-do list. But yeah, I don't even eat lunch on my lunch. Because I really need to like reset and then pretend I just have another 4-hour shift to go. Because retail really isn't my gig. Yeah, I got so far I've gotten 2 Kevins, and I've had a couple Karens, and I've gotten white knighted one time. It was pretty awesome. Customer called another customer bitch because she was being one. But I can't say it, but she said it for me. It was quite the event. That's incredible. Somebody jumping up and then hitting somebody in the head with their feet. That's crazy. All right, somebody's going meme crazy. All right, so
I think that's an interesting story. Just someone speaking up who's not working there can really change that interaction from being a super abusive reaction towards the staff, and the staff just has to take it or get fired. It's our
Exactly.
responsibility to stand up for against what is wrong and like voice like concerns.
Oh, this lady got all up in her business. Oh, it was quite the sight to see. And, I don't wish bad on anybody, but this lady is just, I don't even want to look at her. And I wasn't when it was all going on. I was just looking at my register. It's like, oh my gosh, I couldn't believe it happened. But yeah, exactly right. And that's why I don't really care for customer service anymore, is because you just have to take it. So somebody wants to be an asshole one day and come in and just spew their negativity on everybody. It's like, come on, man. It's like unbelievable sometimes. But it's not all bad because I do get to have great conversations with people in town. So I really enjoy that. So it's just like I just got to grin and bear it. And if it gets that bad, I just have to, say, I'll be right back. And I turn around and get customer service, and then they take care of it. Or a manager. I don't get paid to take care of people's issues. But we deal with issues in here all the time. Not right now. It's pretty quiet from what I'm gathering. The Globies know the heliocentric theory is dead. It's dead. They just want to hold on to the fantasy. They want to be nostalgic. They want to be the bird in the gilded cage with the door open. And they just stay in there. People just want to live the dream. Right? Anyway, I got to run, everybody. TTFN.
Later.
Later, Jenny.
Rapping since 5, one hand in the mic and the other french fries. Don't worry about the size, just worry about my vibes. No, please don't kill my vibes. Please don't kill my vibes. I got winning in my
That was good. I just think you're missing the hook.
I know. I'm working on it.
Oh, the bot's not even in here. Huh. Maybe the bot's getting updated. I don't know. Okay.
What's up, Glad?
I was just talking about, I was trying to play something through the bot here, and the bot's not even in here, so I still have control, but it's not going to play anything because it's not here.
We don't need no stinking
bots. We don't need no stinky bots.
We don't need no
That's my shot, Conrad. That's my shot, Conrad. We don't need no stinking bots.
Love that movie. It's hella funny.
Right, old dude.
We can sing.
I thought it would be a good time to play some cartoon ball, but it's not happening. Maybe it is. Old dude's typing. Yeah, the bot isn't even here. When I play something, stop it, it's listening, it's still obeying, but the bot's not in the live stream, so who knows where it is. Could it be, again, API issues? Okay. No worries. Who's this Nathan Oakley guy? That's a good, honest question. Yeah, you have to look him up. We'll drop the link for you. Someone will drop the link for you for Nathan Oakley's channel.
Who the fuck is Nathan Oakley?
I'm Nathan Oakley. Who's next?
I'm Oakley Nathan.
No, you have to talk this.
Right, so an independent variable is...
Exactly.
You're trying to give me something you haven't...
I'm Nathan Oakley.
What a day! What a lovely day!
Was that a good one, or was that just okay?
That was pretty good. Mine was probably terrible.
You were good, Glad. You sounded pretty.
Oh, thanks, gee whiz. Thanks for the vote of confidence over there.
I thought it sounded very good. We both probably.
All right, that's enough with that stuff. All right.
What? Wait a minute. So, yeah, what do you mean? Stop being racist?
No. Stop crying a river every time somebody doesn't give you props.
I know.
It's
Who
fucked
cares?
up. You know what? It's true and fucked up.
Who cares about that?
I love you, Sonny.
That's ridiculous. Love y'all.
Love you too, Sonny.
Thanks, man. I need it. Thanks a lot. I appreciate everybody.
Oh, you bet.
Everybody needs love.
Having a fine day here. Over here. Here. Wait a minute. That's ridiculous. I don't know why us Americans think we can speak British. All of a sudden we have the switch that turns on where we start to pretend like we can speak British. What is that about?
What does British sound like?
I don't
Well,
know.
it sounds a little bit like this, but this is almost it's almost like Cockney.
That's one of them. Yeah, there's one of them. There's one of them.
I used to live next to a guy who spoke Cockney, and he was trying to teach me how to do it. But the drunker we got, it just didn't work. Wasn't working. Eventually, it didn't sound like a language. It's my cool story for the day.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that translation.
Well, Cockney isn't. Cockney's like it's English, but it's really, really terrible English.
Dialect.
Yeah.
Can you explain why every conversation seems to end up with a phallic symbol at the end?
With what?
Forget it. I must be the only one who thinks that's funny.
Oh, I get it.
Well, I've heard people saying measure all day and, mine's better than yours and all this stuff. And I was like about to say, I'm going to whip out the tape measure in a minute and we're going to prove it.
It's got like a 3.5-inch one. Call him Captain Hat Trick.
I'll measure all of them and put a Post-it note on your face.
Oh boy.
Then we'll draw straws.
That is pretty funny. Funny stuff.
Come on, nobody else laughed at you? I mean, that makes me feel
No,
bad.
somebody else probably laughed. You know what it is they know it's funny, but they don't want to admit it.
Oh, yeah, we laughing.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
some of us are laughing, but we're on mute. I just run up to somebody.
It's okay. Go ahead. Say it again, Dave.
I said some of us are laughing, but we're on mute, so you can't hear us.
Right. And other people are going, Jesus, why do I even listen to these guys?
Some of us are above average obnoxious, like myself, so then we don't have to have the mic open all the time, every time we laugh or say something stupid. Thank God for that.
Okay, I get it. You're hint, I get it.
Y'all want to hear a good joke?
Why not?
Oh, yeah.
The globe. The globe.
How did I know that was coming?
I got a better joke. Refraction.
When globe jokes become like now the new norm for dad jokes.
Hi.
Are you trying to laugh like Eddie Murphy?
I know. I got. No, I was trying to do the nerd one.
Oh yeah. I'm not even gonna try it. I'm not even gonna do it.
I can do pig.
Do it. Wait, hold on. You can do pig? I don't think I want to hear that.
I can make sounds like a pig.
Oh, okay.
I went camping about, I don't know, 9-10 years ago. And it was 4th of July weekend, right? And it was like 2 or 3 in the morning, and everybody's finally starting to pass out, and you could hear people like giggling and partying all around the lake and everything. And so I did that pig squeal, and I did it 3 or 4 times, and a whole group of kids came around the lake, and they were with a flashlight, and they were like, "Hey, did you guys hear a pig like over here?" And I was like, "Yeah, I swear I did too." And they were like, "Where did you see it?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And they're like, "Did you see the pig?" I go, "No, that was me." And they go, "Nuh-uh." And they were like sitting there arguing with me. So finally I did it again. They were like, "I'll be," and they all just started laughing. One kid fell over.
That was great. Funny. I can't do a pig sound. I don't think. I can't. Here, I maybe do an eagle sound.
You would have been good in the movie Deliverance, rookie.
It's too.
Like
I just
wait. What'd you say, Dave?
You've been perfect for the movie Deliverance. Remember, squeal like a pig, boy.
Oh yeah.
I can do a really good pig sound. Hold on a second here.
Ooh. It sounded like a pig mixed with a.
There you go.
There you go. That's pretty good.
I'll
be right back, guys.
Get everybody to start doing damn animal noise. How about a donkey?
Okay, now it's the sound effect moment here. Flat Earth Discord Live.
Well, I made a mistake of clicking on a Police Academy sound effects thing. Like, what's his name, Walker? And I've been stuck in my head all day.
Between the donkey and a pig, it's not much difference, actually. That's the donkey. There's the pig.
I can do a peacock well enough to get the peacocks to come and look at me. I did the peacock thing last time I went camping 2 years ago, and I had the damn peacock eaten out of my hand.
I used to be able to do a crow really, really good. Let me see if I can do it. It's going to be loud. I'll turn away.
That was pretty good. All right, here's my peacock. The first time I heard that, I thought it was a person. And then when somebody told me that it was a peacock, I actually got angry with them because I didn't believe it. And then when the damn peacock came around the corner and made the noise, I was like, I'll be damned. He's saying, hey, you.
I'm gonna have to listen more close and do these hawks. There's a bunch of hawks flying around over these certain areas. Actually, they're all over the whole city now too. And you know what's interesting here? There's flocks of hundreds of parrots now because 20, 30 years ago, somebody some escaped. They got out into the wild. Now they're thriving. They're everywhere. That's pretty good.
You know what? Somebody told me that, and then right about then, a male turkey came around in my front yard and started staring in the front door and the safety door. He almost came up on the porch. I guess he thought I had one of his girlfriends.
What? He's like,
I'm dead serious, bro. I was trying to imitate that, and the turkey came to my front.
That turkey was like, that sounded way too familiar. Let's investigate.
And he was like, he was shoving his feathers up, and he was doing this little prissy dance and everything. It was fun.
How'd you know it was a male turkey? Did you check?
There's a big difference between the two, and yes, I know the difference between a male and a female.
Fair enough.
Generally, the males just go, and the females go something like that, as well as they do a lot of that.
They go like this.
I got a bird to actually fly into my Easy Up. I got an Easy Up, and it's, I prop it up on one side so I can sit in there and smoke. And I kept doing that in the springtime last spring, and a bird actually walked in underneath the Easy Up and was just looking at me all crazy, like, "Are you doing this?" It was pretty fun. All right. Well, I'm not sure what making sound effects has to do with flat earth, so I guess we can move on, right? Fear Inoculum. That's an interesting name. Yeah, you want to talk? You want to say something?
Can you
How you doing? Yeah, I can hear you fine. What's up?
Sorry, it just things don't seem to be working the way they're supposed to be here. Oh, there we go. Okay. Fear Inoculum is just the name of a Tool album.
Yeah, I think, that's what I thought it was. It's an interesting set of words there. That's all I was, interesting.
Huge Tool fan.
Yeah, I like Tool. They got some pretty good stuff.
So what's going on today? What's crack-a-lackin'?
Well, we were talking about evolution earlier. What else were we talking about, boys? I forgot.
Talking about evolution, eh?
Yeah, we were talking about all the reasons why evolution is not true and evidence against it. I was reading out of a book earlier, too. It's called The Evolution Cancer. It's pretty interesting.
So, Fear Inoculum, what's the shape of the Earth?
It is a globe.
Okay, what's your number one proof for that?
There's tons. Gravity.
Just say a word and it's a proof. That's really your number one?
Oh, yeah, gravity.
So gravity has to do with the shape of the Earth.
I mean, the model that you have on here, that Zogris, however you say that name, that doesn't work. Like, the sun and the moon have to catch up to each other, and you'd have to explain eclipses.
We don't claim a model. We're disputing the model that we were all taught. So we need proof of the globe model. Do you know when they measured the curvature of the globe?
I don't care about the curvature of the globe. I see it every day out my window.
You don't know. What
Really?
about the actual rotation, the spin of it? You know when they did that?
Say that again. Sorry.
When did they measure the motion of the globe, that it's in motion? You know, it's doing 4 different speeds and directions. You know, they detected any of that?
Yeah. So?
When did they do it? How did they do it?
Well, it was actually Galileo that determined, I think it was Galileo that determined we were moving, that we weren't the center of the Earth or the solar system.
What method did he use to do
the
that?
motions of the planets, that's been taken care of since then, all through the centuries.
We're going to need a citation. Somebody else go ahead.
I would say that the motion of the solar system, that was determined probably somewhere in 1950s, I think it was. I can't remember. It's been a long time because I haven't had to look it up because what's the point? It's known. It's not a discovery. It's known now. It's a fact.
Okay, how did they measure the distance to the sun?
By not geometry. God, I just lost my word. By oh my God, what's the word? I just lost it. It's the triangle thing. Oh my God.
Perfect answer. Anyway, yeah, they presupposed a radius of Earth to get that?
No, they didn't presuppose.
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
Then you could tell me when they measured.
Can you show me the receipts? Can you show me the receipts on that? You made a claim. Can you show me the receipts on that?
The claim, what claim?
That they presumed the size of the Earth. Can you show me?
Tell us how they measured. No.
You made a claim. I'm asking you about your claim.
First, that you never answered. I asked you a question before that you never answered.
I answered.
How did they measure the distance to the sun was the question. Don't avoid it.
How did they? It was done by, not telemetry. What's the word? Oh my God. I have a brain fart today.
Let it be known he couldn't answer.
Yes, I can. I can't remember the name of the cosine. It's just trigonometry. There we go. Thank you. I knew I'd get it. Trigonometry. It's just
trigonometry does not measure things. It's a abstract.
Yes.
It's a construct.
Yes, it does measure. See, you can tell the length of one side by knowing the degrees of the angles and the lengths. So there you go.
Who measured it?
Scientists do every day.
Who measured it, and what was the method used to measure the distance to the sun? Please.
It's trigonometry, and it's been used for centuries. What the hell are you talking about?
So who used it to measure the distance to the sun?
Trigonometry. I don't know who first did it. Let me find out. I will tell you.
You don't know what do you know what a measurement is? A direct measurement?
Yes.
Then the difference between a direct measurement and a calculation?
Yes. I know the difference between those as well. And a calculation can be just as correct as a direct measurement. You can actually get a direct measurement from calculations.
Tell us the difference then between the two, please.
A calculation is using trigonometry. A direct measurement is measuring it from one point to point B. But you can get that measurement if the distance is too far and you don't have a measuring device that could measure that.
So you
can I finish? So then what you do is you use trigonometry and you calculate the distance. Now, can you answer my question?
Sure. What was your question again?
My question to you was, you said that they presumed the size of the Earth. Can you show me that?
Can I show you that?
Yes, that they
You were about to bring up Aristosophanes.
that they presumed the size of the Earth. Can you show me that they presumed it?
Yeah, which person you want to look at? Aristosophanes, Aristotle, Galileo, or Newton?
What?
Which one? Galileo, Newton, Aristophanes. Which one?
Just send me the receipt.
Send you the receipt.
And you're talking about Galileo, who was how many long?
One that said you're claiming the distance to the sun.
You made a claim. You made a claim.
You never fucking provided.
And I did. I did. I gave you all the information that I know.
Moron.
I'm asking for you to prove that they presumed the size of the Earth.
You wouldn't pass.
You realize you can't prove something isn't.
I could bet you hard cash, and you would lose the bet if pressed or
I didn't.
tested on science.
I told you exactly how it works, but apparently you don't listen. So
you just keep mumbling. No.
Yeah. Did you hear what I said? It's almost like we have to start them out with a hypothesis so we don't have to listen to their mumbling and jumbling.
I know, it's ridiculous. It's like religious doctrine in the back of the chapel.
Yeah, we don't talk about religion. I think it was kind of interesting how he went from like kind of slightly polite and calm to like definitely cog-dis and almost aggressive. I wouldn't say he was mean, but he was aggressive. Oh, well, he's gone. Well, I guess we don't talk about him.
Good job, y'all run him off.
Well, I wasn't trying to. I was going to try again to talk again.
No, it's not.
I think I was not. I wasn't rude to him, was I?
I just mute people because they need to be muted for a minute. So he ran off. That's him. The running off part is secondary. But yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, but you didn't keep the conversation going, man. You should have kept the conversation. I'm tired of hearing y'all talk to each other. Holy fuck!
I want to hear some fighting. Damn it!
I kind of agree with Elbow. I hear him.
Okay, then we'll let you have the next one.
I ran him off. I was too mean. I better go away for a while.
Sonny, get out of here.
I know, what the hell.
We've got Tiger 131 in here. Let's see if they want to talk. Hello, Tiger.
Hello.
Welcome to the server. How you doing?
Doing pretty good.
What brings you by today?
No, I was just wanted to see what was happening here.
Well, in here we discuss the shape of the Earth. What do you think that is?
Round? A globe, I should say.
Okay. What makes you think it's a globe?
Well, I don't have like direct evidence per se, but
sorry, you don't have direct evidence?
Yes, I don't.
Okay, so what's your best evidence that it's a globe?
I don't know, just seen it in videos and pictures, and I think from that I just believed in it.
So if I show you a picture of Superman flying, you gonna believe that?
No.
Why?
That's what's the difference?
Because it's, well, if you search up Superman, it would say it's fiction. If you search up Earth, it would say it's fiction. That's why.
If you search for curvature?
What?
Yeah.
If you search for curvature, is that also fiction, like a Superman?
No, because it says it's not fiction.
It says. What about? I know that it says. What about it is in real life there? Because you said Earth is real.
Yeah.
Where is curvature?
What
what about Bigfoot, man? If you say
Wait,
so,
wait.
Bigfoot. A lot of
You
people
said
believe in Bigfoot.
you said the Superman is fiction. The
Okay,
curvature is it is
let's
not.
make it. That's fine. Let's bring in something that is closer
Mm-hmm.
to Earth, right? So let's say Bigfoot. I mean, there's a bunch of videos of Bigfoot. What about that?
Well, now from what I see, you all are comparing pictures and videos. I'll have to say the same. It's a myth,
Right. So
and we don't really, have proof of his existence. As I said, I don't have direct evidence, so I'll say the same here.
right. So
Oh, are you
it's things
saying
that
the
you can't.
same here? Wait. What is
Hold
the
on.
same here?
So it's the same thing. You just can't you can't validate the information, can you?
Not really, no.
Right. So it's just
Can I
it's
ask you again? What is the same?
hold on.
What
Let me
is
get
the same here?
or Sasha. Hold on, Sasha. So okay. So he's saying that he cannot. He's saying, Sasha, is that it's the same as the
We
Superman
cannot be right.
Oh my gosh, it's the same thing as the Sasquatch or Superman. It's something that has been told. I mean, one thing they say is fiction, but the other thing they say is real. But he can't verify that. He doesn't have validation to that. That's exactly what he's saying. We can move on to actually speaking more of the nature, right? So they tell you the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959. Do you have anybody ever measured the curvature of Earth, bud?
Are you asking me that?
Yeah, anybody ever shown you how they measured the curve of the Earth?
No, because as I said, I don't have direct evidence.
All right, so what's one of the claims they haven't never proved? I mean, if they say it's a ball, they should have been able to. Yeah, they should have given this information. The other one is the spin of the Earth. They tell you it spins about 1,000 miles at the equator. Has anybody show you how they measure the spin of the Earth?
No, because as I said, I don't have direct evidence.
Right. I'm just asking you things that you should know, that you should be able to verify, right? So how did they come to these measurements? Another thing that they also claim, these are basic claims that they make that are big to the globe, right? Is that we have gas on Earth next to a vacuum, right? We're adjacent to a vacuum, and there's nothing to contain the gas. Has anybody ever, or can you demonstrate a gas pressure without a container?
No.
Right, because what happens if the gas doesn't have a containment?
Well, that wouldn't work, I guess.
Right, what would happen to the gas?
It wouldn't be trapped.
Yeah, it would leave, right? So there's all this vacuum, and which is a lower pressure system. So that violates the second law of thermodynamics. And so these three big claims that they make is an absurd claim, and what you know how they say, that absurd claims needs to be they need to be shown, right? They need to be tested and be able to be proven. But they can't prove none of this, and all you have is the video. You cannot validate, right? They have this video. I mean, and they had videos of globes since 1930s. Yep. So Universal Studio had a exact image of how the globe looked, and if you look at the globe, their logo is exactly the same thing. It is exactly how the Earth looks now. So how in 1936, which they'd never seen it from out there, how do they have the exact same structure that the globe's supposed to look like now?
Can you say that again?
So in other words, they have the same image of a globe, right, in 1936 for their logo, and it's exactly the same as it is now, the Earth, right? They have this nice little looking image, exactly the way they had it in 1936, but they never been out there.
Okay. I just have some questions. I've been wandering and seeing different like ways of proving Earth is flat, and one of them has been all the footage like out like in space, let's say in International Space Station. Do you know what I'm saying? And then how all that is CGI, right?
It's unvalidatable. There's only supposedly a few people that actually gone there, right? So we can't validate. We can't say it's CGI. I mean, what else could it be? But we don't make a claim to what it is. But it's definitely something I can't verify for myself or anybody can.
Okay. Okay. What else? I think that was pretty much my only question.
So I mean, the reason why we tell you the Earth is flat is because it's measurably flat, right? We don't just we don't just believe that the Earth is flat. You can actually measure this yourself.
How?
Via lasers.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So so let's say if you have a certain distance, they tell you how much it drops. Right. So it has a rate. They make a claim of a radius. So there's a certain drop per mile that it does, right? And it's squared. So it's like 8 inches per mile squared. So it's exponential to a certain point, right? That math works to a certain point. I think it's 1,000 miles or so. So in about 10 miles, it drops about 66 feet. In 14, it kind of it goes to about 400 feet. So there's measurements of laser measurements where it hits the target at 10, 11, and 14 feet, if I'm not 10, 14, and 22 feet, I think it is. So, and actually, there's a Guinness World. They've actually been validated by Guinness World Record. So there's that. They also say that 70% of the Earth is water, and as far as we know, as fluid dynamics, hydrostatics, and fluid dynamics, I might say that wrong, but anyways, as far as we know, water is always maintained its level, right? So it always maintains a certain amount of level at rest. Man, they say, have you ever seen water curve to like a ball in like any kind of curvature on water? Like a large body of water. Have you ever seen it have a curvature?
Not really, because I haven't been much out to places where it's been that much water.
So let's take it a little bit at a time. So let's say a cup of water. You ever seen any curvature on that?
No, I haven't seen a curvature on a cup of water.
A bucket?
No.
Pool?
No.
What about a lake?
Don't think so. No.
Yeah, and oceans are the same thing. The water always maintains its level. Of course, there's waves sometimes, but when it's at rest, the water always maintains its level. Then they say the Earth is covered in 70% of water. So 70% of the Earth being water, more likely is flat. So how much of a ball do you have with 70% of the Earth being water?
I don't know.
Can a ball be 30% ball?
No.
Conclusion.
Somebody else can continue. I gotta take care of something.
I would just
simply
quickly
there
add
is
to
no
that.
curvature in reality.
Yeah, I would just quickly add to that, since the water is not curving and the amphidromic points or the tidal nodes show us that there's no elevation change to the entire ocean. You also got the land that's also flat. So all of America got surveyed to be flatter than a pancake. And then you have all of these salt flats and other countries that also have a bunch of flat spots. You have too much flatness, So that would mean all of the curve is accumulated in these massive corners. Otherwise, you can't get it into a globe. You end up with like a weird dice, like this. But we don't see these corners anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, we know the oceans are flat, so that just destroys this idea. So the land's flat, the ocean's flat, everything's generally flat. That means topography and waves and other stuff can exist within that general mean.
Okay. I just I have a couple of questions.
No problem.
So, rockets. What happens to them? We know when they fly out, because it looks like they keep on flying upwards. So how does that work?
Have you watched rockets go?
In videos, yes.
And do they just go straight up, and straight out?
Seems like so, yes.
That's no video I've ever seen, and I've watched a lot of them. Every single one I see, not a single one goes straight up, and they tell you that they do not do that. Because
well, okay, so I'm sorry.
They need to circle the Earth to be able to exit. So, what were you watching?
No. What I meant by straight up is like going up, but of course they're at an angle. What I meant by is them slowly going up. Sorry for that. Like yes, yeah, it is at an angle, circling around Earth. Yeah.
That's what they tell us, but you watch it go up and then back down, and they shoot it out towards the ocean, and the distance it's not going big enough distance to circle the globe in this distance. They tell you it's going at insane speeds that are strong enough to rip the whole thing apart, but you have no evidence that it's going at those speeds. Actually, when it's rising in the beginning, it's going laughably slow.
Okay.
A funny side tidbit is NASA shoots most of its rockets into the Bermuda Triangle, which is like a place where things get lost and people lose their planes and boats and stuff. China also has a similar place where they shoot into their own mysterious triangle where planes and boats disappear. So it's just a funny coincidence.
Okay. Someone's telling me in chat. Wait.
Look at this. You can launch the rocket. You can look the launch of the rocket going straight up, and you go home, and then you go to the beach, and you take your photo camera, and you check the rate of the Earth and curvature, and there is no curvature. And tomorrow you go again and watch the launch of the rocket, and watch it's going up. And tomorrow also you take the camera, go to the beach, and you are checking for the curvature, and there is no curvature. And third day you go to watch the rocket launch, and you watch it's going up. And you take the photo camera third day and go to the beach, and you check the curvature, and there is no curvature. That's the point. Nothing else. And every time when you put everything in the sky, you come back home, you take the photo, whatever, you go to the beach, you check the rate of the dimension of the Earth, and it is not that. Every time when you look in the sky, go back to the ground to see what is going on.
Okay.
Because of the ground is reality, because in the sky we cannot. How I can go there and check it out, what is going on there.
Okay. I have another question. Why would these governments or these leaders, whatever, make up the shape of the Earth? What would they benefit out of that?
Okay, you and me see the body tomorrow, dead body. And we are saying this body is not dead because nobody has motive to kill this person. Because I don't know the motive, or I don't know the motive of this person. I don't know why this person is dead. That means this person is not dead.
Regardless of their motives for lying to the world, the fact remains that they lied to the world.
But
We
it
can
doesn't
prove
make
that
sense.
they lied, and it doesn't matter that it doesn't make sense to you. That is an
Does
illogical.
lie making sense that you discovered the liar?
Here, let me try to put it a little simpler. So, if you see a bug crawling on the ground and you say, "What is that?" Someone says, "That's an ant," and you say, "Well, how do you know?" "Well, it's an ant." "Well, I don't want to believe that." "Well, I don't care. It's called an ant. You know, whether or not you want to believe it." "Well, why is it called an ant?" "I don't know, but that's the name of it. You wanted to know the name, that's the name. But why? It doesn't matter why. That's called an ant." That was the question, see? So did somebody measure curvature? No. You sure? Yes. Okay, good. So they're lying about it. Well, yeah, they're lying about it. Why would they lie? I'm not sure, but the fact is, it's not curving, and that's what we need to deal with.
Okay.
It's not like somebody telling the truth is all of a sudden going to turn the Earth into a sphere or flat, right? The truth or not doesn't change the reality that's outside my window, that the Earth measures flat.
Yes,
if you want to know, everybody here wants to know the same question. That would be the easier will come to the all these things, you know. But no, the government will answer this question.
Yeah, we could speculate. I mean, it could be for control. It could be funding of money. I mean, they get like $60 million a day.
Why would Iraq? Why would? Sorry, Elbow. Only one question. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Elbow.
It could be. It could be a whole other things. Yeah, and the thing is, nobody knows because we're not them, right? So we can't tell you why would they lie. Go ahead, touch.
Yeah, why would somebody attack Iraq?
Why would somebody attack what?
Iraq.
Iraq. Yeah. Why some government would attack?
Okay, I don't know. Probably to
because Iraq has the biological weapon, for example.
Yeah.
But
or
we find out that
resources.
but we find out no. This is the story. But we find out that Iraq didn't have the biological weapon. It's not.
I don't know.
It's a true. It's not. It's a true.
I haven't.
Even in England, they make a movie about that. How the person find out how they make a war about that. You know, they make a movie about historical, not movie, historical movie, real movie. Like this happened. You know, and this
documentary.
Is happened, you know? No, it's not a commentary. It's a movie, but like on the like a real story.
Based on a true story.
Yeah.
I love those.
Okay, but still...
But why would they lie? Why would they lie about attacking Iraq that they have a biological weapon and they didn't have? Why would they lie that?
I don't know.
Do you remember when they didn't find weapons of mass destruction?
I haven't researched into this at all.
Oh, were you not alive back then? How old are you, by the way? In your 20s?
17.
Oh, geez. Never mind. Yeah, so back in the day, America went to war on the pretext that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. And this was after somebody completely different, quote unquote, destroyed buildings in New York. Everyone knew that they were lying at a certain point, a few years down the road. Nobody cared.
Wasn't it NASA that pretty much had the bullshit?
But that's what he's talking. Hold on, that's what he's talking about, the biological weapons and all that stuff. We went to war under false pretexts. Just about every time. In fact, every time.
Are y'all like talking about Gulf War or what?
Oh no, he was.
Can you
talking
tell
about
me
the
one
Iraqi
government
war.
in his? Can you tell me one government in history what did good for people and people so proud of that government that every time when they are mentioning history they are speaking about that government? Any country.
I don't think so.
Why is like that?
I can give you another example that's a little bit older. Or when America went to war with Vietnam, it went under the pretext of the Gulf of Tonkin incident, where it was believed that the Vietnamese sunk the American ship, but then later, through Freedom of Information Acts and declassification of documents, it was revealed that the U.S. government did that to their own ship to get pretext for the war.
Okay, but here's the thing. There's, how much to say, a huge difference between a government attacking government and multiple governments spreading a lie to the entire world. There's a huge difference. There's a huge difference, and because of that, me hearing that they don't have a reason, and that
I have
can you all stop interrupting?
Let him finish.
Look, can I say something real quick? If y'all are wanting to discuss, please don't interrupt. I want to say my full message. I've been here listening to everything y'all said, so please show some respect back. Let me finish what I want to say. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, if you're gonna make a bunch of baseless claims, though, I will stop you.
Well, y'all were the ones that asked first, and I'm just continuing. So if y'all don't want any more, tell me and I'll stop.
No, finish yours then.
Okay, thank you. So, what I was wanting to say was there's a huge difference between government attacking government and multiple governments spreading a lie, and it doesn't just make sense to me why they would spread a lie about the shape of the world we live in.
Yeah,
what would they benefit? It doesn't make sense.
Stop with the logical fallacies.
What?
That is a logical fallacy, appeal to incredulity that's not actually logical. So that doesn't actually fly here. I have a quote here from David Rockefeller, who said, "Some even believe we are part of a secret cabal working against the best interest of the United States, characterizing me and my family and me as internationalists, and conspiring with others around the world to build a more integrated global political and economic structure. One world, if you will. If that is the charge, I stand guilty and I am proud of it."
How do you think?
I can explain you something. You said all governments. Listen, these Croatian governments. How my Croatian governments knows that we were on the Mars?
We were what?
How Croatian government, Bulgarian government, Nigerian government, Azerbaijan government, Mongolian government, Peruvian government, how they know that we send the rocket to the Mars?
I don't know.
How they know that we send the rocket to Mars? Because all government is lying. How Croatian government knows that we send the rocket to the Mars?
News, I don't know, just sites, I don't know.
Does Croatian government sending people in the space?
No.
How Croatian government lying then about space? Is that Croatian government?
Probably, I don't know.
No. How many governments we have which are going to space? All of them?
No.
No. Okay. And that also all these things what we are speaking now I will come back again to you again what I said. You will go tomorrow home, you'll take the photo camera, and whatever we spoke now, why they are lying, that will not change the reality, you know. That there will not be curvature in reality. That is the problem, you know. Whatever we'll speak now, why would they will do that? Or what? This is so big, you know. Whatever we spoke about this now, whatever we touch any issue, wherever we is that money, is this power, is this that hiding the God, or blah blah blah. Whatever we came on the end, outside Earth is not curving. That's the point.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing
Okay.
else. Because we can, you know, assume everything. Some kind of control it is. If you don't know where you are, is that control or it is not? If you are thinking that you are in space, that you are nobody, but if you have some sense, if somebody hiding from you something what is maybe important here, maybe you have some kind of sense on this place.
Okay.
And maybe there is a, I don't know, answer. I'm only assuming, but that is maybe somebody don't want to know. Somebody don't want that we know what they know. That's the point. Why? Because it's not only the shape, but it is the shape on the end. Because shape, it's showing you, is that shape, is it sphere? Yeah, it is. You watch on TV, you watch all these NASA things. It is. You can see every time. It's live streaming. But when you go outside in reality, you cannot find that curvature. That's the problem. How is that possible? They will say it's so big. Then you find out how big it is. Then you make that in a math, then you take and put that in a math and go to check out in reality, and there is no curvature. And people here can show you so many observations, you know, you can watch that or you can go check them for yourself. You know? And then you will know what is the lie and what is the true and why they're lying. Nobody knows.
Okay.
But I think not for your good for sure.
That's a good point, son. I don't know if I came in.
Oh, I'm telling him whatever we speak here on the end, it's there to check, you know.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
this
No,
is
I was saying that was.
because that he can do it. Other things he cannot do it. He need to believe others, you know, for other stuff.
Yeah, and I was like I was saying, Sasha, a very good point. That not all the governments of the world are perpetrating them.
Yeah, but and all other world, it's taking information, especially space information from main countries. That means Russia, America, China, maybe India, and you have maybe all others are connected, maybe France and UK, but that's it.
Israel too now.
Yeah, and that's it. And that is all governments in the world, space governments, you know.
Why? I mean, it's $60 million a day, man. It's a lot of money they funnel. But I mean, that's just an opinion. We don't know.
Or if you want better example, you have present. Do you see humanity and solidarity, or you see the tyranny outside? What do you see?
Mm. I would say
From the same government, is this humanity and solidarity? We are fighting for something good in this moment because some evil is against us, or we see tyranny and hate and confusion.
I think tyranny and confusion.
Yeah, most confusion, not solidarity. Let's go. Let's do it together because now look what happened to us, and now we need to fight together because we are humans, and this is not human thing what attack us, what happening to us now, and why our government is behaving like this, what they are behaving. But that's not the point. On the end, I told you. Point is that you can find out for rotation. I can tell you immediately. Go outside and you will see that nothing is rotating. But you can say, oh, it's big because of that and this. But you need to stay and take a drone, and if that drone put that drone hovering, and if that drone doesn't go away from it, that means Earth is not curving. That's fantastic enough for you. And if somebody tell you, oh, because the air also it's rotating with the air, that's on you. You can believe in that. That's it. And you don't need to go even deeper that we have this gas pressure that we cannot have in open system like they are saying it is. Next to the vacuum, not next to the vacuum, into that vacuum like a one dot. Not next. Next is something we are near to next something. No, we are into that things, and we are also going to get together with the atmosphere 66,000 miles per hour through that medium, what is not good for the gases in any case. Even if it's half of that pressure, it will not be good. Even if it's 1% of that pressure, gas will go despair. Not 10 to minus
Is he
17.
still there?
I don't know.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, so another thing, another way of showing that the government lied. Not Einstein, Newton actually wrote a letter to I think it was Berkeley. He told them that that anybody that believes in inert gravity has no is pretty much a moron, right? And he said not to ascribe that inert gravity to him. But what do they teach in the schools? They teach that Newton was the one that figured out the
Newton's gravity.
Newton's gravity. So why would they do that? Having a
Because
letter that he wrote that he said
Elbow,
don't do
because
that.
he didn't know what he discovered because of that.
I'll come back in a couple of minutes.
Did I miss something? Or did somebody leave?
I think he's gathering his thoughts.
I was thinking, I was writing some stuff down here about like questions to ask before you even get into the question of, what they think the shape of the Earth is. Like stuff to clarify where their mind's at and, whether they're being rational or not.
For the most part, everybody is rational until they get to the point where their beliefs get kind of shaken, right? So in that part, they kind of lose rationale because they then don't believe that anything could be proven, right? They don't. They get to the point where, oh, I can't even know. I don't even know if I'm here right now. The robot, the sex robot guy. That. It's just but when their belief structure gets shaken, that's when they become irrational.
I don't know, man. That kind of rationalism, I think I said that right. That kind of rationalization sounds retarded to me, but maybe it's just me.
Essentially, as soon as someone tells you that nothing is 100%, you can't be sure of anything, or solipsism, like they don't know anything, then you do the sex example. You say like, oh, you're standing outside your apartment, you're looking through the window with me, and I'm like, look, your neighbor's having sex with your girlfriend. And he's like, no, there must be some excuse for why that's not happening.
Yeah. That's the point.
Why would she cheat on me, though? But why would she cheat on me?
No. It must be something that explaining that situation. It is real, but it must be wise that's happening.
Yeah, it could be that she's actually just sleeping with a sex robot that looks like her neighbor. But then, like after he goes in there and he checks and there's no batteries and he realizes, oops, it is my neighbor. He figures out, he must have fell and just gotten accidentally, just fell onto her and into her. It was all an accident somehow. And that was his last resort.
No, after that he said, maybe it's all an illusion by a demon that's controlling us.
Oh yeah. When that wasn't when he admitted that it was more likely that that the girlfriend cheated on him with the neighbor, instead of falling into him or into her naked, which makes no sense. It's not very logical. He was like, but it could still be that like all of my senses are being controlled by this otherworldly entity or demon, so I don't know if anything's real. That's known as Descartes demon. I don't know how to pronounce that correctly, but it's pretty crazy.
But then you will live with your life and you have problems also with demons. if you say like that. Or you continue to live your life with your wife.
You would never cheat.
Because why would they lie? Why would she lie? And you take that in always in your head, and you continue to live with her, even if she is every day with somebody else.
All she has to tell him is, oh yeah, it's a sex robot, but it lives next door and it's like sentient and stuff, and so it's fine, it's not cheating, it's just a sex robot. and then he'll just be fine with the sex robot coming over from time to time, and doing his thing.
You need only to say it was refraction. It's optical illusion. That's it. Hologram.
We talked to Zippy that, well, never mind, he just left. Tiger's off deaf, and you got any more questions, Tiger?
Yeah, we'd love to answer questions.
Let me think.
But don't ask something what even you don't know then.
Sure.
Like a human being, I'm saying. Like, I don't.
One thing I would tell you, since you came in here, you're one of the first things you said, you didn't have any direct evidence of the globe. Just that one fact should be concerning to you, is it not? Not having any direct evidence?
Well, like, scientifically, no. Videos and pictures, well, I got that. So, yeah,
But you not having any direct physical proof of any of the claims that should bother you some. That's all I'm saying.
It doesn't bother me because I don't focus on the Earth's shape
Well,
every day.
Well, I understand that, but you're here now, so we're trying to convey some information to you.
I know.
And everything we can see and tell, this globe thing does not exist. But good luck in your journey. Just think for yourself. Don't listen to us. Go out to a beach. You have a body of water near you? Do you live near a body of water?
I think so.
Like a big lake or anything?
I think so, yes.
Well, all you gotta do is go out and find something that's like 10 miles away that you can see from like however tall you are, like 5-6 foot. If you can see something 10 miles away, there's no curvature. It's as simple as that. So.
Okay.
Just think for yourself. I'll shut up.
Okay. I have a question though.
Yeah.
So this, I think it's not a direct question as to proving Earth is in a certain shape, but this is just my skepticism around the flat Earth community as a whole. Now, I'm gonna compare, and also please don't think of me as been trying to search up any like arguments or anything. I've been thinking about this. What?
Did you say get paid?
No, not paid. What I meant by is, please don't think that I have, I almost said, been trying to find arguments towards the flat Earth theory. I'm not. I'm just wanting to ask questions that I've, been wanting to ask. So in this situation, okay, so I'm going to compare two situations. So one, we have the government, aka scientists, astronauts, all that, saying Earth is round, right? Globe. Then we have flat Earth community, or multiple communities, I guess, saying Earth is flat. They're wanting to prove that. And so does the other side. Now, one side, so that what I mean by is the astronauts, the governments, and all that, they are, in our sense, what I mean by "our" is for those who believe in a globe, educated, professional. Well, you do get what I mean by professional. They've studied this a lot. It's been it's a important thing in their lives as scientists and all that. And then on the other side, we have people who, I'm not saying all of them, by the way. I'm not wanting to put any like negative things on people who believe in flat Earth. People who usually, I'm not saying everyone, do not have not been like educated as much as these scientists. Now, this is one situation.
listen. Sorry because I'm interrupting you.
Yeah,
Can
yeah, it's
I
fine.
only one question? That one, Mike, one another person asked. Can I be science? Can science be my hobby?
Yes.
Can I explore and do? Let's say that I'm very good sport guy. That I'm doing sport and I'm good in whatever tennis, and I'm the best in tennis. But with hobby, I like to do science. I like to experiment, and I did all, let's say, 30 years of doing science. But I never graduated. I never go to school. I never finished professionally. Nothing. But all in my life, I was doing experiments for joy. What I am then?
From what I see,
If I take the same things what the scientists did, but only I did it for myself at home, for hobby, for doing that, what I'm doing, am I doing the same thing what they did, or I'm doing something wrong? I'm not dedicated enough. I need to finish school to do that.
I don't think he knows what the definition of science is, really, to be honest with you.
look, can I
You did
finish?
know that what you just said isn't true.
Do you understand me? If somebody proves something, why I cannot repeat that? I'm not so clever to repeat that, or some scientists are so clever because they studied, and I cannot repeat that experiment, or is that secret, or what is going on?
I think
Can we
it's
let
you
him
not
finish
being.
his question and then we can answer it?
Yeah.
Finish your question, Tiger.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Just my question wasn't about saying there's proper scientists. Just this, it's a situational question. I'm just wanting to have like a comparison with. So, okay. So, and then this is the one situation. The other situation is pretty much the same thing. You have a guy who has had a check, let's say with a doctor, and then he gets two answers. One is from a proper doctor, one who's studied, properly educated, and then he says, "You're fine. There's nothing wrong. You don't need to worry." And then another guy pulls up and says, "Hey, there's something wrong with you. I'm not going to say what type of disease, but there's something wrong with you, your body. I mean by the body." And he just pulls up out of nowhere. He hasn't studied. He just, he's been in the forums. He's just, been doing stuff by himself. Now, in this situation, I would believe the one who has studied and been properly educated, knows about this sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So can that same logic, where you usually follow someone who has properly studied, be applied in this situation? What do you all think? I'm not saying this is the proper definition or answer, just I'm wanting to hear what your thoughts are.
Well, me personally, if two other people besides a doctor told me that I look sick or that I look like I've got some particular disease, but the doctor didn't tell me, I think I'd get a second doctor to give me an opinion, or I would go and do some research on my own. I wouldn't just assume that the doctor was right. I would be questioning, well, maybe there's something not right. If two people told me that, 2 to 1 makes me kind of think, maybe I should do some research. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, my opinion is that's a false dichotomy. It's an appeal to authority. It's an appeal to credential.
Yeah, I agree.
First of all, we have people from all walks of life here trying to pigeonhole us into your imaginary grouping of fringe people who don't exist in society is just absurd.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And you appeal to an authority, and you don't know even in which authority you're appealing. You said scientist, and if I ask you now, what scientist did to arrive to the shape of the earth, who they are, and how they did it, and what they did it? because you can speak about scientists. Let's say scientists who proved I don't know what. You can prove how water is boiling. You can prove who was scientist, Pasteur, how germs. You have experiments behind that. When you say like this globally, scientists like authority, that mean nothing. You know, you need to say which scientist did that. If you know, then we can appeal to that scientist and say, okay, this scientist says this is this and this. Okay, let's see how is that working. Does I believe scientists? Yes, I will believe scientists if he has work behind him. That means experiment and everything what is proving his work. If you how to say, add heat to the water, water will boil. If I drop the ice on the water, water will not boil. If birds fly over the water, water will not boil. You know, if I touch the water, water will not boil. That means that water will boil only not because of scientists. It will boil because you will add the heat. But some scientists that discovered before us, and we can try that and do that. Like every scientific experiment, every of them. That means we believe in science, okay? No, we believe. We trust the science because science is empirically proving everything. Let's prove the shape of the earth. But you cannot use science you need to measure earth. You don't need science. But you said scientists. But if you want to appeal to authority, all these scientists, let's see which scientists did work to arrive at the shape of the earth.
So do you understand what he's saying to you there, Tiger?
I think so, yes.
You can bring all the scientists in here. We welcome them. All we need is somebody to show us a direct measurement of curvature, Earth motion, and the existence of our ball Earth in the vacuum of space. You know, that's all we're asking for. And we've been here for years, and nobody's providing anything. They got a lot of bullshit, and they got a lot of degrees, but nobody's showing us any real. So go ahead.
If you want particularly the issue about Earth are more about they are taking astrophysicists and astronomists and that's not science, man.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to look into the science, that's pseudoscience. That they have no experiment for any of their claims.
Do you know how many real sciences can we name? Like chemistry, biology, biochemistry. Those are the ones I can think of at the moment. I think there's a few others.
Quantum physics, I think.
Okay, I was going to say, you look in the voice text. I posted the definition of science. You want to check that out, and then tell me where in there does it say that you have to be a professional or some kind of a title holder in order to study science or to understand it. I don't see anything in there about you having to have a lab coat or anything in order to do that and understand what science is.
What about a clipboard? Do you have to have a clipboard?
Well, you definitely got to have the white coat.
Mm-hmm.
He was just saying you don't have to have the white coat. That's why I was asking about the clipboard. You need that either?
Yeah, I mean, is that all important? Like, is the costume really important?
I'm from Oxford, and I know more than you.
So I can give a perfect example. Last night we had a mathematics professor that was in here, actually in live stream too. And one of our members, who is not a credentialed mathematician, was looking at the equations that this well-known YouTube mathematics university professor was presenting him, and corrected his equations because he was not using the proper circular motion equations. And the mathematics professor was like, you know what? You're right. My math is wrong. So should that person have just accepted what that mathematics professor had presented to him because he's a mathematics professor with credentials and a very popular YouTube channel?
Curvature changes on however we say it changes.
It's kind of the same thing as if your neighbor comes over and tells you that, hey, there's this new law that says you have to give me $100 every month, no matter what. And the city just passed the law. would you actually give him the $100 every month, or would you kind of like try to figure out if that was actually true or not?
I would figure out.
Very good, right? I mean, that's logical, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So you can understand where we're coming from when we say that you don't need to have a degree or be some kind of special person or have a lab coat in order to understand science or to understand the intricacies of it. It's really not that difficult once you start to read and understand it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like some of us don't have degrees. Dr. John D., for instance, is a PhD in spectrophotometry, and so people all over the place have different qualifications and come from different walks of life. It's not like we just appeared one day. We used to have jobs. We went to school.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know, Tiger, if you're thinking that we're saying that millions or billions of scientists are intentionally lying, we're not saying that. We have no idea, but I would assume that most of them just believe it like everybody else does, like you do. Somebody else told them, and they didn't even check the facts of it. The difference is people on here have actually checked for the facts of the Globe claims, and they're not there. So there's not millions of scientists intentionally lying if you're thinking that. They just believe it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Well, I think that was it. It's pretty dark here. I have to I have school tomorrow, so I have to go. Thank you for all those who answered questions properly. It was interesting to hear. And may we meet again, I guess.
Yeah, come back and talk to us again. Thanks for being polite and everything. We appreciate that too.
Yep, thank you.
I don't know. If I was going to say it in Mortal Kombat terms, I'd say fatality.
Fatality.
There you go.
Flat Earth wins.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on Node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3. All right, so this is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I just
All right,
I get too embarrassed.
I'm gonna meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like all the really cool Aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close them from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open. Yeah.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is...
You lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
is lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have an astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus. That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Cool. This coffee smells like shit. It is shit, Austin. It's a bit nutty.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door, I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Is it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I want to speak. Click, 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 cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't want to hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth, but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Is it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
That one is bumping, and I got my freaking professional audio speakers hooked up. That sounds so good now. Wow.
You're coming in real low, though.
Okay.
You got a new microphone or something? Maybe I need to turn you up.
No, hold on a second. Let me adjust. 1 second. No, I just moved into the other room, so the fan noise is going to be much less. Just cool.
All right, you're loud and clear now.
Does that sound better?
Yep.
Yeah, it's good. It's on carpet, and it's in a room that's separate from my garden. So it's a little cubicle to itself in my kitchen, so it's great.
Sweet.
Can't wait till I get my new microphone. I got one on the way. It should be here on the 5th. A microphone and an interface.
Yeah, the one you're talking on sounds pretty good right now. But
Yeah, it's just it's the laptop still, so that's good. I'm about 2 feet away, so that's probably good.
Just glance through the list. I don't see any new people on here, so everybody here feel free to comment.
Well, congrats on gold, Dave. I think very well deserved.
Absolutely.
Who are we congratulating?
You, my friend.
Me?
Yeah,
Really?
check your tags.
I don't even know how to use any of this stuff. Shut it.
That's okay. All you gotta do is, if somebody's really obnoxious, right click and see if you're able to mute them or not. Then make the choice to mute or not mute. And you don't have to. So, I mean, like, I didn't even use any of that stuff for like months and months and months.
Yeah.
And then finally I saw, you know what? Well, they gave this to me for a reason, and that can be verified with BattleMod. So he's the one that gave me the roles. I'm grateful for the roles. I'm glad we're gold plus together. That's freaking awesome.
Yeah, I appreciate whoever did that. I just come in here and try to do my part, but it's nice to be recognized.
I think that one was a long time coming, Dave. Congrats again.
Yeah, appreciate it. Enough about me.
That's right.
Dead Air Dave, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the pioneers of the precious metal, so I'll just have you know then.
That was messed up.
The plank owners, that's a naval term. Plank owner is that's the crew that was there when the keel was laid. They watched it all happen from the very beginning.
No, didn't you say Dead Air Dave? What happened?
I'm still here making a delivery at the moment, though.
My bad. I know there's more people in here than just you, though. You don't start talking, I'm gonna start singing.
Yep. Anyway, before I go to the store, I have these old Sansui speakers from the 70s. They're the biggest, heaviest speakers you don't want to be moving these. It's not fun. But when you set them down and you start to play music through them, amazing. And I'm playing it through actually the same era Kenwood. It's not a tube amplifier, but it's an old one from the 70s that came along with these speakers. And other than being like the potentiometer just being a little scratchy, oh my god, this thing can blast. I was actually going to ask you if there's enough dead time. If someone else could play another bumpin' tune, and I'm going to go outside in the hallway and listen. Testing.
Coming to you live.
Oh yeah, I've been trying to play Cartoon Ball. Can someone play Cartoon Ball? Any other DJs here? No? Let me try it again then. Okay, Jace. Oh, she's definitely...
I am, but I'm in the middle of getting ready to go get my powder hat.
I tried it earlier. It's okay. got it here. I tried to play before, it wouldn't play right. Let's see, I had it pulled up here. Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What's that?
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
It has to be.
So that's
Well, otherwise it would look too flat, and my bosses wouldn't approve of that. I'll find something that hasn't been played recently.
It's real because it looks so fake.
They have to say that, don't they?
I have a song request, Sonny. I'll drop it in the bot commands.
Oh, okay.
Is it the 10 Flat Commandments? I heard that whoever did that one.
Okay, cool.
No, it's my favorite. It's probably one of my favorites. It's
Alright,
by
let's
Don
put
Gio.
I'll do my test.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
I'll test it. I'll test my speaker out in the hallway. Alright, here we go.
Over the years, NASA has given us spectacular photos renderings that reveal a colorful and mysterious universe.
I woke up, got out of bed and brushed my teeth. I grabbed the phone and start to roam. I seen the screen. Black Earth scratched my head and what's this mean? Clicked on it, to be honest, yeah, I had to see. CGI, the fish eye, I couldn't believe they used technology to deceive. So many bodies are close-minded. The Simon is solely dying on photos up in the lineup. How can you tell they're not lying? Cognitive dissonance. Yes, it gets real intense. Some might be on the fence. They just can't handle it. Think of the innocence. Yeah, explaining a little bit. You just can't lie to them. Think we will jump ship. Let's go down. Boom, boom. Nathan Oakley. Gravity has a new dance. The hokey pokey. Turns itself about. Yeah, okey dokey. Cause the double speak always speak when you wanna tell your story. Gravity holds gases down, no container. You just don't understand the math is on the paper. Globe heads get mad, filled up with anger, and tell you you're just a science hater. Hypothesis starts out with something you observe. All I see is flat water. Where's the curve?
He's introducing us to two of the artists behind some of the most iconic space art in the galaxy.
Nathan Thompson with pamphlets and Bible scriptures. You can't just look past with the antics and dance it off like it ain't this different creation that is easily taken. They didn't know the whole earth, you're just easily mistaken. ODD, TV, and Eric Dubay with which it gets it. Let's talk physics and do it that way. Why would they lie? You can easily say, I say easily 4 times. Did you heard it okay? Cause you probably don't pay attention to what they say. And take it in and think again. You're being played. Yeah. Letter. Hey, you know, why is it important? Because it is!
Nice. I don't think I heard that one yet.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
Solid walls, man. Can barely hear it, let alone hear where it's coming from exactly. I love it. It's funny, whenever I come inside, as soon as I close my door, I've never heard anybody's outside, just only barely audible sounds. It's really great. I could play music really loud in here, and outside it just sounds like someone listening to a radio. But inside it sounds like a rock concert.
That's good stuff. Those concrete walls, right?
Oh shit, yeah. Big old building. 1 foot reinforced concrete walls throughout. Probably lower down, they're probably thicker. They fixed the building. They like from the 5th floor down to the sub basement. They wrapped the main columns. So in over 90 years, this building's been through every major earthquake that has ever been around here. That's quite a few. I'm just waiting for either a flood coming up the street or the aliens coming from the sky.
How long until aliens?
I don't know, man. That's the final card, supposedly.
Has anybody seen that technology where they can make like lights appear in the air by crossing lasers or some crazy thing like that?
Yeah. Is that part of the blue beam technology or?
Problem is we don't have the
I don't know. I just saw a video and I was really perplexed by it because it looked like it could be true. Not that I looked it up or anything, but it just baffled me there for.
But we destroyed that technology.
And it's a painful process to build it back again.
Gonna get me some new bicycle tires. I put over 1,600 miles on these ones.
Hey, do these rovers they put on Mars, do they have telemetry data we can look up? Or is that not a thing?
Most famous achievement
Rovers on Mars. What?
of mankind, of humans. The landing
Oh,
on
I'm
the
sorry,
moon.
rovers.
NASA lost everything. They're claiming there's nothing in their archives, nothing in storage, nothing in a cardboard box someplace that has anything to do with the Apollo missions. It's all gone.
It's all gone.
Why
And
do
even
you
if
know
we
how?
knew where the tapes were, we wouldn't have players to play them.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence. And as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
I was close.
How to drive a drone or with using telemetry data? Do you know how to?
I'm gonna
Just spray and pray, Bong. Just spray and pray.
I'm gonna make a copy. I'm gonna make a copy of that. Like, what was it? A 3-minute flat smack where I asked the guy how did they measure the distance to the sun. He couldn't answer the question. He literally went into glitch mode. I'm gonna make a special clip of that one from this morning. It's gonna be awesome.
My favorite one is that guy when they were asking him about the belts, and he didn't even know what they were. He's like, "Well, I guess we went right through them. I guess they just didn't have a problem. We just busted right through them." That was pretty classic.
We must have been lucky that day. Yeah. I mean, I didn't feel anything. Did you?
Man, we got through there by the skin of our teeth, brother.
I guess in that particular instance, what you did believe or what you did not believe had an effect on actual reality. Then okay,
That's what you're thinking. Yeah.
So with that logic, you could swim through a gator-infested swamp if you didn't know the gators were there, right?
Was that Edgar Allan or Alan Bean?
Oh, Buzz Aldrin was like, "Why are you asking me, man? We were just passengers."
We're just on a ride. That's when he said ride.
Right. What? You better ask a scientist because that's not what I do. What I do is I walk around, I climb ladders, and I say things they tell me to say. Like, I got a script memorized.
How did they manually come into re-entry if they were just on a ride?
Oh, good.
Pilot, man, come on.
Oh, look, here's a scientist. Let's ask him. So, excuse me, scientist, what do you do when you have a leak or something like that? Well, when you have a leak,
Then you have a leak.
the scientist. Yeah, that's the scientist. Is there anyone else that we can ask?
Did you see that article that someone was passing around about how they got a leak up there and they used duct tape to fill it up temporarily until they fixed it?
Yeah.
I wish somebody would get that snippet and put it.
Can we talk to some real NASA people now, or is? Ha ha ha! Funny. Can we get a real scientist?
Do they exist?
Oh shit! This is it. Oh, this is it. Oh.
No, not a nascentist, a scientist.
So you're a NASA scientist, Don Pettit, right?
Yeah. So yeah, because you can see you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not
which
a
is
black
cool thing.
void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all.
You can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the
Yeah,
Milky
you
Way
see
galaxy.
the Magellanic Clouds.
Magellanic. See, I was.
Yeah.
Well, there's a large one and a
wanna
small one, right?
Yeah.
And then
Oh, remember that other cloud that we saw?
Whoa.
Hey, remember when we saw those stars? Yeah. Right, yeah. Yeah, we saw some planets and stuff. Yeah, stuff. Lots of stuff.
Moons?
You think this is offensive to globe people? Like us making fun of NASA? Like, do you think that offends people?
There's no such thing in my world as life, really. That we're very complicated rocks.
Yeah, so there's no life. Do you have any more, Michelle Thaler?
So she's a scientist, right?
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
What?
She forgot Stardust.
What are you talking about, man?
She forgot Stardust. Stardust. How can you forget Stardust, lady? That's just disrespectful.
Yeah, this NASA expert science communicator also said at some point, science is going to die, and I can't read a scientific paper to save my life. So.
Oh, well, maybe ask a rock. Ask a complicated rock to help you. Or ask a cousin.
That's probably how she got her degree.
It's rocks are your cousins. So monkeys are not my cousins, right? Rocks are my cousins. Yeah. All right. Okay.
No. It's monkeys are your cousins, but rocks are your grandparents.
Your ancestors.
You show some respect to this rock.
It would have to be that way in order for there to be monkeys' uncles.
I thought she was gonna say Stardust, man. I was like, how can you not say Stardust? That's like so cool. I mean, what you're saying is that we come from Stardust. Like, how is that not cool to say? Like,
I've seen lectures with her. She does say that at times, but she also says the rock thing. I'm surprised she doesn't say we all come from the platypus, but you know.
I would just stick with Stardust because it sounds magical.
Johnny, this is your uncle. This is your uncle, the monkey. His name is Stardust.
This is Stardust, your uncle from planet.
He was kind of from the rebellious hippie kind of monkey generation.
The thing about platypuses is they have a poison spur. Why don't we have one of those? What happened to that?
Yeah, they sound cool, right? Maybe the platypus is an alien species to our,
It's supposedly changed into all these other species, but they all lost all the defining features of the platypus and became something else, but the platypus never changed. It's just retarded. And it's not like any of these animals wouldn't be like better suited having like a poisonous weapon.
So mammals lay eggs too, right? Is that what happened?
Yeah, he's the only egg-laying mammal because he's the start of this chain. They just hooked this imaginary chain into the other chain at this point. That's why it's so weird.
Oh. I always thought they were just animals in Australia. You know how you got kangaroos, and Tasmanian tigers, devil, and then you got a platypus. I just thought it was just another Aussie animal.
Apparently, it's the forefathers of all mammals.
To Australia, huh? I guess it's not Africa. It's Australia then.
The best Australian animal is the koala bear. That's my favorite.
Mm. Yeah, same. Want to grow a lot of eucalyptus trees. They love eucalyptus trees, eh? The eucalyptus is an awesome tree, man. It's like the tea tree, but where did teas come from? Sand?
They what? Peas? They came from sand. Yeah, that sounds logical.
Wait, I got it. We come from rocks, and trees come from sand? No, soil. From soil. There you go. Where do rocks come from? They come from stars. And where do the stars come from? They come from the Big Bang. And where did the Big Bang come from? We don't have to answer. Do we? You kind of do, right?
Well, according to Sasha 2.0, everything just sprang forth from the chaos. And then you ask him, like, what makes up the chaos and where did that come from? And he's like,
Yeah. That's like a millionaire explaining how he got rich, right? Oh, one day I woke up and all this money just sprang forth from my bank account. I was like, wow, the Big Bang. I'm supposed to believe that, right?
It's also, what was it called again when you keep pushing the creator back and like, who's the creator of the creator? Who's the creator of that guy's creator? And that kind of stuff. Which is basically what Sasha did. I forget what the name of it is.
Infinite regress fallacy.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to start explaining everything, why stop at the creator? Who created the creator that created the creator that created the creator that created... You know...
Yeah, with that logic, Big Bang has more logic, you know?
Hey, does the first...
When you cannot find who created the creator, then Big Bang has more sense.
Does the first law of thermodynamics disprove the Big Bang theory? That says that matter cannot be created or destroyed, and their story is that, you know, this little tiny point exploded and all the matter came out of that.
Well, according to them, like, some of those laws might have not existed at the beginning, so, like, that's why the gravity is not holding everything to get the... If you imagine gravity existed at the beginning of time when everything was supposed to be collected into a single point, the gravity well would be so ginormous that it would never be able to escape.
Yeah, and even in their story with that Big Bang nonsense, they even claimed that for a fraction of like a millionth of a second or something as it was as the actual three-dimensional world was unfolding, and it was only two-dimensional for a fraction of a second. They say that time itself didn't exist, but yet the universe was bigger than a single point or something. Like they just make this shit up.
The drama, man, the fucking drama. Hey, it's like so like in that split fraction of you were definitely there, right, bro? I mean, you were definitely there.
Yeah, this is just poetry. This is like reading a shitty novel, man.
It's like, damn, this guy was there. How do you know? Like, in the fraction, what's a fraction of a second sound? What is that? You know, when you blink your eyes? Wow.
1 million times faster.
And isn't that supposed to be spinning outwards, centrifugal force, because of the outward spin? Isn't it supposed to be going the other way? Shouldn't be going gravity. This so-called force shouldn't be going down. It should be going up. We should all be flying out into space. So what's going on here? Doesn't make no sense to me. It sounds like a big bogus story to me.
Yeah, not even Super Saiyan God Blue Kakarot Goku can keep up with that. But you were there, right? You saw it, right? Wow. And then what did gravity do? Like, where did it come from? Like, also,
I was there when they made when God made the flat Earth. But I mean, I was in God, but I saw that, but I didn't see no round Earth. Sorry.
So there are
water. I like water. Water only on this Big Bang. Water only on the air. You know, it's not formed anywhere. Only on the air.
So what about hydrogen and oxygen? How did they like form? I bet they felt really lucky they were born, right? Because anything could happen. So I bet, like, wow. Oh, thank God! I mean, thank gravity we made it, right? Oxygen. That's right. Hydrogen. You wanna do this thing? Let's do it. Water. Yeah. Let's call our new baby water. Yes, you are water. Go to the earth and seed it accidentally. Make it look like an accident. Okay. Yeah, right? This asteroid. Here I come. I'm going to accidentally crash into the planet called Earth. That's how all the oceans got here, boys and girls.
Yeah. And only here.
Yeah.
Only here on this small Earth and all universe without water. So shame.
Ungrateful bastards, right? People. Yeah. You know the trouble gravity had to go through just to give you insignificant specks a chance at life, right? Hey, Cthulhu, like these Matrix Part 2. Come on, new Matrix. These guys don't. They're destroying the Earth. Oh my God.
That's funny. Ungrateful bastards. That's hilarious. This globe is on ungrateful bastards.
Hey, Sashi, with what you just said a second ago, Sashi, you just made me realize a very key part of this elaborate scheme to get people to believe this nonsense that I think is a very important part we should point out more often, which is that with this fairy tale, the vacuum of space, they don't say that the Earth, their claim isn't that the Earth is the only place where there's water. They claim that there's lots of water out there, quote unquote, more than likely. It's just that it's on bodies of, it's on planets and, places that are just so far away that, we'll never get there. And even with lots of technology, it'll take us thousands of years to even get there. Even if we get up into space, it'll take us thousands and probably even millions of years to just get from one solar system to the other and everything. So they make this claim that it's like, oh yeah, there's other stuff out there, other places out there, but it's just out of reach. You can just look at little tiny pixels of it with this telescope that we say is either in space or something, or it's just this fairy tale. It's so interesting how they keep everything just out of reach, so that the dumb masses, the people that the sheep that go along, they just, they don't think so much about it like, oh damn, why can't I go to the moon? Oh, because it's too far away.
Yeah. No,
Oh, I know they didn't claim that there is a water in the same medium like here, liquid. Maybe they are saying that it's some frozen things, shits there or something. But oceans, I didn't hear that they claiming that they.
Oh no, you're right. They don't claim that. They just say that theoretically, with the billions of planets they say are out there, that there's bound to be one that's like Earth or something. That's what they say.
They are saying something like on Jupiter on the north pole, it's frozen ice, blah blah blah, something like that.
Yeah, or the moon's orbiting Jupiter. Yeah.
What made me snap out of it when I was a Glober was when they said that there was life, right? There was like another Earth-like planet somewhere, and they told us it's because of the light. You know how the light changes, red. What is it called? Like, yeah, they said that, and I thought, well, then that would mean the Bible is lying. God is a liar. He didn't tell us he made other life. You know what I mean? But then when I looked at it, it was like, wait, this doesn't make sense, and that's what made me question, like, do these guys really know what they're talking about, what they're doing, or are they just telling us stories? And this is when I was a Glober. It made me question my own, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. It's like, what? Well, then that would mean yes.
First of all, Bong, you need to understand one thing. You are a small human being. You don't understand. You need to touch the level. You need to finish school, college, university. Then maybe you will get the level when you can reach the point. Like
yeah, you need to watch more Neil deGrasse Tyson documentary.
Yeah, it was that. That's what made me not want to learn stuff. Is because of that idea that you'll never really understand it until you go to until you go major in the field. So do you really want to do that? Like, no. Yeah, let's just go play football or something. Let's go join the military or something. Jump out of the plane, bro. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like they make you hate school, then they make you confused. You know what I mean? It's like I don't really want my brain doing this. Like, but you have to. Yeah, if you want this degree, you have to force your brain to understand this thing that doesn't make any sense. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. Like, for example, you can know how much it's 10 miles. You can know how much is 20 miles. And you can say, I can know how much is 20 miles.
Yeah.
And then
2 plus 2 can equal to 5. And you have to accept that. And like, nah, I'm going to go jump out of a plane. What? Why? Like, because science...
on the topic of the moon, though, I was just thinking, it's crazy that they'd say, oh, we could send 3 guides there safely and easily, or however we did it back in 1969, and however they claim they did it. But, to say that we can't do that with less money and more efficiency now in the private sector, I think that's just crazy. That's just absolutely crazy. So it makes me almost want to line up all the different materials and the totality that they say that they needed to build that Saturn V rocket that they took to the moon. And, not so much the dollar's worth back then, but just the dollar's worth today and what it would cost to set that up. Like, what I'm saying is I think it's, it's just crazy that more people don't realize that that's kind of ridiculous. 1969, 2022, like, come on. You're not a little bit suspicious?
Well, we all are. But I think that's why they make it an issue on TV. Congress, questioning NASA. Why are we going to Mars and not the moon? You know what I mean? I think that's why they make it such a spectacle so that we don't get so suspicious. You know what I mean?
Because moon is satellite, Earth satellite, it's boring, and Mars it's real planet,
Yeah, we made so many movies about landing rovers on them, and we actually showed people that we landed rovers on them. Remember that?
And we right? Go somewhere where we was. Let's how to say, explore more. After Mars, we'll go to, I don't know, Venus.
But what's
they claim Venus is too hot. But the thing about the moon, though, is like, well, they don't even have the telemetry data. So it's like you don't even have that key part, to replicate what they say they did. So you don't have the telemetry data, it's like, how are you going to go there again? The point is, they just made it up. Whoever's listening.
Yeah, they're claiming that Venus is hot. And what is Mars?
I have a clip I want to play just in response to something Ryan said.
Yeah, they say Mars is kind of like the moon, like cold, but
how much cold? How much cold is Mars?
The moon is too close, and it would be too easy for.
Listen, this long logic. When we get the temperature on the Mars, that will be great logic. What is the temperature on the Mars?
Mars is to keep space.
I don't actually know, but I think it might not even matter, just because I think it's a low pressure enough environment that they claim it does that it would shred all of our equipment anyway. So,
do you know why it matters? Because, for example, we can send that technology on the Mars, and so far away, and that is so cold, and that equipment can resist, but we cannot send any kind of robot or something or drone on Antarctica because there is cold.
Well, I think that's a really good point. I think Mars is just to keep space alive, so that space is alive in your mind and alive in the movies, alive on TV. It's to keep it alive. The moon would be too close and too easy for people to figure out is bullshit. That space is bullshit. So Mars is that, And then you got Mars.
But why is ISS on 1% of distance to what we reached in '69? Why ISS don't go? Why ISS don't go 2% of distance?
I think it's a good excuse for them to say, "Oh, we only have so much budget, so we can just have this quote unquote low Earth orbit nonsense and just try to keep us, close to home as far as our imagination goes, but still keep their imagination alive in the vacuum of space."
The logic is this: I could go in '69 from New York to Shanghai, but now I can go to the Manhattan from New York.
Well, now that we have now that we have the metaverse, okay, now that we have Web 3.0, the blockchain, now that we have virtual reality, augmented reality, and 5, that G, it's going to be a lot easier to visit Mars without having to physically go there.
That's a lie, though.
What's a lie?
Mars. It's not a physical place that you can just stand on.
It's a necessary lie because it serves many purposes. Remember, aliens have to come. Okay, yes, yeah, I think that's aliens have to come, and Mars keeps the idea alive. Where are they coming from? Oh, they're parked on Mars, and
well, that's the vacuum of space. It's not Mars. That's the vacuum of space idea. Is that if aliens were to come from somewhere, they have to come from the vacuum of space. So they need to keep that imaginary thing alive in people's minds.
Yeah.
So that if they could ever use hologram technology. I mean, this is speculative as far as them doing this part. Someone could potentially use hologram technology to fake an alien invasion, and perhaps a lot of people would believe it because they think the vacuum of space is a real place.
They're gonna have a fake alien invasion soon, and then the people.
How soon you think, Sacrifice?
Yeah, why are you saying that with such certainty?
Because I can guess what's going on by the agenda they're pushing out right now, and the fact that they're conditioning the entire world to get used to aliens being a thing. For example, the Pope literally said if an alien were to land here right now, he'd baptize them. So,
What do you think? Days, months, years? How far away are we?
Shit, I can't estimate.
I can see something else now.
I just know it's gonna happen. I don't know when it's gonna happen. Ask them.
I know.
Well, I think it's worth pointing out, though, that there's another reason to have the vacuum of space idea in people's minds, I think, originally. And that is that, it makes this ball model work, and you don't really have much of an idea of, evidence of a creator. So we all know that we're inside a container, because you can't have gas pressure without a container, nor can you have a vacuum without a container. You can't have one next to the other without a solid barrier. So that means that by definition and by default, we're inside a container. You can't have that container without a natural creator. And once you realize that there's a natural creator, you have very little doubt in the existence of God. So I think the vacuum of space, I think the biggest effect it has ultimately is it just makes a lot of stupid people think that there is no God, because we're just spinning around the vacuum of space and there's no evidence of any creator, no obvious evidence of any creator.
Even the children's programs, yeah. But we do know when it's going to happen, because Bill Gates said that the darkening of the sun is the purpose. They got to darken the sun before they can bring the demons and the fallen angels out. So they got to they got to push up the chemtrails and get the sun darkened. That's the time period. So we do know.
What do you mean they're gonna darken the sun?
They're going to darken the sun because the demons and the fallen angels, they can't go out in the sun. They have to be in the darkness. They can't use it. They don't like.
I don't think that's true. No, that's not true.
It is. Well, it is true, because demons were described exactly like how a great alien would look. And
when you guys say these things, are you talking about physical things or apparent things, but not physical things, or purely mental things? What exactly are you talking about?
That's not the reason to darken the sun. Yeah, it's not the reason to darken the sun, because demons can move around during the daytime. I mean, if you've read the Bible, remember Legion? It was daytime when that happened. So it's not.
I think we're talking about fallen angels. Yeah. Fallen angels is a different.
Well, what is the sun? What does the sun do? The sun provides carbon, allows photosynthesis for plants, animals. It gives us, it's a life-giving. I mean, it's yeah, you know what I mean. It's light, but I don't think it's because of demons.
So, do you have any direct evidence for the existence of these demons in whatever form that they exist?
Well, the aliens that you may believe exist are
demons. Other people before. I mean, I've seen people with demons, and I've spoken to the demons and told them to get out and not to speak and to be silent. And seen them come out of people. So I know they're real, and I've actually encountered them and had encounters with them. Yeah.
Well, the aliens that
Yep.
Yeah, the aliens that you may believe exist are actually interdimensional demonic spirits.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of this guy named Aleister Crowley, the guy who called
I'm very familiar with all this, but I have a better way to ask my question. I'm very familiar with all this, but you guys have seen the two Ghostbusters movies, Ghostbusters 1 and Ghostbusters 2. You've seen those movies, right? So that thing that looks like a toaster. Well, they have this thing that looks like a toaster, but it's not a toaster, and it opens up and it absorbs a ghost. It's what they use to catch ghosts and lock them up, And so my question is, it's a trap for the ghost. So my question is, do you have anything like this that would be in the realm of physical reality and tangible evidence, tangible proof that can make it so I wouldn't believe that these things exist? I could know that they exist. Just like how I know that the earth is flat.
Yes.
Well, it's a different thing, because
I mean, there's lots of encounters that people have had, and they're on video, a lot of them as well. And I've experienced these things. Actually, you encounter them, but that's demons. That's different to fallen angels. They're two different things. They're not related. I mean, they're related, but they're two different things. Demons control. They live inside people, right? But then you got fallen angels, which are actual fallen angels, which they can't live in the sun. They live in the darkness.
They're in the tunnel, what's it called, the bottomless pit, right? And they're the CERN movement, the CERN thing is that the portal that they're trying to open the thing, and then release them.
They're buried in darkness as Azazel, but that's not true. The leader of the fallen angels, okay, he owns the world, okay. His kingdom is in the first heaven, the air. He's the prince of the power of the air. Okay, he took Jesus to our place, so you know what I mean. The sun, being darkened. I don't know who can do that, but God. But that's what I'm saying. Like. They're trying to scare you, they're trying to set up their lying signs and wonders right in the sky. So, aliens, they're calling them aliens and people believe it. People think the earth is a ball. A setup, right? God, we're all going to die in 8 billion years. What are we going to do? Aliens are here to help us. Help us ascend, right? Apotheosis, I think that's what it's called. To become a god. So that we can travel around in the universe, right? Like assholes. Fucking, greed. Absorbing all the energy of the universe. Like a virus. Disease. Okay. I'll just... Go ahead.
I think I have COVID.
I mean, yeah. You guys seen The Matrix? Human beings are a disease. Humans are here, right? Like,
is it possible to clone humans?
Oh yeah, they breed humans for all kinds of things, man. Like, we're just workers, just the labor force. We have to live in a world, right, that allows us to function at peak level, right, performance, and that means mental health. You have to be provided, right, with a world, orderly world, right, with laws and stuff, see, so that you can do the work, so that they can harness the force.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm great.
That's what the Matrix with the 5G and the graphene oxide. It's all part of the same thing. The demons and the fallen angels and stuff. They're going to be using that as a way to the airwaves, using the airwaves and the air rivers, and they're going to be like they're going to be controlling things through the airwaves.
Yeah, I mean, it's all speculation, though, right? I mean, it's all speculation, but yeah, I do suspect it's some kind of vehicle or infrastructure for networking. Networking for us to connect. What they're saying? They're saying we're going to share experiences. They want us to be able to share our experience so that you would feel like you were there. See, you will have my experience. I will have your experience. We will always know what each other are thinking, right? This is the plan for the Web 3.0, Internet of Things. Isn't that amazing? Like one giant, like a hive mind. The Borg.
That's why you mustn't use those masks. You mustn't take the JAB. You mustn't take the test. The test is also the JAB. It's the same thing. And you mustn't do the cereals. I've got stuff in them. The chemtrails, all sorts of foods are full of graphene oxide. So you must try not get involved in any of that stuff. Try get your own food and stuff, and your water and all that stuff. Stay away from the graphene oxide because that's part of the system.
Learn how to garden and grow companion plants and trees. Permaculture, little food forests in your backyard. Permaculture. It's freaking awesome, man. The whole
careful of that hand sanitizer. That's the worst as well. Stay away from hand sanitizer. It's really bad for you.
Yeah. Grow a lot of basil and herbs. A lot of lemongrass. It's good for sanitizing.
Hey, there's a mute button. Do you want to try using that?
Sorry, dude. It was unpredictable.
Cough away. Turn away and cough.
You're gonna spread that stuff.
I hope it does get to you.
How you guys doing?
Mind virus.
Hello, Gaijin. How you doing, Globetard?
It's Guy Jean.
Someone just needs to change it by now.
Please.
Jean. Is that French?
Oui.
Oh.
Billie Jean's not my love.
So, Sacrifice, what is your best flat earth proof?
I see I'm still being questioned.
Well, yeah, you want to be able to teach other people, right? What can you teach them?
Can't change his views, man. That's Sasha 2.0.
Yeah, but you can still educate people.
You can change Gaijin's views.
Jean.
So who gets like really bad dreams at night, like really bad nightmares and stuff? Because that's all related as well, by the way. If you get bad dreams, you're being affected. You're getting attacked. You're getting. Do you have like bad nightmares anyway?
I wish I had dreams.
Not me.
I think it's sweet.
Oh, that's good.
I'd stopped smoking weed for a few days and I got really bad nightmares.
If I have a dream, I'm happy, you know, bad or not or good. It's like, oh, a dream. I haven't seen one of those in a long time.
Yeah, don't take it too serious though. I mean, because people take them so serious and they get all upset, you know.
I had a dream. The last dream I remember having was my son was young again. He's like 5 again, you know, running around, and I was like, and then I woke up, was like, no. So it was a good dream. He's taller than me now. Almost 18.
I had a dream that I was falling into hell, and this demon thing, like evil entity, was like taking me there. But then I just laughed, and I thought, that's just a scare tactic, and I just laughed at it. The dream, and I woke up, and I was like, so what? It's all scare tactics. Just fear. It's fear tactics. That's all it is. Nothing.
So not even your dream. In your dreams, you're not even connected anymore, right? Like you can't be immersed anymore in anything, right? It's hard to.
I miss those dreams where I could be able to control things. Not, it just feels like I can't anymore.
Gonna open up that third eye.
To help you with that, I'm omnipotent in my dreams. One of the easiest tricks to do is simply just practice every day trying to move an object with your mind. Once you turn that into a habit, you'll start doing that in your dreams, and then you'll know you're in a dream. And telekinesis is a really good basis power to start with in dreams.
I don't support that. I feel like it's going against my beliefs.
Well, I know a pastor who goes in his dreams and he actually he changes
that would be active necromancy and sorcery and magic.
No, I'm talking about a pastor. He actually goes in his dreams and he actually does things for God in his dreams, and he preaches to people and he speaks to people, and the people actually wake up and they have the same dream in his dream. They're in his dream as well. It's like a mutual dream.
I was actually visited by. This was when I was a complete atheist glober, and I was striving away from God, further and further away. And then when I had this dream, I thought I had a dream I was in space. I was in a spaceship, and I was above the Earth. Looked outside, the Earth was a flat Earth, and I was like, whoa. And then out of nowhere, the door opened, and all of us were going into the vacuum of space. Everything was getting pulled out. And I was hanging onto this chair, or this little compartment of the desk, and I kept holding on until I let go. And once I went out into the vacuum of space, I just seen this bright big light, and it was I'm pretty sure it was God, because right when I saw it, every single hair in my body just went up, and I had it was like the biggest goosebumps ever. I guess you could call it like a swan bump.
I saw Jesus in my dream. He actually came into my room, and I was worshiping, and I saw his eyes. I saw him for real, like it was definitely him. And this pastor guy, by the way, he stopped a hurricane once, a real hurricane that was coming. It just disappeared, and he prayed in his dream, and he actually the witch doctor from actually was conjuring it in Miami. There was a witch doctor, and he flew down to Miami, and he actually confronted this guy, and he actually stopped him, and he stopped his curses and all his witchcraft and stuff. And it was real. It was like all like living, like real. It actually happened. Like he knew it was real. Like while he was doing. And he flies in his dreams.
I have a question for any Globers. I got a question for Gajin. Or any Globers in this VC. I need to ask a question for all of you. Why do the astronauts do testing of fixing the spaceship or the space satellites, and why do they practice these things in water if they're going to be in the vacuum of space? I'm pretty sure vacuum of space is not the same as being in water.
Can I answer?
Yeah, you got it, Sasha.
Because it's very dangerous to do that in vacuum chamber.
How you doing, Sasha?
Because
it's very dangerous to do that in a vacuum chamber, so why wouldn't it not be dangerous in a vacuum of space? So do you get what I'm saying right here?
There will be even, I think if you do the math, we have vacuum chamber, I don't know what pressure is that. That will be even like 10 million times worse. That's my answer. It will be dangerous here on the Earth in vacuum chamber. In the vacuum of the space, it will be 10 million times dangerous.
Right. It just goes to show that they're obviously using some type of editing when they're in that water. They because you can see some bubbles sometimes.
Well, yeah, it's not only that. They can check that suite. How to say that? Astronomy. My English is better. How you call suite astronomy?
Suite.
Yeah, they can use that and go to a vacuum chamber and see if he's how to resistible to that pressure. Not to go to the water because water is not so low pressure. But they never do.
It does give them the movie effect of them floating. So I think that's where all the stuff came from. They just
if you float, and then they probably floated in the water also.
Yeah, but how you will know that suite will resist in the vacuum if you don't test in the vacuum?
How do you know what will resist in a vacuum?
The suite of astronauts. How will it resist in the vacuum if you don't test in the vacuum?
How do you know a diving suit will survive?
How you will make asbestos, for the fire? How you will make that
what the astronauts do.
You need to test that medium, I think, first. That if you want to make some material that resists in fire, you need to, I think, test that material with the fire.
Well, there's no fire in space.
No, I'm saying if for the, let's say, the fire worker, that asbestos, I don't know in English, that that material is not burning,
You know how there's nothing in the vacuum of space, and then all of it, and the sun is not hitting anything, and then this suit comes out, and then the sun hits the suit, right? Like, how is the suit not on fire?
Well, space is really cold. Space is really, really cold.
Right. That's because there's nothing there. But now that there's
no oxygen. Also, you need oxygen to start a fire.
475 degrees minus Fahrenheit.
The heat from the sun.
How cold it is?
Right.
How cold is space?
Look, the only reason why
I think space is negative.
They say minus
nothing. There's
470
nothing.
degrees Fahrenheit.
There are no molecules for you to take a measurement, right? That's why you think it's cold. Okay, but there's low, like super low. I mean, infinitely low pressure. I mean, virtually infinite low pressure. And then there's the heat coming from the sun, right?
Yeah.
And it has to go somewhere. And it goes to the ISS and the all the metal. It's going to probably. I mean, it's supposed to explode.
In the sun, it's supposed to be like really hot, and on the other side, it's supposed to be really cold, and it's supposed to change like the whole time. While the ISS is going around, it gets hot and cold, and that in that change of temperature, all those things would just be destroyed. They wouldn't even survive one round going once around the Earth once because of the change of temperatures are so extreme.
Yeah.
I have a question. Does we have a pressure differential in aeroplane when it's flying?
Excuse me?
Does we have pressure differential in aeroplane when aeroplane is flying?
Yes. Yes.
No.
What? No?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yo, Sasha 2.0. I'm starting to think that
I thought usually they pressurize the cabin, so there's like no pressure differential.
I'm surprised you could still be a globe visitor.
You're telling me that there's the same pressure in the airplane like on the air?
I think so.
I think it's a little bit less because of pressure differential in the air. They are adjusting the pressure in the airplane because of air pressure outside, I think.
What? Makes no sense.
I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Well, it obviously makes no sense, so I don't understand how you still believe that bullshit.
I'm on the fence, sir.
That 14.7 pressure, it's also in the airplane when it's flying.
Have you guys ever been on an airplane and your ears feels like they're closing up? What's that?
Yeah.
What's happening there? Why is that happening?
Slight change of pressure.
Yeah.
Okay.
If space is a zero pressure environment, why train in a pressured environment?
When you reach cruising altitude, okay, what's the pressure inside the airplane?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? What pressure do we need to breathe? Us, people.
Around 14 psi.
Okay. Do you think that could be the pressure inside the airplane for people to breathe?
It sounds reasonable.
Okay. And what do you think the pressure on the outside of the airplane is?
Much lower than that.
Okay. I think that's what he's asking.
Oh, I thought he was asking if there's a pressure differential inside the plane.
Yeah,
why?
I'm asking.
Why? Right. Now, let's go to space. In order for astronauts to be inside the ISS, okay, does it have to be what pressure? Right.
And you can only have a.
So I think there's a
outside the ISS. Boom.
You can only get a pressure differential inside of a container. Otherwise, you can't measure the gas.
Right. Now let's go to a submarine. Okay, what do we have to do for the submarine when the submarine goes down? What does it have to do for people to breathe? Right? So you see how it doesn't matter where you go, you have to breathe, which means there will be a difference in the pressure if you go in the water or up in the air or in a vacuum. People have to breathe, right?
Yeah, if you go down to the water, you need to have, how to say, I think less pressure.
That's why they're seen with scuba gear.
When you in submarines, right? If you exit a submarine, okay, and you don't control your exhaling of your breath to match your ascent, you will die.
I have
okay? Do you know why? What happens if you don't control the way you exhale, the pressure inside your lungs? What happens to your cells? Yeah.
And now question is, you have the pressure of 10 to minus 17 torr around the ISS. What is the pressure inside of ISS?
And why buoyancy pool, which contains the actual model of the International Space Station itself. Who was that?
Who the fuck? Who just signed their goddamn death? What's that movie?
That was Reckonor. Reckonor.
That was Metal.
That was Reckonor. That was Reckonor. I saw his
I
thing
have a
on mute.
question. So
That was a purple
I
one.
see there's some new, presumably Globers here. Want to engage them?
Yeah, you're a Glober.
Why?
Well, Wasim's here.
You're
Why do
available.
you want us to engage the new Globers?
I thought you would typically do that. I thought that was part of the entertainment here.
Can you tell me who it is?
Wasim.
Do you have some kind of interest in?
Guy, can I ask a question? You realize that this is entertainment for us?
Do I realize it? No. I don't realize it.
You think this is a game? Is that it?
Do you think it is entertainment for me?
Oh, I don't know about you, but generally, everyone here. Yes.
General, I can speak about all these people here for sure. You know, you think that is for us like an entertainment? We want to pull around people, joke with them.
Sasha, I didn't mean to offend you with what I said.
I make you laugh. Is that it? Right?
Yo, who keeps on moaning in their mic?
I don't know.
I'm removing your VC verified role. Wasim. You want me to do that, or are you gonna?
Wait, that was Wasim?
Yeah, that's who's doing it. It's Wasim.
Yo, so Gajin, you're friends with that guy since you were the person who told everyone.
Guy John.
No, it doesn't matter. The question still stands.
What's the question?
Why were you referring to that guy, the guy who just mooned?
Why am I referring to him? He's my friend.
That explains everything.
Because I was just gonna remove his voice verified and maybe ban him.
You should ban Gajin.
Yeah, Wazim. Whatever.
Yeah, it rhymes. Gajin, Wasim.
What you talking about?
You guys ate a steel beam?
Well, maybe it was sacrifice because he has the full Earther tag.
No, it was Wasim. I saw Wasim light up, Sasha. What the hell is your problem?
Joshua, should I ban him?
Yes,
Should I
he moaned like 3 times.
Yeah, he's a troll. Ban him.
The moaner.
It's up to you, dude. I'm not a mod. I'm just saying that's who did it because I saw
the
name
maybe
light up.
put him on mute.
I mean, you should. He literally just he threatened the safety of the entire live stream because he could have just got a ban.
I'm trying to talk here, man. Shit. You're muted. You can listen, okay, and you can leave if you want to leave, but you're gonna be muted from now on. All right. So welcome to this.
He's gonna find a way to get unmuted. I bet you.
That's all right.
No, it's not because he's gonna moan again.
I just want him to listen. It's fine. He can do whatever he wants. He'll get banned.
It's okay if he moans again. Like,
all right. Can we leave it?
Yo, rookie, why'd you do that?
Why did I do that? Because I thought it would be funny.
That's so sad.
Why are you moaning?
Because of what he was doing, moaning, so I was imitating him.
So everybody's moaning now? Moaning's just allowed here?
No, I'm not saying that.
You guys are gay.
Why do you still think the Earth is a ball, Dijon?
Dijon.
Well, we're gay now? What?
Dijon. Gay Jean.
Makes no sense at all.
Hey, gay Gene.
Dijon.
You'll think it's
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
You are gay.
Because that's French.
You are gay.
Why are you gay?
Who said I'm gay?
Why are you gay?
You are gay.
Who said I'm gay?
You are
You're
gay.
gay.
You said
That's
I'm
like-
gay?
Why are you still a Glober? Yeah. Why are you still gay?
What up, my Nikola Tesla?
Because I have not seen sufficient evidence to convince me otherwise.
What would be sufficient evidence to convince you otherwise?
He thinks CGI is convincing is substantial evidence.
Wait. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, this guy can answer my questions for me, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, you think CGI is substantial evidence, right?
Well,
you think,
like all
when you watch,
Glovers, he has no claim.
right? When you watch the movie Interstellar, do you just look at it and think it's?
Can you let him answer the question?
Dude, dude, why are you interrupting me?
You answer the question, Guy Gene. What is it?
I said Sacrifice can answer for me since he has been answering for me.
Come on, man. I don't have all day.
All right, I'll stop talking, dude. Stop.
Thank you. Thank you. So I have not seen sufficient evidence to convince me otherwise. What would be evidence that would convince me otherwise? It's a good question. It would have to be substantial evidence. Something like
curvature.
Something like
curvature.
Enough. Something like, for example, if enough people
curvature
were able. Okay. Oh, I guess Sasha can answer my questions for me now. Sasha,
so he no.
Okay,
Finish that sentence right there. He said when there's enough people who could convince me. So the thing is, he's basically what we call sheep. He agrees to the majority, and he thinks that just because the majority says this, he thinks that it is right. That's basically your sheep mindset. You're a sheep person.
Is that true? Is that correct, Guy Gene?
What's up?
Is that true? What he just said? Is it because
I guess so. I mean, he answered the question for me, so that must be what it is.
I'm asking you if that's what you were going to say. For all the interruptions.
Well, it's difficult for me to answer questions if other people are answering them for me.
Okay, you said that if enough people, and then you got cut off. So can you continue from there? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
There's no reason, logical fallacy.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought somebody else already answered for me.
No. Go.
Dude, why don't you stop being like feminine? Just talk, dude. You're finding a way to avoid the questions.
Shut up. Right, everybody, be quiet, please. Go ahead, Guy Gene. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No worries. I appreciate the apology. So, if enough people, for example, started coming out with high quality 4K videos of like, oh my god, I launched my own home rocket, and I can see at a certain height, right? I don't know which height. It's some height which we can calculate. Holy crap! We look down, and we don't see curvature. We see a disc. Or I guess it doesn't have to be a disc. It could be whatever, right? But at a certain height, some curvature should be visible.
Do you know what it? My bad.
Would be enough people.
That wouldn't be proof for me if a bunch of people did that, right? If a bunch of people did that.
How many people have to do that in order for you to be audience enough people? How many people? Like how many videos? How many people have to participate?
In order to what?
In order for you to say, okay, is that enough evidence?
Well, it depends on the quality of the video. It depends on how high up they go. It depends on.
All right. The thing is, right here it says if we search them right now, it says if we search them, what is the altitude we can find the curvature? They all have different things, but they all amount to 50 to 40,000 feet in the air. And the thing is, we can.
So basically.
What'd you say? So the thing is, you're asking for substantial evidence, right? You're looking for somebody who has raw footage. So I'm gonna post this in the live stream voice text. I don't have pick perm, so it's not gonna show up. If you want to click that link, it's all based on you. But that's raw footage, 100,000 feet in the air, altitude. And tell me if you see any type of curvature at this altitude. 100,000 feet in the air, double that height.
Well, that's actually a nice point.
Did I see how high up it should be?
If
Right?
they're saying that
So
you can see it at
basically, you want to put a lot
50,000
of people
feet,
participate, right? No matter what fucking NASA does, no matter what NASA doesn't have, that doesn't matter, right? What matters is that all of the rest of us fucking suckers with fucking jobs and lives, we have to do that.
No. I just gave you an example of something that could be done so that I could be swayed.
I just gave you it, Gaijin. I gave you it.
It's not a necessary condition. It's a sufficient condition.
Gaijin, I gave you the evidence in chat. I posted the thing for you to see for yourself, Gaijin.
So basically, if NASA makes a claim that the Earth is a ball, right, they don't have to prove it, right? We have to prove it. Is that what you're saying?
Do you know the difference between a sufficient and a necessary claim? Or proof,
Dane,
sorry.
Can I ask you something? Sorry.
They're saying that we have to disprove their claim that they haven't proved. Go ahead.
Big data.
Sorry. Did you ask about
You cut off Sasha.
Big data.
Did you say like that?
Sorry.
You cut off. Can you repeat, Sasha?
Did you say if somebody take the camera, I don't know, take the drone or whatever, and make a recording from the app? You said something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, this one guy went to the airplane. He took the Nikon 5 that good camera, and he had also infrared filters to kill all refraction. You know, and you know what? In that airplane, he has a vision of 1,200 miles.
Is that so?
Yeah. Do you want that video?
No, because that's not high enough.
What would be high enough?
It's not high
Dijon,
enough.
they just said.
So I don't.
Posted, you could, you're supposed to be able to see it at
listen me,
50,000
Dijon.
feet.
Dijon,
where are you
this
getting
is
this
all
from?
right.
It's
I
not
don't
high
know.
enough thing.
I don't know what height it is. This is 1,200 miles. How big is the Earth?
How big is there?
The Earth.
How big is the Earth?
The globe.
Yeah.
I believe it's roughly spherical with a radius of around 6,000 kilometers.
Yeah, and that is in the miles. That is 25,000 miles. You understand miles, or I need to tell you in kilometers. And listen this, and this is view of 1,200 miles. How much view of that is from 25,000 miles?
6,000 kilometers is not 25,000 miles.
6,000 kilometers. It's a radius. I'm telling you that it's 40,000 kilometers. Okay.
What's 40,000 kilometers?
40,000 kilometers. It's a dimension of the Earth. Circle.
The what?
Circle.
You mean to say the diameter of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. How much is 102,000 miles? It's near, I think, 2,000 kilometers.
120,000 miles?
Yeah, just Dijon, they say you're supposed to be able to see curvature from 50,000 feet. So, how high enough is high enough for you?
I'm telling you that
I
this
don't know
is
how
the
high is high enough. But I can
I'm
tell
telling you,
definitely
this is
So,
the
but you
20.
keep saying,
You can see
that's not high
25.
enough. But how do you, if you don't know, then how are you saying that's not high enough?
Because it depends by what
see the
metrics
problem?
or instruments you're using to measure the curvature.
But do you see the problem though? They're telling
No,
you
I
you can
don't.
see it at 50,000. You say,
Do you
well,
not
that's not
see
high
that-
enough. And then I say, okay, so how high is high enough? You're like, well, I don't know. So it's just, you're just moving the goalpost here.
No, because I haven't established a goalpost yet. I haven't told you how high is high enough. Now, I can sit down.
You know what's
Hold on,
not high
hold on,
enough.
Hold on. I can sit down. I can sit down and calculate out what that number would be, if you want.
Okay,
I just don't have it
I
prepared.
have another question. I have another question for you. How high I need to be?
Let me ask him this first. Do you believe that refraction causes this ball with this radius to look flat all the time? Do you believe that?
No.
Okay, so you believe that there is a geometric horizon in respect to the radius. You know that, okay? You believe that, right?
Okay, so if you're gonna ask me if the horizon that we see, why do we observe the black swan, right? Like, why is it further than the geometry of the
That's
sphere,
not what I'm
say?
going to ask you. No, because if you say If you say you believe in the geometric horizon, that it's there, right? Then you're way off. Okay, like you're saying way too much. Like he's showing you, you're saying way too much. How high do you have to go to see that it's a ball? Well, if you believe in geometric horizon, okay,
What do you mean when you say I believe in geometric horizon?
As soon as we're ascending in the airplane, you should see the horizon start dropping because of the radius being too small. Okay, but if you believe that it's refraction causing everything to look flat, then you wouldn't know how high you have to go to start seeing the curvature. That's why I'm asking. So,
refraction
refraction
is not making it look flat. In fact, it's making it look more spherical.
Okay, then how high?
Where did you get that
How
from?
high do you have to go to start seeing the sphere, the curvature?
No, Globe. No how high.
At all.
No how high. How low you need to be that they start to drop.
1 foot. Because he doesn't want to look at the black swan. That's why I'm asking him how high. You should immediately start seeing.
I can talk black swan all day if you want. Let's do it.
Good, because the black swan has to do with the radius and how we're not seeing it. That's what the black
swan has to. The black swan
means. As soon as you start going up the hill, you should start seeing the horizon drop down.
Okay, let's hear. He has to say something about black swan. Let's hear it. What he has to say about black.
Like I don't understand why it's so difficult for flat earthers to understand. I mean, you guys accept that refraction exists, and you guys accept
that was our
argument
prior to Black Swan.
Hold on. Holy crap. Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay. You flat earthers.
No, because all you are is straw man.
But refraction was our argument prior to Black Swan.
Is refraction causing the ball to look flat or not? Yes or no?
He said it makes it look curved, more curved, which is false.
Okay, then. That's your position. You got to stick with that, all right? Don't talk about us. Okay, if that is your position, then let's go up and then let's look for this curvature that you say is there. Where is it?
Also, again, refraction was our argument prior to Black Swan. So you're just going to hijack what we said after Black Swan comes out, and you start gawking refraction.
What type of refraction is causing that to happen in the Black Swan, Guy John?
I mean, look, man, you do not even have sufficient evidence to be convinced that the Earth is a ball. And yet, look at all this flatness we're showing you. Look at all this evidence we're showing you. You're saying the opposite. You're saying that you do not have enough evidence, but you don't even have any evidence for a ball. You're struggling to find any evidence. NASA has no evidence. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that stuff is always going to look flat, but here you are, grasping, hoping.
The moon. His evidence is millions and millions of people saying that it's this way. That is his evidence. If he says that if more people were to come forward and say that the Earth is flat instead of being round, then he would believe it.
Because he's a sheep.
Struggling. He left anyway, but
he's struggling.
Well, big data. Big data.
He said that refraction makes it look more curved. That was just a blatant lie.
Big data, Bong Su.
What's up, Sacrifice?
Is there a specific role that grants pig perms? Because if that I posted that video in chat. If he was able to see what it said, I feel like he would have been speechless. So.
There is a specific role, but that role is not given out freely.
What, the flat earther role? Because I already had it.
No, the role for Lincoln betting.
Gold plus role, bro. It's a gold role and a gold plus role that gets picked perms for the mainstream, for the live stream. Other than that, if you pass it on to a silver or a gold, and we think it's okay, we can post it for you.
You're still in the fire, Sacrifice. I can't give you the role. Just hang on, dude. Just send it to somebody. It'll be
I was just complaining. I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, there is a role. It's just that you're kind of under the microscope at the moment, so hang on. Yeah, just send it to one of the golds or.
There you go, CB. Thank you. That would have been good. Well, Drace, you can't explain everything, dude. You can't just explain it because people don't just listen to words that people say. Okay, it doesn't. People do, but that's only if they're smart. And most globe earthers aren't very smart. They don't like to think for themselves. So you gotta make it. You gotta make it more convincing.
No, it's not more convincing. It's more like we have to find some sort of a common ground, some sort of a common agreement. Right. And then from there we can move on, right? Because, I mean, think about it. How did I start this path? I didn't start this path by looking at the flat earth. I started by looking at the occult, by looking at the way the world is and how things are messed up and why is things the way it is? We shouldn't be living this way. Right?
Yeah.
So, and then, like, 12 years down that path, and eventually I stumbled upon, the flat earth because it kept going back to the occult. The reality is the world's flat, motionless, creation by God. And shit, I got to sit there and look at the people that fucking perpetrated the lies and the ones that are putting out the fucking globe agenda, right? They all have ties with the occult as well. So why are the occult lying about the truth?
Yeah.
Right, that's a deeper connotation, right? That's more of where we need to be on why would they lie, right? It's not necessarily on why would they lie just to tell people that the earth isn't what it really is, It's more like they've told you that reality is not what it truly is.
Just when they bring up the why would they lie? It's the same reason. Why would they lie? Why would you lie to your parents? Because you don't want them to know, right?
Like it's proof of God. When people say why would they lie, that's like they're in denial about everything that we're bringing to them. They're like, yeah, but I don't find a good reason why they would lie about this and what it would benefit, so it can't be happening, right? So they're looking for motive instead of looking for evidence, like a detective would look when looking at a crime. Motive is never used.
It is easier to fool.
Courthouse.
It is easier to fool people than to convince them they've been fooled, right? Like I forgot who said it.
Sci-fi.
That was actually Dan Brown, and Dan Brown said that was Mark Twain. And then there was another one Dan Brown had said about Napoleon saying that history is an agreed upon lie. That was also Dan Brown.
Well, sci-fi.
Yeah, I've always thought that. What's up, Whammer?
Oh no, I just said sci-fi sells better than the truth.
What does no? I don't mean to like topic change or anything, but does anybody in here? What do you guys think about dinosaurs?
I think that they were based because the best dinosaurs were the T-Rex, and no dinosaur is better than the T-Rex.
Well, think about it. T-Rex. What does T-Rex mean? It means tyrannical king, titan.
Yeah, titan king with really short, stubby arms. So he's got this like complex where it's like you better pass him the potatoes. He can't take the potatoes, but you got to pass.
But see, get this. Like these names are named for a reason. Like the Titanus king, the Titan king, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Right. This thing is named this because these giants that were around in the past were actually human, not lizard, right? And they were giant tyrannical kings that eventually started eating the people of the land. They conquered everything. No one could hurt them. Yeah, the Nephilim. Or Anunnaki, or whatever you want to call them.
Did you guys know that the Tyrannosaurus Rex, that when they found it, they had
plaster, plaster, isn't it?
The legs and the arms are man-made. They only found the skull, the rib cage, the spine.
Yeah.
Well, basically, you believe, right, that this thing was walking around with big legs and tiny little arms. That's why we got jokes about it, right? But what if it was a dragon?
Exactly.
Right. And what about human remains? Right? Like, why do paleontologists
Yeah, but
and
see,
all these?
here's the thing. With the dragons, there's specifically two types of dragons. There's a sea dragon, a dragon that lives in the oceans, right? And it breathes fire. It's called Leviathan. And then you have Behemoth, which is the dragon on the land that lives in swampy areas and is terrible.
And where are these dragons?
They died during the flood, and most of mankind has hunted them down to extinction, and they're like hiding in Borneo, probably. The last known place of the behemoth, the Mukele Mbembe.
When did they start making up dinosaur stories? See, imagine being
For the movie industry.
scientist. Yeah, imagine being back in the old days, and you were the one to find giant bones and giant remains of something that looks like a dragon. Now, remember, you don't know what a dinosaur is. We've never made it up yet. But here, you found giant bones, right, of something that looks like a dragon and a human.
Imagine you coming across a woolly mammoth skull.
Right. What are you going to tell people? Who are you going to tell? And what people would be interested in keeping this a secret from the public? You think about how
with the mammoth skull, you would think it's a cyclops. One huge eye socket in the middle, when it's actually the trunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So think about the stories that we've been told, and this whole thing about evolution. It's just a big story, right? It's a story that
I
you've
want you
been
to think
told.
you came from monkeys.
Well, how else are you going to explain what people find? Because you can't really cover, everything. People are eventually going to find stuff, right? And why not train these people to be proper paleontologists? We'll just give them these names and titles, and when they find stuff, they give us a call, and then we can come in and properly tell the story, right? Properly do the research and study and take the bones away.
Bong, check it out. Have you heard of the plumed serpent, the feathered serpents?
Yes.
The flying snake?
The rainbow serpent. Yep.
Okay. Now, hear me out. Over there, like around Papua New Guinea, they still have these things, and they produce bioluminescence on the ridge, right? And all they see is these lights that light up and start flying around, and they've caught a picture of one, like, over it was like a dark night, and like the ocean was lit up so they could see a silhouette, and it looked like a damn pterodactyl, right? Now, these things, thunderbirds, right? Firebirds, they could say flying dragons with wings, like over in Europe and stuff like that. But if you think about it, right, those are just the Nakash, the flying serpents. And America is the land of these creatures, right?
Yeah.
So, like, all these different things, it's like, all these plumed serpents, you got to sit there and think, was there really a snake with wings? Or was it more of like a pterosaur?
Well, the seraphim is a serpent with 6 wings.
Mm-hmm.
And two to cover their legs, 2 to cover their face, and 2 to fly with.
Also, you got to remember that